American Holocaust. The Conquest of the New World. David E. Stannard. For Florence Evelyn Harwood Stannard. The poet who gave me life and taught me that in kindness and charity there is strength. And for Hananike Trask. The poet who sustains me and is unwavering in the struggle for justice. Contents. Prologue. I Before Columbus. Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Pestilence and Genocide. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Sex, Race, and Holy War. Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Epilogue. Appendixes. Appendix I, on Pre-Columbian Settlement and Population. Appendix II, on Racism and Genocide. Acknowledgements. Notes. Index. Prologue. And the darkness of an early July morning in 1945, on a desolate spot in the New Mexico desert named after a John Donne sonnet celebrating the Holy Trinity, the first atomic bomb was exploded. J. Robert Oppenheimer later remembered that the immense flash of light, followed by the thunderous roar, caused a few observers to laugh and others to cry. But most, he said, were silent. Oppenheimer himself recalled at that instant a line from the Bhagavad Gita. I am become death, the shatterer of worlds. There is no reason to think that anyone on board the Nina, the Pinta, or the Santa Maria, on an equally dark early morning 4.5 centuries earlier, thought of those ominous lines from the ancient Sanskrit poem when the crews of the Spanish ships spied a flicker of light on the windward side of the island they would name after the Holy Savior. But the intuition, had it occurred, would have been as appropriate then as it was when that first nuclear blast rocked the New Mexico desert sands. In both instances at the Trinity test site in 1945 and at San Salvador in 1492, those moments of achievement crowned years of intense personal struggle and adventure for their protagonists and were culminating points of ingenious technological achievement for their countries. But both instances also were prelude to orgies of human destructiveness that, each in its own way, attained a scale of devastation not previously witnessed in the entire history of the world. Just 21 days after the first atomic test in the desert, the Japanese industrial city of Hiroshima was leveled by nuclear blast. Never before had so many people, at least 130,000, probably many more, died from a single explosion. 1 Just 21 years after Columbus's first landing in the Caribbean, the vastly populous island that the explorer had renamed Hispaniola was effectively desolate. Nearly 8 million people those Columbus chose to call Indians had been killed by violence, disease, and despair too. It took a little longer, about the span of a single human generation, but what happened on Hispaniola was the equivalent of more than 50 Hiroshimas. And Hispaniola was only the beginning. Within no more than a handful of generations following their first encounters with Europeans, the vast majority of the Western Hemisphere's native peoples had been exterminated. The pace and magnitude of their obliteration varied from place to place and from time to time, but for years now historical demographers have been uncovering, in region upon region, post-Columbian depopulation rates of between 90 and 98% with such regularity that an overall decline of 95% has become a working rule of thumb. What this means is that, on average, for every 20 natives alive at the moment of European contact when the lands of the Americas teemed with numerous tens of millions of people, only one stood in their place when the bloodbath was over. To put this in a contemporary context, the ratio of native survivorship in the Americas following European contact was less than half of what the human survivorship ratio would be in the United States today if every single white person and every single black person died. The destruction of the Indians of the Americas was, far and away, the most massive act of genocide in the history of the world. That is why, as one historian aptly has said, far from the heroic and romantic heraldry that customarily is used to symbolize the European settlement of the Americas, the emblem most congruent with reality would be a pyramid of skulls. 3. Scholarly estimates of the size of the post-Columbian Holocaust have climbed sharply in recent decades. Too often, however, Academic discussions of this ghastly event have reduced the devastated indigenous peoples and their cultures to statistical calculations in recondite demographic analyses. It is easy for this to happen. From the very beginning, merely taking the account of so mammoth a cataclysm seemed an impossible task. Wrote one Spanish adventurer who arrived in the New World only 2 decades after Columbus's first landing, and who himself openly reveled in the torrent of native blood. There was neither paper nor time enough to tell all that they did to ruin the Indians and rob them and destroy the land, for as a result, the very effort to describe the disaster's overwhelming magnitude has tended to obliterate both the writer's and the reader's sense of its truly horrific human element. In an apparent effort to counteract this tendency, one writer, Tsvetan Todorov, begins his study of the events of 1492 and immediately thereafter with an epigraph from Diego de Landa's Relation de las Cosas de Yucatán. The Captain Alonso López de Avila, brother-in-law of the Atalanta de Montejo, captured, during the war in Bacallan, a young Indian woman of lovely and gracious appearance. She had promised her husband, fearful lest they should kill him in the war, not to have relations with any other man but him, and so no persuasion was sufficient to prevent her from taking her own life to avoid being defiled by another man, and because of this they had her thrown to the dogs. Todorov then dedicates his book to the memory of a Mayan woman devoured by dogs. 5. It is important to try to hold in mind an image of that woman, and her brothers and sisters and the innumerable others who suffered similar fates, as one reads Todorov's book, or this one, or any other work on this subject, just as it is essential, as one reads about the Jewish Holocaust or the horrors of the African slave trade, to keep in mind the treasure of a single life in order to avoid becoming emotionally anesthetized by the sheer force of such overwhelming human evil and destruction. There is, for example, the case of a small Indian boy whose name no one knows today, and whose unmarked skeletal remains are hopelessly intermingled with those of hundreds of anonymous others in a mass grave on the American plains, but a boy who once played on the banks of a quiet creek in eastern Colorado until the morning, in 1864, when the American soldiers came. Then, as one of the cavalrymen later told it, while his compatriots were slaughtering and mutilating the bodies of all the women and all the children they could catch, he spotted the boy trying to flee. There was one little child, probably 3 years old, just big enough to walk through the sand. The Indians had gone ahead, and this little child was behind following after them. The little fellow was perfectly naked, traveling on the sand. I saw one man get off his horse, at a distance of about 75 yards, and draw up his rifle and fire. He missed the child. Another man came up and said, "Let me try, the son of a bitch, I can hit him." He got down off his horse, kneeled down and fired at the little child, but he missed him. A third man came up and made a similar remark, and fired, and the little fellow dropped. 6. We must do what we can to recapture and to try to understand, in human terms, what it was that was crushed, what it was that was butchered. It is not enough merely to acknowledge that much was lost. So close to total was the human incineration and carnage in the post-Columbian Americas, however, that of the tens of millions who were killed, few individual lives left sufficient traces for subsequent biographical representation. The first 2 chapters to follow are thus necessarily limited in their concerns to the social and cultural worlds that existed in North and South America before Columbus's fateful voyage in 1492. We shall have to rely on our imaginations to fill in the faces and the lives. The extraordinary outpouring of recent scholarship that has analyzed the deadly impact of the Old World on the New has employed a novel array of research techniques to identify introduced disease as the primary cause of the Indians' great population decline. As one of the pioneers in this research put it 20 years ago, the natives' most hideous enemies were not the European invaders themselves, but the invisible killers which those men brought in their blood and breath. 7. It is true, in a plainly quantitative sense of body counting, that the barrage of disease unleashed by the Europeans among the so-called virgin soil populations of the Americas caused more deaths than any other single force of destruction. However, by focusing almost entirely on disease, by displacing responsibility for the mass killing onto an army of invading microbes, Contemporary authors increasingly have created the impression that the eradication of those tens of millions of people was inadvertent, a sad, but both inevitable and unintended consequence of human migration and progress. 8 This is a modern version of what Alexander Saxton recently has described as the soft side of anti-Indian racism that emerged in America in the 19th century and that incorporated expressions of regret over the fate of Indians into narratives that traced the inevitability of their extinction. Ideologically, Saxton adds, the effect was to exonerate individuals, parties, nations, of any moral blame for what history had decreed. In fact, however, the near-total destruction of the Western Hemisphere's native people was neither inadvertent nor inevitable. From almost the instant of first human contact between Europe and the Americas, firestorms of microbial pestilence and purposeful genocide began laying waste the American natives. Although at times operating independently, for most of the long centuries of devastation that followed 1492, disease and genocide were interdependent forces acting dynamically, whipsawing their victims between plague and violence, each one feeding upon the other, and together driving countless numbers of entire ancient societies to the brink and often over the brink of total extermination. In the pages that lie ahead we will examine the causes and the consequences of both these grisly phenomena. But since the genocidal component has so often been neglected in recent scholarly analyses of the Great American Indian Holocaust, it is the central purpose of this book to survey some of the more virulent examples of this deliberate racist purge, from 15th century Hispaniola to 19th century California, and then to locate and examine the belief systems and the cultural attitudes that underlay such monstrous behavior. History for its own sake is not an idle task, but studies of this sort are conducted not only for the maintenance of collective memory. In the foreword to a book of oral history accounts depicting life in Germany during the Jewish Holocaust, Elie Wiesel says something that befits the present context as well: the danger lies in forgetting. Forgetting, however, will not affect only the dead. Should it triumph, the ashes of yesterday will cover our hopes for tomorrow. 10. To begin, then, we must try to remember. For at a time when quincentennial festivities are in full flower to honor the famed admiral of the ocean sea, when hot disputes are raging, because of the quest for tourist dollars, over whether he first actually landed at Grand Turk Island, Salmonake, or Waddling's Island, the ashes of yesterday, and their implications for all the world's hopes for tomorrow, are too often ignored in the unseemly roar of self-congratulation. 11. Moreover, the important question for the future in this case is not can it happen again. Rather, it is can it be stopped. For the genocide in the Americas, and in other places where the world's indigenous peoples survive, has never really ceased. As recently as 1986, the Commission on Human Rights of the Organization of American States observed that 40,000 people had simply disappeared in Guatemala during the preceding 15 years. Another 100,000 had been openly murdered. That is the equivalent, in the United States, of more than 4 million people slaughtered or removed under official government decree, a figure that is almost 6 times the number of American battle deaths in the Civil War, World War I, World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War combined. 12. Almost all those dead and disappeared were Indians, direct descendants, as was that woman who was devoured by dogs of the Mayas, creators of one of the most splendid civilizations that this earth has ever seen. Today, as 5 centuries ago, these people are being tortured and slaughtered, their homes and villages bombed and razed, while more than 2/3 of their rainforest homelands have now been intentionally burned and scraped into ruin. 13. The murder and destruction continue, with the aid and assistance of the United States, even as these words are being written and read. And many of the detailed accounts from contemporary observers read much like those recorded by the conquistadors' chroniclers nearly 500 years earlier. Children, 2 years, 4 years old, they just grabbed them and tore them in two, reports one witness to a military massacre of Indians in Guatemala in 1982. Recalls another victim of an even more recent assault on an Indian encampment. With tourniquets they killed the children, of 2 years, of 9 months, of 6 months. They killed and burned them all. What they did was put a machete in here and they cut open his heart, and they left him all burned up. This is the pain we shall never forget. Better to die here with a bullet and not die in that way, like my father did. 14. Adds still another report, from a list of examples seemingly without end. At about 1 p.m., the soldiers began to fire at the women inside the small church. The majority did not die there, but were separated from their children, taken to their homes in groups, and killed, the majority apparently with machetes. Then they returned to kill the children, whom they had left crying and screaming by themselves, without their mothers. Our informants, who were locked up in the courthouse, could see this through a hole in the window and through the doors carelessly left open by a guard. The soldiers cut open the children's stomachs with knives, or they grabbed the children's little legs and smashed their heads with heavy sticks. Then they continued with the men. They took them out, tied their hands, threw them on the ground, and shot them. The authorities of the area were killed inside the courthouse. It was then that the survivors were able to escape, protected by the smoke of the fire which had been set to the building. 7 men, 3 of whom survived, managed to escape. It was 5:30 p.m. 15. In all, 352 Indians were killed in this massacre, at a time when 440 towns were being entirely destroyed by government troops, when almost 10,000 unarmed people were being killed or made to disappear annually, and when more than 1 million of Guatemala's approximately 4 million natives were being displaced by the deliberate burning and wasting of their ancestral lands. During such episodes of mass butchery, some children escape, only their parents and grandparents are killed. That is why it was reported in Guatemala in 1985 that 116,000 orphans had been tabulated by the judicial branch census throughout the country, the vast majority of them in the Indian townships of the western and central highlands. 16. Reminders are all around us, if we care to look, that the 15th and 16th century extermination of the indigenous people of Hispaniola, brought on by European military assault and the importation of exotic diseases, was in part only an enormous prelude to human catastrophes that followed on other killing grounds, and continue to occur today from the forests of Brazil and Paraguay and elsewhere in South and Central America, where direct government violence still slaughters thousands of Indian people year in and year out, to the reservations and urban slums of North America, where more sophisticated indirect government violence has precisely the same effect, all the while that Westerners engage in exultation over the 500th anniversary of the European discovery of America, the time and the place where all the killing began. Other reminders surround us, as well, however, that there continues among indigenous peoples today the echo of their 15th and 16th century opposition to annihilation, when, despite the wanton killing by the European invaders and the carnage that followed the introduction of explosive disease epidemics, the natives resisted with an intensity the conquistadors found difficult to believe. "I do not know how to describe it," wrote Bernal Diaz del Castillo of the defiance the Spanish encountered in Mexico, despite the wasting of the native population by bloodbath and torture and disease, for neither cannon nor muskets nor crossbows availed, nor hand-to-hand fighting, nor killing 30 or 40 of them every time we charged, for they still fought on in as close ranks and with more energy than in the beginning. 17. 5 centuries later that resistance remains, in various forms, throughout North and South and Central America, as it does among indigenous peoples in other lands that have suffered from the Westerners' furious wrath. Compared with what they once were, the native peoples in most of these places are only remnants now. But also in each of those places, and in many more, the struggle for physical and cultural survival, and for recovery of a deserved pride and autonomy, continues unabated. All the ongoing violence against the world's indigenous peoples, in whatever form, as well as the native peoples' various forms of resistance to that violence, will persist beyond our full understanding, however, and beyond our ability to engage and humanely come to grips with it, until we are able to comprehend the magnitude and the causes of the human destruction that virtually consumed the people of the Americas and other people in other subsequently colonized parts of the globe, beginning with Columbus's early morning sighting of landfall on October 12, 1492. That was the start of it all. This book is offered as one contribution to our necessary comprehension. Hiei, Oahu. January 1992. Des. The main islands were thickly populated with a peaceful folk when Christ overfound them. But the orgy of blood which followed, no man has written. We are the slaughterers. It is the tortured soul of our world. William Carlos Williams. Before Columbus. 1. T's gone now, drained and desiccated in the aftermath of the Spanish conquest, but once there was an interconnected complex of lakes high up in the Valley of Mexico that was as long and as wide as the city of London is today. Surrounding these waters, known collectively as the Lake of the Moon, were scores of towns and cities whose population, combined with that of the outlying communities of central Mexico, totaled about 25 million men, women, and children. On any given day as many as 200,000 small boats moved back and forth on the Lake of the Moon, pursuing the interests of commerce, political intrigue, and simple pleasure. 1. The southern part of the Lake of the Moon was filled with brilliantly clear spring-fed water, but the northern part, in the rainy season, became brackish and sometimes inundated the southern region with an invasion of destructive salty currents. So the people of the area built a 10-mile-long stone and clay and masonry dike separating the lower third of the lake from the upper two-thirds, blocking the salt water when it appeared, but through an ingenious use of sluice gates allowing the heavy water traffic on the lake to continue its rounds unobstructed by the massive levee wall. This southern part of the Great Lake thus became, as well as a thoroughfare, an immense freshwater fish pond. In the middle of this freshwater part of the lake there were two reed-covered mud banks that the residents of the area over time had built up and developed into a single huge island as large as Manhattan, and upon that island the people built a metropolis that became one of the largest cities in the world. With a conventionally estimated population of about 350,000 residents by the end of the 15th century, this teeming Aztec capital already had at least 5 times the population of either London or Seville and was vastly larger than any other European city. 2 Moreover, according to Hernando Cortés, one of the first Europeans to set eyes upon it, it was far and away the most beautiful city on earth. The name of this magnificent metropolis was Tenochtitlan. It stood, majestic and radiant, in the crisp, clean air, 7,200 feet above sea level, connected to the surrounding mainland by 3 wide causeways that had been built across miles of open water. To view Tenochtitlan from a distance, all who had the opportunity to do so agreed, was breathtaking. Before arriving at the great central city, travelers from afar had to pass through the densely populated, seemingly infinite, surrounding lands and already, invariably, they were overwhelmed. Wrote Cortés's famous companion and chronicler Bernal Díaz del Castillo of their visit to one of the provincial cities at the confluence of Lake Chalco and Lake Xochimilco. When we entered the city of Iztapalapa, the appearance of the palaces in which they housed us. How spacious and well built they were, of beautiful stonework and cedar wood, and the wood of other sweet-scented trees, with great rooms and courts, wonderful to behold, covered with awnings of cotton cloth. When we had looked well at all of this, we went to the orchard and garden, which was such a wonderful thing to see and walk in, that I was never tired of looking at the diversity of the trees, and noting the scent which each one had, and the paths full of roses and flowers, and the native fruit trees and native roses, and the pond of fresh water. There was another thing to observe, that great canoes were able to pass into the garden from the lake through an opening that had been made so that there was no need for their occupants to land. And all was cemented and very splendid with many kinds of stone with pictures on them, which gave much to think about. Then the birds of many kinds and breeds which came into the pond. I say again that I stood looking at it and thought that never in the world would there be discovered lands such as these. 3. Impressive as Iztapalapa was, the Spanish were seeking the heart of this great empire, so they pressed on. In addition to the cities that surrounded the Lake of the Moon, other towns were, like Tenochtitlan, built on smaller islands within it. As they neared the area that would take them to Tenochtitlan, Bernal Díaz wrote, when we saw so many cities and villages built in the water and other great towns built on dry land and that straight and level causeway going towards, we were amazed and said that it was like the enchantments they tell of in the legend of Amatus, on account of the great towers and buildings rising from the water, and all built of masonry. And some of our soldiers even asked whether the things that we saw were not a dream. Finally, they reached one of the causeways leading directly to Tenochtitlan. They pushed their way across it, although it was so crowded with people that there was hardly room for them all, some of them going to and others returning from, said Bernal Diaz. Once in the city itself they were greeted by the Aztec ruler Montezuma and taken to the top of one of the temples, and from that vantage point they were afforded an almost aerial view of the surroundings through which they had just marched. Annie could see over everything very well, and we saw the three causeways which led into, that is the causeway of Iztapalapa by which we had entered 4 days before, and that of Tacuba, and that of Tipaquilla, and we saw the fresh water that comes from Chapultepec which supplies the city, and we saw the bridges on the three causeways which were built at certain distances apart through which the water of the lake flowed in and out from one side to the other, and we beheld on that great lake a great multitude of canoes, some coming with supplies of food and others returning with cargoes of merchandise, and we saw that from every house of that great city and of all the other cities that were built in the water it was impossible to pass from house to house, except by drawbridges which were made of wood or in canoes, and we saw in those cities and oratories like towers and fortresses and all gleaming white, and it was a wonderful thing to behold. About 60,000 pale stucco houses filled the island metropolis, some of them single-story structures, some of them multi-storied, and all these houses, wrote Cortes, have very large and very good rooms and also very pleasant gardens of various sorts of flowers both on the upper and lower floors, for the many streets and boulevards of the city were so neat and well swept, despite its multitude of inhabitants, that the first Europeans to visit never tired of remarking on the city's cleanliness and order. There were even officials in charge of sweeping, recalled one odd observer. In fact, at least 1,000 public workers were employed to maintain the city's streets and keep them clean and watered. 5. Criss-crossed with a complex network of canals, Tenochtitlan in this respect reminded the Spanish of an enormous Venice, but it also had remarkable floating gardens that reminded them of nowhere else on earth. 6. And while European cities then, and for centuries thereafter, took their drinking water from the fetid and polluted rivers nearby, Tenochtitlan's drinking water came from springs deep within the mainland and was piped into the city by a huge aqueduct system that amazed Cortes and his men. Just as they were astonished also by the personal cleanliness and hygiene of the colorfully dressed populace, and by their extravagant use of soaps, deodorants, and breath sweeteners. 7. In the distance, across the expanse of shimmering blue water that extended out in every direction, and beyond the pastel-colored suburban towns and cities, both within the lake and encircling its periphery, the horizon was ringed with forest-covered hills, except to the southeast where there dramatically rose up the slopes of two enormous snow-peaked and smoldering volcanoes, the largest of them, Popocatépetl, reaching 16,000 feet into the sky. At the center of the city, facing the volcanoes, stood two huge and exquisitely ornate ceremonial pyramids, man-made mountains of uniquely Aztec construction and design. But what seems to have impressed the Spanish visitors most about the view of Tenochtitlan from within its precincts were not the temples or the other magnificent public buildings, but rather the marketplaces that dotted the residential neighborhoods and the enormous so-called Great Market that sprawled across the city's northern end. This area, with arcades all around, according to Cortes, was the central gathering place where more than 60,000 people come each day to buy and sell, and where every kind of merchandise produced in these lands is found, provisions, as well as ornaments of gold and silver, lead, brass, copper, tin, stones, shells, bones, and feathers. Cortes also describes special merchant areas where timber and tiles and other building supplies were bought and sold, along with much firewood and charcoal, earthenware braziers and mats of various kinds like mattresses for beds, and other, finer ones, for seats and for covering rooms and hallways. Each kind of merchandise is sold in its own street without any mixture whatever, Cortés wrote. They are very particular in this. There were streets where herbalists plied their trade, areas for apothecary shops, and shops like barbers where they have their hair washed and shaved, and shops where they sell food and drink, wrote Cortés, as well as greengrocer streets where one could buy every sort of vegetable, especially onions, leeks, garlic, common cress and watercress, borage, sorrel, teasels and artichokes, and there are many sorts of fruit, among which are cherries and plums like those in Spain. There were stores in streets that specialized in game and birds of every species found in this land, chickens, partridges and quails, wild ducks, flycatchers, widgeons, turtle doves, pigeons, cane birds, parrots, eagles and eagle owls, falcons, sparrowhawks and kestrels, rabbits and hares and stags and small gelded dogs which they breed for eating. There was so much more in this mercantile center, overseen by officials who enforced laws of fairness regarding weights and measures and the quality of goods purveyed, that Bernal Diaz said we were astounded at the number of people and the quantity of merchandise that it contained, and at the good order and control that it contained, for we had never seen such a thing before. There were honeys and honey paste, and other dainties like nut paste, waxes, syrups, chocolate, sugar, wine. In addition, said Cortés, there are many sorts of spun cotton, in hanks of every color, and it seems like the silk market at Granada, except here there is much greater quantity. They sell as many colors for painters as may be found in Spain, and all of excellent hues. They sell deer skins, with and without the hair, and some are dyed white or in various colors. They sell much earthenware, which for the most part is very good. There are both large and small pitchers, jugs, pots, tiles and many other sorts of vessel, all of good clay and most of them glazed and painted. They sell maize both as grain and as bread, and it is better both in appearance and in taste than any found in the islands or on the mainland. They sell chicken and fish pies, and much fresh and salted fish, as well as raw and cooked fish. They sell hen and goose eggs, and eggs of all the other birds I have mentioned, in great number, and they sell tortillas made from eggs. At last Cortés surrendered the task of trying to describe it all. Besides those things which I have already mentioned, they sell in the market everything else to be found in this land, but they are so many and so varied that because of their great number and because I cannot remember many of them nor do I know what they are called, I shall not mention them. Added Bernal Diaz, but why do I waste so many words in recounting what they sell in that great market? For I shall never finish if I tell it in detail. Some of the soldiers among us who had been in many parts of the world, in Constantinople and all over Italy, and in Rome, said that so large a marketplace and so full of people, and so well regulated and arranged, they had never beheld before. And this was only the market. The rest of Tenochtitlan overflowed with gorgeous gardens, arboretums, and aviaries. Artwork was everywhere, artwork so dazzling in conception and execution that when the German master Albrecht Dürer saw some pieces that Cortés brought back to Europe, he exclaimed that he had never seen in all my days what so rejoiced my heart, as these things. For I saw among them amazing artistic objects, and I marveled over the subtle ingenuity of the men in these distant lands. Indeed, I cannot say enough about the things that were brought before me. 8. If architectural splendor and floral redolence were among the sights and smells that most commonly greeted a stroller in the city, the most ever-present sounds were the songs of the many multicolored birds, parrots, hummingbirds, falcons, jays, herons, owls, condors, and dozens of other exotic species who lived in public aviaries that the government maintained. As Cortés wrote to his king, "Most powerful lord, in order to give an account to your royal excellency of the magnificence, the strange and marvelous things of this great city and of the dominion and wealth of this Mutezuma, its ruler, and of the rights and customs of the people, and of the order there is in the government of the capital as well as in the other cities of Mutezuma's dominions, I would need much time and many expert narrators. I cannot describe 1/100th part of all the things which could be mentioned, but, as best I can, I will describe some of those I have seen which, although badly described, will I well know, be so remarkable as not to be believed, for we who saw them with our own eyes could not grasp them with our understanding. In attempting to recount for his king the sites of the country surrounding Tenochtitlan, the many provinces and lands containing very many and very great cities, towns, and fortresses, including the vast agricultural lands that Cortés soon would raise and the incredibly rich gold mines that he soon would plunder, the conquistador again was rendered nearly speechless. They are so many and so wonderful, he simply said, that they seem almost unbelievable. Prior to Cortés's entry into this part of the world, no one who lived in Europe, Asia, Africa, or anywhere else beyond the Indies and the North and South American continents, had ever heard of this exotic place of such dazzling magnificence. Who were these people? Where had they come from? When had they come? How did they get where they were? Were there others like them elsewhere in this recently stumbled upon New World? These questions sprang to mind immediately, and many of the puzzlements of the conquistadors are with us still today, more than 4.5 centuries later. But while scholarly debates on these questions continue, clear answers regarding some of them at last are finally coming into view. And these answers are essential to an understanding of the magnitude of the Holocaust that was visited upon the Western Hemisphere beginning at Hispaniola, spreading to Tenochtitlan, and then radiating out over millions of square miles in every direction in the wake of 1492. 2. Where the first humans in the Americas came from and how they got to their new homes are now probably the least controversial of these age-old questions. Although at one time or another seemingly all the corners of Europe, Asia, the Middle East, and Africa fancifully have been suggested as the sources of early populations in the New World, no one any longer seriously doubts that the first human inhabitants of North and South America were the descendants of much earlier emigrants from ancestral homelands in northeastern Asia. It conventionally is said that the migration to North America from Asia took place over the land bridge that once connected the two continents across what are now the Bering and Chukchi seas. Land bridge is a whopping misnomer, however, unless one imagines a bridge immensely wider than it was long, more than 1,000 miles wide, in fact about the distance between New York and Omaha compared with a lengthwise span across the Bering Strait today of less than 60 miles. During most, and perhaps all of the time from about 80,000 BC to about 10,000 BC, at least part of the shallow floor of the Bering and Chukchi seas, like most of the world's continental shelves, was well above sea level due to the capture of so much of the Earth's ocean water by the enormous continent-wide glaciers of this Ice Age epoch. The effect of this was, for all practical purposes, the complete fusion of Asia and North America into a single land mass whose place of connection was a huge chunk of Earth, actually a subcontinent hundreds of thousands of square miles in size, now called by geographers Beringia. 10 What we see today as a scattering of small islands in the ocean separating Alaska and Northeast Asia as far south as the Kamchatka Peninsula are merely the tips of low mountains that, during the Wisconsin glaciation, rose from what at that time was an exposed floor of land. The first humans in North America, then, appear to have been successor populations to groups of hunters from northern Asia who had moved, as part of the normal continuum of their boundaryless lives, into Beringia and then onto Alaska in pursuit of game and perhaps new vegetative sources of sustenance. During these many thousands of years much of Beringia, like most of Alaska at that time, was a grassland-like tundra, meandering through mountain valleys and across open plains that were filled with woolly mammoths, yaks, steppe antelopes, and many other animals and plants more than sufficient to sustain stable communities of late Paleolithic hunters and gatherers. To say that the first people of the Americas migrated to North America from Asia is thus as much a misconception as is the image of the Beringian subcontinent as a bridge. For although the origins of the earliest Americans can indeed ultimately be traced back to Asia, the now submerged land that we refer to as Beringia was the homeland of innumerable communities of these people for thousands upon thousands of years for a span of time, for example, many times greater than that separating our world of today from the pre-Egyptian dawn of Near Eastern civilization more than 50 centuries ago. If anything, then, the direct precursors of American Indian civilizations were the Beringians, the ancient peoples of a once huge and bounteous land that now lies beneath the sea. During most of the time that Beringia was above sea level, virtually the entire northernmost tier of North America was covered by an immensely thick mantle of glacial ice. As the Earth's climate warmed, near the end of the geologic era known as the Pleistocene, the Wisconsin glaciation gradually began drawing to a close, a process that itself took thousands of years. It is estimated, for instance, that it took more than 4,000 years for the dissolving ice barrier to creep north from what now is Hartford, Connecticut to St. Johnsbury, Vermont, a distance of less than 200 miles. With the partial melting of the great frozen glaciers, some of the water they had imprisoned was unlocked, trickling into the ocean basins and, over a great stretch of time, slowly lifting worldwide sea levels up hundreds of feet. As the water rose, it began ebbing over and eventually inundating continental shelves once again, along with other relatively low-lying lands throughout the globe, including most of Beringia. The natives of Beringia, who probably never noticed any of these gross geologic changes, so gradual were they on the scale of human time perception, naturally followed the climate-dictated changing shape of the land. Finally, at some point, Asia and North America became separate continents again, as they had been many tens of thousands of years earlier. Beringia was no more. And those of her inhabitants then living in the segregated Western Hemisphere became North America's indigenous peoples, isolated from the rest of the world by ocean waters on every side. Apart from the possible exception of a chance encounter with an Asian or Polynesian raft or canoe from time to time, the various native peoples of the Americas lived from those days forward, for thousands upon thousands of years, separate from the human life that was evolving and migrating about on the rest of the islands and continents of the earth. 11. Much more controversial than the issue of where the first peoples of the Americas came from and how they got to the Western Hemisphere are the questions of when they originally moved from Beringia into North and South America and how many people were resident in the New World when Columbus arrived in 1492. Both these subjects have been matters of intense scholarly scrutiny during the past several decades, and during that time both of them also have undergone revolutions in terms of scholarly knowledge. Until the 1940s, for example, it commonly was believed that the earliest human inhabitants of the Americas had migrated from the Alaskan portion of Beringia down into North and then South America no more than 6,000 years ago. It is now recognized as beyond doubt, however, that numerous complex human communities existed in South America at least 13,000 years ago and in North America at least 6,000 years before that. These are absolute minimums. Very recent and compelling archaeological evidence puts the date for earliest human habitation in Chile at 32,000 BC or earlier and North American habitation at around 40,000 BC, while some highly respected scholars contend that the actual first date of human entry into the hemisphere may have been closer to 70,000 BC. 12. Similarly, dramatic developments have characterized scholarly estimates of the size of the pre-Columbian population of the Americas. In the 1940s and 1950s, conventional wisdom held that the population of the entire hemisphere in 1492 was little more than 8,000,000, with fewer than 1 million people living in the region north of present-day Mexico. Today, few serious students of the subject would put the hemispheric figure at less than 75 million to 100 million, while one of the most well-regarded specialists in the field recently has suggested that a more accurate estimate would be around 145 million for the hemisphere as a whole and about 18 million for the area north of Mexico. 13. 3. In the most fundamental quantitative ways, then, recent scholarship has begun to redirect inquiry and expose falsehoods that have dominated characterizations of the Americas' native peoples for centuries, although very little of this research has yet found its way into textbooks or other non-technical historical overviews. It now appears likely, for example, that the people of the so-called New World were already well-established residents of plains, mountains, forests, foothills, and coasts throughout the Western Hemisphere by the time the people of Europe were scratching their first carvings onto cave walls in the Dordogne region of France and northern Spain. It also is almost certain that the population of the Americas exceeded the combined total of Europe and Russia at the time of Columbus's first voyage in 1492. And there is no doubt at all, according to modern linguistic analysis, that the cultural diversity of the Americas' pre-Columbian indigenous peoples was much greater than that of their Old World counterparts. 14. A bit of common sense might suggest that this should not be surprising. After all, North and South America are 4 times the size of Europe. But common sense rarely succeeds in combating cultural conceit. And cultural conceit has long been the driving force behind the tales most European and white American historians have told of the European invasion of the Americas. The native peoples of the Americas are far from unique, of course, in traditionally having the basic elements of their historical existence willfully misperceived. In his sweeping and iconoclastic study of modern Africa, for instance, Ali A. Mazrui makes the cogent point that ethnocentrism has so shaped Western perceptions of geography that the very maps of the world found in our homes and offices and classrooms, based on the famous Mercator projection, dramatically misrepresent the true size of Africa by artificially deflating its land area in comparison with the land areas of Europe and North America. 15 Because the Mercator map exaggerates the distance between the lines of latitude for those regions that lie closest to the poles, North America is made to appear 1.5 times the size of Africa when in fact Africa contains in excess of 2 million more square miles of land. A proportional cartographic distortion also affects the comparative depictions of Africa and Europe. Thus, the literal picture of Africa in relation to the rest of the world that school children have been taught for centuries is in fact an outright fraud. A parallel ethnocentrism, this time historical, however, not geographic, traditionally has distorted conventional European and American views of the Native American past. While texts on the subject routinely acknowledge the high civilizations of the Aztecs and the Incas, the rest of North and South and Central America prior to the arrival of Europeans generally is seen as a barbaric wasteland. Outside the perimeters of the Aztec and Inca empires, in that portion of the Americas lying south of the Rio Grande, most accounts tend to imply that there was nothing deserving of a modern reader's attention. One historian suggests that this myopia only indicates that the geographical focus of modern scholarship parallels closely the political and economic realities of colonial times in Meso and South America, when the Europeans' hunger for gold caused them to focus their interests and concerns disproportionately on central Mexico and Peru. 16 As for the area north of the Rio Grande, the millions of Indians who lived for many centuries in permanently settled agricultural and sometimes urban communities on this vast continent are most often described as handfuls of indigenous people who were scattered across a virgin land, a vast emptiness, or even a void, to cite the descriptions of some recently published, well-regarded, and symptomatic historical texts. The Indians themselves, according to these accounts, were simply a part of the landscape who lived, like other lurking beasts, in a trackless wilderness, where they had no towns or villages and either lived in houses of a sort or simply roamed across the land. The cultures of these redskins were, at best, static and passive, though once encountered by Europeans, these living environmental hazards showed themselves to be treacherous and belligerent, savage foes and predators, for whom massacre and torture were rule, who introduced to Europeans the meaning of total war, and whose threat of nightly terror haunted the fringes of settlement through the whole colonial era. 17. This hostile attitude of stubbornly determined ignorance, it should be noted, is not confined to textbook writers. Recently, 3 highly praised books of scholarship on early American history by eminent Harvard historians Oscar Handlin and Bernard Balin have referred to thoroughly populated and agriculturally cultivated Indian territories as empty space, wilderness, vast chaos, unopened lands, and the ubiquitous virgin land that blissfully was awaiting European exploitation. Balin, for his part, also refers to forced labor and slavery at the hands of the invading British as population recruitment, while Handlin makes more references to the Indians' quickly developed taste for firewater than to any other single attribute. 18 And Handlin and Balin are typical, having been trained by the likes of the distinguished Samuel Eliot Morison who, a decade and a half earlier, had dismissed the indigenous peoples of the Americas as mere pagans expecting short and brutish lives, void of hope for any future. 19. It should come as no surprise to learn that professional eminence is no bar against articulated racist absurdities such as this, but if one example were chosen to stand for all the rest, perhaps the award would go to Hugh Trevor Roper, the Regius Professor of Modern History at Oxford University, who wrote at the start of his book The Rise of Christian Europe of the unrewarding gyrations of barbarous tribes in picturesque but irrelevant corners of the globe, who are nothing less than people without history. Perhaps, in the future, there will be some African history to teach, he conceded, but at present there is none, or very little. There is only the history of Europeans in Africa. The rest is largely darkness, like the history of pre-European, pre-Columbian America. And darkness is not a subject for history. 20. The Eurocentric racial contempt for the indigenous peoples of North and South America, as well as Africa, that is reflected in scholarly writings of this sort is now so complete and second nature to most Americans that it has passed into popular lore and common knowledge of the every schoolboy knows variety. No intent to distort the truth is any longer necessary. All that is required, once the model is established, is the recitation of rote learning as it passes from one uncritical generation to the next. As Mazrui points out with regard to the cartographic distortions that uniformly minimize Africa as a physical presence in the world, the historical distortions that systematically reduce in demographic and cultural and moral significance the native peoples of the Americas are part of a very old and enduring political design. They constitute what the historian of South Africa, Leonard Thompson, calls a political mythology. In Thompson's words, a political myth is a tale told about the past to legitimize or discredit a regime, whereas a political mythology is a cluster of such myths that reinforce one another and jointly constitute the historical element in the ideology of the regime or its rival. 21. The occasion for these observations by Thompson was his book analyzing South Africa's system of apartheid. Two of the basic building blocks of this particular political mythology are the fabricated notions, embedded in Afrikaner imperialist history, that the blacks of South Africa, apart from being barbaric, so-called Hottentot brutes, were themselves fairly recent arrivals in the southern part of the continent, and that they were relatively few in number when the first European colonizers arrived. 22. Thus, in the Afrikaner's mythical version of the South African past, European settlers moved into a land that was largely empty, except for a small number of newly arrived savages who in time succumbed to progress and thanks to the material comforts provided by the modern world, compared with the dark barbarism of their African ancestors, ultimately wound up benefiting from their own conquest. One of the functions of this particular type of historical myth was described some years ago by the historian Francis Jennings. In addition to the fact that large and ancient populations commonly are associated with civilization and small populations with savagery, Jennings noted that, in cases where an invading population has done great damage to an existing native culture or cultures, small subsequent population estimates regarding the pre-conquest size of the indigenous population nicely serve to smother retroactive moral scruples that otherwise might surface. 23. Writing a few years after Jennings, Robert F. Berkhofer made much the same point regarding manufactured historical views of native barbarism. The image of the savage, he stated flatly, serves to rationalize European conquest. 24. Jennings and Berkhofer could well have been writing about South Africa and its morally rationalizing post-conquest historians, but they were not. They were writing about America and its morally rationalizing post-conquest chroniclers. For the political mythology that long has served to justify the South African practice of apartheid finds a very close parallel in America's political mythology regarding the history of the Western Hemisphere's indigenous peoples. Indeed, this same form of official mendacity commonly underpins the falsified histories, written by the conquerors, of colonial and post-colonial societies throughout the world. Employing what Edward W. Said has called the moral epistemology of imperialism, the approved histories of such societies, the United States, Israel, South Africa, and Australia among them, commonly commence with what Said refers to as a blotting out of knowledge of the indigenous people. Adds another observer, native peoples in most general histories are treated in the same way that the fauna and flora of the region are, consigned to the category of miscellaneous information. They inhabit the realm of the etc. 25. Once the natives have thus been banished from collective memory, at least as people of numerical and cultural consequence, the settler group's moral and intellectual right to conquest is claimed to be established without question. As Frantz Fanon once put it, the colonialist reaches the point of no longer being able to imagine a time occurring without him. His eruption into the history of the colonized people is deified, transformed into absolute necessity. 26. Then, as Said has cogently observed, the settler group adorns itself with the mantle of the victim, the European homeland of the colonists or the metropolitan European power that politically controls the settlement area is portrayed as the oppressor, while the European settlers depict themselves as valiant seekers of justice and freedom, struggling to gain their deserved independence on the land that they discovered or that is theirs by holy right. In such post-independence national celebrations of self, it is essential that the dispossessed native people not openly be acknowledged, lest they become embarrassingly unwelcome trespassers whose legacy of past and ongoing persecution by the celebrants might spoil the festivities' moral tone. This particular celebration, however, has gone on long enough. Before turning to an examination of the European invasion of the Americas, then, and the monumental Indian population collapse directly brought on by that genocidal siege, it is necessary that we survey, however briefly, some of the cultures of the Americas, and the people who created them, in the millennia that preceded the European conquest. 2. C. Combined, North America and South America cover an area of 16 million square miles, more than a quarter of the land surface of the globe. To its first human inhabitants, tens of thousands of years ago, this enormous domain they had discovered was literally a world unto itself, a world of miles-high mountains and vast fertile prairies, of desert shrublands and dense tropical rainforests, of frigid Arctic tundra and hot murky swamps, of deep and fecund river valleys, of sparkling water lakes, of canopied woodlands, of savannas and steppes and thousands upon thousands of miles of magnificent ocean coast. There were places where it almost never rained, and places where it virtually never stopped. There were places where the temperature reached 130 degrees Fahrenheit, and places where it dropped to 80 degrees below zero. But in all these places, under all these conditions, eventually some native people made their homes. By the time ancient Greece was falling under the control of Rome, in North America the Adena culture already had been flourishing for 1,000 years. As many as 500 Adena living sites have been uncovered by modern archaeologists. Centered in present-day Ohio, they radiate out as far as Vermont, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and West Virginia. We will never know how many hundreds more such sites are buried beneath the modern cities and suburbs of the northeastern United States, but we do know that these early sedentary peoples lived in towns with houses that were circular in design and that ranged from single-family dwellings as small as 20 feet in diameter to multi-family units up to 80 feet across. These residences commonly were built in close proximity to large public enclosures of 300 feet and more in diameter that modern archaeologists have come to refer to as sacred circles because of their presumed use for religious ceremonial purposes. The buildings they constructed for the living, however, were minuscule compared with the receptacles they built for their dead, massive tombs, such as that at Grave Creek in West Virginia, that spread out hundreds of feet across and reached 7 stories in height and that were commonplace structures throughout Adena territory as early as 500 BC.C.1. In addition to the subsistence support of hunting and fishing, and gathering the natural fruit and vegetable bounty growing all around them, the ancient Adena people imported gourds and squash from Mexico and cultivated them along with early strains of maize, tubers, sunflowers, and other plant domesticates. Another import from South America was tobacco, which they smoked through pipes in rituals of celebration and remembrance. From neighboring residents of the area that we now know as the Carolinas they imported sheets of mica, while from Lake Superior and beyond to the north they acquired copper, which they hammered and cut and worked into bracelets and rings and other bodily adornments. Overlapping chronologically with the Adena was the Hopewell culture that grew in time to cover an area stretching in one direction from the northern Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico, in the other direction from Kansas to New York. The Hopewell people, who as a group were physiologically as well culturally distinguishable from the Adena, lived in permanent communities based on intensive horticulture, communities marked by enormous earthen monuments, similar to those of the Adena, that the citizenry built as religious shrines and to house the remains of their dead. 2 Literally tens of thousands of these towering earthen mounds once covered the American landscape from the Great Plains to the eastern woodlands, many of them precise, geometrically shaped, massive structures of 1,000 feet in diameter and several stories high, others such as the famous quarter-mile-long coiled snake at Serpent Mound, Ohio, were imaginatively designed symbolic temples. No society that had not achieved a large population and an exceptionally high level of political and social refinement, as well as a sophisticated control of resources, could possibly have had the time or inclination or talent to design and construct such edifices. In addition, the Hopewell people had trade networks extending to Florida in one direction and Wyoming and North Dakota in the other, through which they acquired from different nations of indigenous peoples the copper, gold, silver, crystal, quartz, shell, bone, obsidian, pearl, and other raw materials that their artisans worked into elaborately embossed and decorative metal foil, carved jewelry, earrings, pendants, charms, breastplates, and other objets d'art, as well as axes, adzes, awls, and more. Indeed, so extensive were the Hopewell trading relationships with other societies throughout the continent that archaeologists have recovered from the centers of Hopewell culture in Ohio more materials originating from outside than from within the region. 3. To the west of the Hopewell there emerged in time the innumerable villages of the seemingly endless plains, large, usually permanent communities of substantial, multi-family homes and common buildings, the villages themselves often fortified with stockades and dry, surrounding moats. These were the progenitors of the people: the Mandan, the Cree, the Blood, the Blackfoot, the Crow, the Piegan, the Hidatsa, the Arikara, the Cheyenne, the Omaha, the Pawnee, the Arapaho, the Kansa, the Iowa, the Osage, the Kiowa, the Wichita, the Comanche, the Plains Cree, various separate nations of Sioux, and others, including the Ute and Shoshone to the west, who became the classic nomads on horseback that often serve as the popular American model for all Indian societies. But even they did not resort to that pattern of life until they were driven to it by invading armies of displaced Europeans. Indeed, although the modern horse originated in the Americas, by 10,000 BC or so it had become extinct there as well. The only survivors from then until their reintroduction by the Spanish were the Old World breeds that long ago had moved across Beringia in the opposite direction from that of the human migrants, that is, from east to west and into Asia. Thus, there could not have been a nomadic life on horseback for the Indians of the plains prior to European contact, because there were no horses in North America to accommodate them. On the contrary, most of the people who lived in this region were successful hunters and farmers, well established in settled communities that were centered as are most of today's Midwestern towns in conjunction with the rivers and adjoining fertile valleys of the Great Plains. Others did relocate their towns and villages on cyclical schedules dictated by the drastically changing seasons of this area, disassembling and reassembling their portable homes known as teepees. These dwellings were far different from the image most modern Americans have of them. However, when one of the earliest European explorers of the southwestern plains first came upon an Indian village containing scores of carefully arranged teepees made of tanned hides, very bright red and white in color and bell-shaped, so large that in the most ordinary house, 4 different mattresses and beds are easily accommodated, he marveled at their comfort and extraordinary resistance to the elements, adding that they are built as skillfully as any house in Italy. Since the land area supporting the people of the plains included about 1 million square miles of earth, that is, more than twice the area of formerly Soviet Central Asia, all generalizations about the societies and cultures that occupied the land are invariably rife with exceptions. Roughly speaking, however, the Indian peoples of the western plains thrived well into the post-Columbian era on the enormous herds of bison along with elk, deer, bears, and other game that these descendants of ancient woolly mammoth hunters had used as their primary means of sustenance for thousands of years. The same generally was true on the southern plains. But these varied peoples also were very active traders, principally with the other, more densely settled cultures of the plains to the north and to the east, who raised advanced strains of maize and beans and other lesser-known plant crops, such as the unprepossessing but widely grown prairie turnip, which has 3 times the protein content of the potato and nearly the same level of vitamin C as most citrus fruits. 5. Far to the north of the plains settlements, from Baffin and Ellesmere Islands, off the coast of Greenland in the east, to the Yukon and beyond in the west, lay the enormous Arctic and subarctic areas, inhabited by the Igloolik, the Nelsilic, and other Eskimo peoples, as well as the Aleut, the Koyukon, the Ingallik, the Tanana, the Kulchin, the Han, the Nabesna, the Tagish, the Hare, the Talton, the Kaska, the Tsetsot, the Sekani, the Dogrub, the Saltos, the Naskapi, the Beothuk, and others. If it were a country unto itself, this dominion today would be the 7th largest nation on Earth in land area, just behind the entire continent of Australia, but larger than all of India including Kashmir. The first people to migrate here had moved into what one archaeologist has called the coldest, darkest, and most barren regions ever inhabited by man. But they were a hardy and tenacious lot whose varied and ingenious dwellings ranged from the well-known igloo snow house to the huge semi-subterranean barabara structures of the Aleutian Islands, each of them up to 200 feet long and 50 feet wide, and housing more than 100 people. The residents of these northernmost regions survived the rigorous tests of the natural environment, and they flourished, as that same archaeologist who had described this area in terms of its cold, dark, and barren harshness later acknowledged. The early inhabitants of the Arctic and subarctic possessed all the tools that gave them an abundant and secure economy. They developed a way of life that was probably as rich as any other in the non-agricultural and non-industrial world. 6. For subsistence. Along with the fish that they caught, and the birds that sometimes flocked so thickly overhead that they threatened to cover the sky, the people of this land hunted polar bears, Arctic fox, musk oxen, caribou, and narwhals, seals, and walruses. Forbidding though this place may seem to residents of the rest of the world, to its native people there was nothing, apart from one another, that they treasured so much. Observes anthropologist Richard K. Nelson, writing of the Koyukon, a people still living there today. To most outsiders, the vast expanse of forest, tundra, and mountains in the Koyukon homeland constitute a wilderness in the absolute sense of the word. But in fact the Koyukon homeland is not a wilderness, nor has it been for millennia. This apparently untrodden forest and tundra country is thoroughly known by a people whose entire lives and cultural ancestry are inextricably associated with it. The lakes, hills, river bends, sloughs, and creeks are named and imbued with personal or cultural meanings. Indeed, to the Koyukon these lands are no more a wilderness than are farmlands to a farmer or streets to a city dweller. 7. Nelson's point is affectingly well illustrated in a story told by environmental author Barry Lopez about a native woman, alone and melancholy in a hospital room, told another interviewer she would sometimes raise her hands before her eyes to stare at them. Right in my hand, I could see the shorelines, beaches, lakes, mountains, and hills I had been to. I could see the seals, birds, and game. 8. From the panhandle of Alaska south through the upper northwest and on down to the California border lived so many different cultural communities, densely settled and thickly populated, that we have no hope of ever recovering anything close to a complete record of their vibrant pasts. The Maka, the Strait, the Quileute, the Nitinat, the Nooksack, the Chimakam, the Halkomelem, the Squamish, the Quinault, the Pentlach, the Secheldt, the Twana, and the Lachutsi are a baker's dozen of linguistically and culturally separate peoples whose communities were confined to the relatively small area that today is bounded by Vancouver to the north and Seattle to the south, a distance of less than 150 miles. Overall, however, the native peoples of the northwest coast made their homes along more than 2,000 miles of coastline. Compared with other regions, archaeological research has been minimal in the northwest. As a result, while traditional estimates of the population prior to European contact rarely exceed a third of a million people, many more than that probably lived along this strip of land that is more extensive than the coastline of Peru, an area that supported about 6,500,000 people in a much harsher environment during pre-Columbian times. Indeed, one recent study has put the population of British Columbia alone at over 1 million prior to Western contact. 9 In addition to the coastal settlements, moreover, even as late as the 19th century, after many years of wholesale devastation, more than 100 tribes representing 15 different language groups lived on in British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, and Idaho, including the Chelan, the Yakima, the Palouse, the Walla Walla, the Nez Perce, the Umatilla, the Cayuse, the Flathead, the Coeur d'Alene, the Kalispel, the Colville, the Kootenai, the Sandpoil, the Wenatchee, the Methow, the Okanagan, the Entlakepamock, the Nicola, the Lelouch, the Shuswap, and more. Similarly, from the northern California border down to today's Golden Gate Bridge in the west and Yosemite National Park in the east, an area barely 250 miles by 200 miles, there lived the Tolowa, the Yurok, the Cholula, the Karok, the Shasta, the Wiyut, the Wildcat, the Hoopa, the Matole, the Chimariko, the Yana, the Nongadal, the Wintu, the Namlaki, the Lasik, the Wailaki, the Sinkyon, the Yuki, the Kato, the Modoc, the Ashimawai, the Atsugwi, the Maidu, the Nisanan, the Washo, the Konkau, the Patwin, the Wapo, the Lake Miwok, the Coast Miwok, the Pomo, and a branch of the Northern Paiute, to name but some of the Indian nations of this region, again, all culturally and linguistically distinct peoples, a diversity in an area of that size that probably has never been equaled anywhere else in the world. And we have not even mentioned the scores of other independent native communities and cultures that once filled the land along the entire western seaboard of Oregon and central and southern California, thick populations of people living off a cornucopia of earth and marine resources. As in so much of ancient America, the social and political systems of the West Coast cultures varied dramatically from one locale to the next. Much of the Northwest, for example, was inhabited by permanent settlements of fishing and intensive foraging peoples who lived in large wooden planked houses that often were elaborately decorated with abstract designs and stylized animal faces. Many of these houses and public buildings had an image of an animal's or bird's mouth framing their entryways, sometimes with huge molded wooden beaks attached that when open served as entrance and exit ramps. Northwest Coast peoples are perhaps best known, however, for their rich and demonstrative ceremonial lives and their steeply hierarchical political systems. Thus, the most common symbolic associations we make with these cultures involve their intricately carved totem poles and ritual masks, as well as their great status-proclaiming feasts known as potlatches. Indeed, from the time of first European contact on down to contemporary ethno-historical investigation, to outsiders the single most compelling aspect of these people's lives has always been their flamboyant display of wealth and their material extravagance. Given the natural riches of their surrounding environment, including lush and game-filled evergreen forests, salmon-thick rivers, and ocean waters warmed by the Japanese current, such festivals of conspicuous consumption are easily understood. The peoples of resource-rich California also were known for their complicated coastal inland trade networks and for their large multicultural fiestas, which apparently functioned in part to maintain and expand trade relationships. 10 But in addition and in contrast to their neighbors to the north, the California peoples were noteworthy for their remarkably egalitarian and democratically ordered societies. As anthropologists long ago demonstrated, native California peoples such as the Wintu found it difficult even to express personal domination and coercion in their language, so foreign were those concepts to their ways of life. 11 And for most of California's Indian peoples, those ways of life were directly tied to the great bounty nature had given them. Although many of them were, in a technical sense, hunter-gatherer societies, so rich in foodstuffs were the areas in which they settled that they had to move about very little in order to live well. Writing of the Ohlone peoples, a general name for 40 or so independent tribes and many thousands of people who inhabited the coastal area between present-day San Francisco and Monterey, Malcolm Margolin has put it well. With such a wealth of resources, the Olones did not depend upon a single staple. If the salmon failed to run, the people moved into the marshes to hunt ducks and geese. If the waterfowl population was diminished by a drought, the people could head for the coast where a beached whale or a run of smelts might help them through their troubles. And if all else failed, there were always shellfish, mussels, clams, and oysters, high in nutrients and theirs for the collecting. All around the Olones were virtually inexhaustible resources, and for century after century the people went about their daily life secure in the knowledge that they lived in a generous land, a land that would always support them. 12. In short, as Margolin writes, the Olones did not practice agriculture or develop a rich material culture, not because they failed, but because they succeeded so well in the most ancient of all ways of life. 13. Other California peoples did practice agriculture, however, and the very earliest European explorers found it and the numbers of people living in the region awe-inspiring. Describing his voyage along the southern California coast in 1542 and 1543, Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo repeatedly noted in his journal comments on the large houses he observed, the very fine valleys, much maize and abundant food, the many savannas and groves and magnificent valleys that were densely populated, as was, he added, the whole coastline. Again and again, wherever he went, he marveled at the many pueblos, the dense population, and the thickly settled coasts and plains. Even the small and subsequently uninhabited Santa Barbara Islands, lying 25 to 70 miles off the coast, San Miguel, Santa Rosa, Santa Cruz, Santa Catalina, San Clemente, Santa Barbara, San Nicolas were populated by a great number of Indians who greeted the Spanish ships in friendship and traded with them in ceremonies of peace. In all, from the islands to the coasts to the valleys and the plains that he observed, Cabrillo wrote, this densely populated country appears to be very fine. 14. Just what the population of California was at this time is unknown. The most commonly cited estimate is something in excess of 300,000, while other calculations have put it at 700,000 and more. 15. Although the larger figure is regarded by many scholars as excessive, both it and the lower number represent estimates for California's Indian population only in 1769, the time of the founding of the Franciscan mission, that is, more than 2 centuries after initial Spanish incursions into the region. Even at the time of Cabrillo's voyage in 1542, however, the Indians reported to him the presence of other Spaniards in the area who, he wrote, were killing many natives. And there is clear evidence that European diseases had a serious impact on California's native peoples throughout the 16th and 17th centuries. 16. Since, as we shall see in a later chapter, during those same 2 centuries the native population of Florida was reduced by more than 95%, primarily by Spanish-introduced diseases but also by Spanish violence, it is likely that the indigenous population of California also was vastly larger in the early 16th century than it was in 1769. A population of 300,000 for all of California, after all, works out to a population density somewhere between that of the Western Sahara and Mongolia today, hardly suggestive of Cabrillo's thickly settled and densely populated environs. Indeed, 700,000 rather than being excessive will in time likely turn out to have been an excessively conservative estimate. To the east of California lay the vast, dry spaces of the Southwest, what is now southern Utah and Colorado, parts of northwestern Mexico, southern Nevada, West Texas, and all of Arizona and New Mexico. The Papago, the Pima, the Yuma, the Mojave, the Yavapai, the Havasupai, the Hualapai, the Paiute, the Zuni, the Tewa, the Navajo, the Hopi, the Tawa, the Cacopa, the Tiwa, the Kiers, the Piro, the Suma, the Coahuiltec, and various Apache peoples are just some of the major extant cultures of the Southwest. And all these large cultural designations contain within them numerous smaller, but distinctive, indigenous communities. Thus, for example, the Coahuiltecs of the Texas-Mexico borderlands actually are more than 100 different independent peoples who are grouped together only because they speak the Coahuiltec language. 17. The major ancient cultural traditions of this region were those of the Anasazi, the Hohokam, and the Mogollon. Together, these cultures influenced the lives of peoples living, from east to west, across the virtual entirety of modern-day Arizona and New Mexico, and from Middle Utah and Colorado in the north to Mexico's Sonora and Chihuahua deserts in the south. This area has supported human populations for millennia, populations that were growing maize and squash more than 3,000 years ago. 18 Indeed, agriculture in the pre-Columbian era attained a higher level of development among the people of the Southwest than among any other group north of Mesoamerica. Beginning 1,700 years ago, the Hohokam, for example, built a huge and elaborate network of canals to irrigate their crops. Just one of these canals alone was 8 feet deep, 30 feet wide, 8 miles long, and was able to bring precious life to 8,000 acres of arid desert land. Other canals carried water over distances of more than 20 miles. 19 The general lingering fame of these societies, however, rests predominantly on their extraordinary artistry, craftsmanship, and architectural engineering, from fine and delicate jewelry and pottery to massive housing complexes. Among the numerous outstanding examples of Southwest architectural achievement are the Chacoan communities of the San Juan Basin in Colorado and New Mexico, within the Anasazi culture area. Chaco Canyon is near the middle of the San Juan Basin, and here, more than 1,000 years ago, there existed the metropolitan hub of hundreds of villages and at least 9 large towns constructed around enormous multi-storied building complexes. Pueblo Bonito is an example of one of these, a single, 4-story building with large high-ceilinged rooms and balconies. It contained 800 rooms, including private residences for more than 1,200 people and dozens of circular common rooms up to 60 feet in diameter. No single structure in what later became the United States housed this many people until the largest apartment buildings of New York City were constructed in the 19th century. But in its time Pueblo Bonito was far from unique. Posuinge, near present-day Ojo Caliente, is another example among many, a complex of several adjoining 3-story residential buildings. Posuinge contained more than 2,000 rooms. 20. In the dry surrounding countryside, the people of this region, not only the ancient Hohokam, constructed intricate canals and ditches, with diversion dams, floodgates, and other runoff control systems, alongside which they planted gardens. 21 So successful were these water management systems that, as Peter Nabokov and Robert Easton have observed, virtually all of the water that fell in the immediate vicinity was channeled down spillways and troughs to feed their gardens and replenish their reservoirs. 22 And in recent decades aerial photography has revealed the presence of great ancient roadways up to 30 feet wide that linked the hundreds of Chaco Canyon communities with at least 50 so-called outlier population centers up to 100 miles away, each of which contained its own complex of large, masonry pueblos. In all, it appears that these roads connected together communities spread out over more than 26,000 square miles of land, an area the size of Belgium and the Netherlands combined, although recent studies have begun to suggest that the Chaco region was even larger than the largest previous estimates have surmised. Indeed, as an indication of how much remains to be learned about these ancient peoples and societies, in the Grand Canyon alone more than 2,000 indigenous habitation sites have thus far been identified, of which only 3 have been excavated and studied intensively, while almost half of the canyon's 1,200,000 acres of land area has never even been seen at close range by an archaeologist or a historian. 23. Despite the enormous amount of organized labor that was necessary to construct their carefully planned communities, the native people of the Southwest have always been known for their political egalitarianism and their respect for personal autonomy. The earliest Spanish visitors to the Southwest, including Francisco Vázquez de Coronado in 1540 and Diego Pérez de Luxan in 1582, frequently commented on the widespread equality and codes of reciprocity they observed among such Pueblo peoples as the Hopi and the Zuni. The only significant class distinctions that could be discerned were those that granted power and prestige to the most elderly women and men. 24 Observing the descendants of these same peoples 400 years later, 20th century. Anthropologists continue to reach similar conclusions. It is fundamentally indecent, Anthropologist Clyde Kluckhohn once wrote of the Navajo, for a single individual to make decisions for the group 25 that was far from the case, however, for the Indians of the Southeast who were encountered by Hernando de Soto in the early 16th century during his trek north through Florida in search of gold. Here, much more hierarchical political and personal arrangements prevailed. At one location during his travels in the Southeast, de Soto was met by the female leader of the Cofitakeki Nation, who was carried in a sedan chair, was wrapped in long pearl necklaces, and rode in a cushion-filled and awning-covered boat. She commanded a large area of agriculturally productive land, once settled with dense clusters of towns and filled with impressively constructed ceremonial and burial sites. In plundering those sites, de Soto's men found elegantly carved chests and art objects, pearl-inlaid and copper-tipped weapons, and other valuables that at least one of the conquistadors compared favorably with anything he had seen in fabulously prosperous Mexico or Peru. It was an apt comparison, not only because the jewelry and pottery from this area is distinctly similar in many respects to that of Mesoamerica and the Andes, but because large and dense city-like settlements, built in stockade fashion and surrounded by intensely cultivated agricultural plantations, were common here, as were state and quasi-state organizations in the political realm. Major cultural centers here include those of the Caddo peoples, the Hasinai, the Bide, the Atacapa, the Tunica, the Chickasaw, the Tuskegee, the Natchez, the Homa, the Choctaw, the Creek, the Tahum, the Pensacola, the Apalachee, the Seminole, the Yamasee, the Cusabo, the Wakama, the Catawba, the Wakan, and again, as in other regions, many more. No other part of North America outside of Mesoamerica had such complex and differentiated societies, and no other area outside of the Northwest Coast and California was so linguistically diverse, much more diverse, in fact, than Western Europe is today. 26. Pottery developed in this region at least 4,000 years ago, and true agriculture followed about 1,000 years later. Although the people of the Southeast did hunt and fish, they lived primarily in sedentary communities distinguished by clusters of towering temple mounds, large public buildings that each held scores and sometimes hundreds of assigned seats for political and religious gatherings, and assemblages of individual family houses that spread out over as many as 15 to 20 miles. The people living in these state-like communities largely were nourished by enormous fields of corn, beans, and other produce that they harvested in 2 or even 3 crops each year and stored in corn cribs and granaries. They were superb basket makers, carpenters, potters, weavers, tanners, and fishermen. Some, like the Calusa, fished from large canoes in the open ocean, while they and others also gathered clams and oysters from the coasts and used weirs and basket traps and spears and stupefying herbs to catch fish in rivers and in streams. 27. The Calusa, in fact, are especially intriguing in that they defy conventional rules of political anthropology by having been a complex of hunting, fishing, and gathering societies that also were sedentary and highly stratified, with politically powerful and centralized governments. Paramount chiefs, who commanded standing armies of warriors who had no other work obligations, ruled directly over dozens of towns in their districts, while controlling dozens more through systems of tribute. Class rankings included nobles, commoners, and servants, while there were specialized roles for woodcarvers, painters, engravers, navigators, healers, and the scores of dancers and singers who performed on ceremonial occasions. And such festivities were both frequent and major affairs. One European account from the 16th century describes a paramount chief's house as large enough to accommodate 2,000 people without being very crowded. Moreover, such buildings were not especially large by southeastern coast standards. As J. Leach Wright, Jr., notes, similar structures in Apalachee, Timucua, and Guil held considerably more. 28. Elaborate social and cultural characteristics of this nature are not supposed to exist among non-agricultural or non-industrial peoples, but like many of the hunting and gathering societies of the Northwest, the Calusa lived in an environment so rich in easily accessible natural resources that agriculture was not needed to maintain large, stable, politically complex settlements. One measure of the great size of these communities can be seen in the middens, the refuse collection studied by archaeologists that the Calusa left behind. Throughout the world, among the largest shellfish middens known to exist are those at Erdebal in Denmark, where they range up to 30 acres in size and almost 10 feet in height. In comparison, shell middens from Calusa areas throughout southwest Florida have been found covering up to 80 acres of land and reaching to heights of 20 feet, that is, many times the cubic volume of the largest Erdebal middens. And yet, enormous as these deposits are, testifying to extraordinary concentrations of population, ethno-historical and archaeological evidence indicates that shellfish were not a major component of the Calusa diet. Point 29. Far to the north of the Calusa and the hundreds of other cultural centers in what today are Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Kentucky, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia, resided the Tuscarora, the Pamlico, the Secotnan, the Nottoway, the Weepemiac, the Meharan, the Powhatan, the Susquehannock, and the Delaware, to just begin a list that could be multiplied many times over. Beyond them, of course, were the great northern Iroquoian nations, the Seneca, the Oneida, the Mohawk, the Onondaga, the Cayuga, the Wenro, the Erie, the Petun, the Neutral, the Huron, and the St. Lawrence Iroquois. And the New England Indian nations, the Pennacook, the Nipmuc, the Massachusetts, the Wampanoag, the Niantic, the Nauset, the Pequot, the Mahican, the Narragansett, the Wapping-er, the Mohegan, and more. Traditionally, these native peoples were thought to have lived in very thinly populated settlements, but recent reanalyses of their population histories suggest that such separate nations as the Mohawk, the Munsee, the Massachusetts, the Mohegan, Pequot, and others filled their territorial areas with as many or more residents per square mile as inhabit most western regions in the present-day United States. Overall, according to one estimate, the Atlantic coastal plain from Florida to Massachusetts supported more than 2 million people before the arrival of the first Europeans. Point 30. Probably the most common association that is made with the congregations of northeastern cultures concerns their sophisticated domestic political systems and their formal networks of international alliances, such as the Five-Nation Confederacy of the Iroquois League, founded in the middle of the 15th century and composed of the independent Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, and Seneca peoples. Many writers, both historians and anthropologists, have argued that the League was a model for the United States Constitution, although much controversy continues to surround that assertion. The debate focuses largely on the extent of Iroquois influence on Euro-American political thought, however, since no one denies there was some influence. 31 Indeed, as numerous historians have shown, overall American Indian political and social organization had a powerful impact on European social thought, particularly in 17th and 18th century France. 32 In any case, however the controversy over Iroquois influence on the U.S. Constitution eventually is decided, it will not minimize the Iroquois achievement, since as one of the originators of the notion of a connection between the League and the Constitution, J.N.B. Hewitt of the Smithsonian Institution, admitted when he first propounded the hypothesis more than 50 years ago. Some of the ideas incorporated in the League of the Five Nations were far too radical even for the most advanced of the framers of the American Constitution. Nearly a century and a half was to elapse before the white men could reconcile themselves to woman suffrage, which was fundamental in the Indian government. They have not yet arrived at the point of abolishing capital punishment, which the Iroquois had accomplished by a very simple legal device. And child welfare legislation, prominent in the Iroquois scheme of things, had to wait for a century or more before the white men were ready to adopt it. 33. To limit a description of female power among the Iroquois to the achievement of woman suffrage, however, is to not even begin to convey the reality of women's role in Iroquois society. As the Constitution of the Five Nations firmly declared, the lineal descent of the people of the Five Nations shall run in the female line. Women shall be considered the progenitors of the nation. They shall own the land and the soil. Men and women shall follow the status of the mother. 34 In her survey and analysis of the origins of sexual inequality among the major cultures of the world, this is how anthropologist Peggy Reeves Sandy describes the exception of the Iroquois. In the symbolic, economic, and familial spheres the Iroquois were matriarchal, that is, female-dominated. Iroquoian women headed the family longhouse, and much of the economic and ceremonial life centered on the agricultural activities of women. Men were responsible for hunting, war, and intertribal affairs. Although women appointed men to league positions and could veto their decisions, men dominated league deliberations. This tension between male and female spheres, in which females dominated village life and left intertribal life to men, suggests that the sexes were separate but equal, at least during the Confederacy. Before the Confederacy, when the individual nations stood alone and consisted of a set of loosely organized villages subsisting on the horticultural produce of women, females may have overshadowed the importance of males. 35. Perhaps this is why, as Sandy later remarks, archaeological excavations of pre-Iroquoian village sites show that they were unfortified, suggesting that if there was an emphasis on warfare, it lacked major economic motivation, and conquest was an unknown objective. 36. And perhaps this also helps account for the unusually strong egalitarianism even among later Iroquois people as among other native peoples of the Northeast, on which early European visitors invariably remarked. The Jesuit Pierre de Charlevoix, for instance, traveled throughout what today is New York, Michigan, and eastern Canada, and marveled at the early age at which Indian children were encouraged, with success, in seemingly contradictory directions toward both prideful independence and cooperative, communal socialization. Moreover, he noted, the parents accomplished this goal by using the gentlest and subtlest of techniques. While fathers and mothers neglect nothing, in order to inspire their children with certain principles of honor which they preserve their whole lives, he wrote, they take care always to communicate their instructions on this head, in an indirect manner. An emphasis on pride and honor and thus on the avoidance of shame was the primary means of adult guidance. For example, notes Charlevoix, a mother on seeing her daughter behave ill bursts into tears, and upon the others asking her the cause of it, all the answer she makes is, "Thou dishonouredst me." It seldom happens that this sort of reproof fails of being efficacious. Some of the Indians, he adds, do begin to chastise their children, but this happens only among those that are Christians, or such as are settled in the colony. 37. The most violent act of disapprobation that a parent might use on a misbehaving child, Charlevoix and other visitors observed, was the tossing of a little water in the child's face, a gesture obviously intended more to embarrass than to harm. Children, not surprisingly, learned to turn the tables on their parents. Thus, Charlevoix found children threatening to do damage to themselves, or even kill themselves, for what he regarded as the slightest parental correction. "You shall not have a daughter long to use so," he cites as a typical tearful reaction from a chastised young girl. If this has a familiar ring to some late 20th century readers, so too might the Jesuits' concern about the Indians' permissive methods of child rearing. It would seem, he says, that a childhood so ill instructed should be followed by a very dissolute and turbulent state of youth. But that, in fact, is not what happened, he notes, because on the one hand the Indians are naturally quiet and betimes masters of themselves, and are likewise more under the guidance of reason than other men, and on the other hand, their natural disposition, especially in the northern nations, does not incline them to debauchery. 38. The Indians' fairness and dignity and self-control that are commented on by so many early European visitors manifested themselves in adult life in various ways, but none more visibly than in the natives' governing councils. This is evident, for example, in a report on the Hurons' councils by Jean de Brebeuf during the summer of 1636. One of the most remarkable things about the Indian leaders' behavior at these meetings, he wrote, is their great prudence and moderation of speech. I would not dare to say they always use this self-restraint, for I know that sometimes they sting each other, but yet you always remark a singular gentleness and discretion. Very time I have been invited I have come out from them astonished at this feature. 39. Added Charlevoix on this same matter. It must be acknowledged, that proceedings are carried on in these assemblies with a wisdom and a coolness, and a knowledge of affairs, and I may add generally with a probity, which would have done honor to the Areopagus of Athens, or to the Senate of Rome, in the most glorious days of those republics. The reason of this is, that nothing is resolved upon with precipitation, and that those violent passions, which have so much disgraced the politics even of Christians, have never prevailed amongst the Indians over the public good. 40. Similar observations were made of other Indian societies up and down the eastern seaboard. 41. In addition, most natives of this region, stretching from the densely settled southern shores of the Great Lakes across to northern Maine on down to the tidewater area of Virginia and over to the Cumberland River in Tennessee, displayed to their neighbors, and to strangers as well, a remarkable ethic of generosity. As the Jesuit Joseph François Lafita, who lived among the Indians for 6 years, observed, if a cabin of hungry people meets another whose provisions are not entirely exhausted, the latter share with the newcomers the little which remains to them without waiting to be asked, although they expose themselves thereby to the same danger of perishing as those whom they help at their own expense so humanely and with such greatness of soul. In Europe we should find few disposed, in like cases, to a liberality so noble and magnificent. 42. As with our earlier enumerations and comments on native peoples across the length and breadth of the continent, these examples of Eastern indigenous cultures are only superficial and suggestive, touching here on aspects of the political realm, there on intimate life, and elsewhere on material achievement, in an effort to point a few small spotlights into corners that conventionally are ignored by historians of America's past. Untold hundreds of other culturally and politically independent Indian nations and tribes that we have not even tried to survey filled the valleys and plains and woodlands and deserts and coastlines of what are now Canada and the United States. So many more, in fact, that to name the relative few that we have, this tiny percentage of the whole, risks minimizing rather than illustrating their numbers. Perhaps the best way to convey some sense of these multitudes and varieties of culture is simply to note that a recent listing of the extant Indian peoples of North America produced a compilation of nearly 800 separate nations, about half of which are formally recognized by the United States as semi-sovereign political entities, but then cautioned that the list is not exhaustive with regard to their subdivisions or alternate names. There are thousands more of both. 43. In the same way that in the villages and towns and nations of other continents of Asia and Africa and Europe the social structures and political networks and resource production systems of different communities varied greatly from place to place and from time to time, so too was there astounding diversity and multiformity among North America's aboriginal peoples. As on those other continents, both in the past and in the present, some communities were small, isolated, provincial, and poor, barely scraping subsistence from the soil. Others were huge urban and commercial centers where large numbers of people, entirely freed from the necessity of subsistence work, carried out other tasks of artistry, engineering, construction, religion, and trade. And, between these extremes, there was a rich variety of cultural organization, a great diversity of social design. But in all these communities, regardless of size or organizational complexity, human beings lived out the joys and sorrows, the mischief, the humor, the high seriousness and tragedy, the loves, fears, hatreds, jealousies, kindnesses, and possessed all the other passions and concerns, weaknesses and strengths, that human flesh throughout the world is heir to. Over time, cultures and empires in North America rose and fell, only to be replaced by other peoples whose material and political successes also waxed and waned while the long centuries and millennia inexorably unfolded. Not all the cultures surveyed in the preceding pages were contemporaneous with one another, certain of them ascended or declined centuries apart. Some of the societies that we have mentioned here, and some that went unmentioned, have long since disappeared almost without a trace. Others continue on. Some have had their remains so badly plundered that virtually nothing of them any longer exists, such as the once massive Spiro Mound, a monument of an eastern Oklahoma people, that was looted of its treasures in the 1930s by the farmer who owned the land on which it stood. Literally tons of shell, pearl, and other precious objects were hauled out in wheelbarrows and sold by the side of the road. And then, for good measure, once the mound was emptied, the farmer had it dynamited into rubble. 44. In contrast, Other large communities have left immense and permanent reminders of their past glories, such as the huge earthen mound at Cahokia, Illinois. At the center of a large community that sprawled down the banks of the Illinois River for a distance as great as that from one end of San Francisco to the other today, with houses spread out over more than 2,000 acres of land, stood a gigantic man-made structure extending 10 stories into the air and containing 22 million cubic feet of earth. At its base, this monument, which was larger than the Great Pyramid of Egypt, covered 16 acres of land. About 120 other temple and burial mounds rose up in and around Cahokia, which acted as the urban core for more than 50 surrounding towns and villages in the Mississippi Valley, and which by itself probably had a population of well over 40,000 people. In size and social complexity, Cahokia has been compared favorably with some of the more advanced Maya city-states of ancient Mesoamerica. 45 And it was fully flourishing almost 2,000 years ago. These, then, are just some examples of the great multitudes of permanently settled societies that constituted what commonly and incorrectly are thought of today as the small and wandering bands of nomads who inhabited North America's virgin land before it was discovered by Europeans. In fact, quite to the contrary of that popular image, as the eminent geographer Carlo Sauer once pointed out. For the most part, the geographic limits of agriculture have not been greatly advanced by the coming of the white man. In many places we have not passed the limits of Indian farming at all. In general, it may be said that the plant domesticates of the New World far exceeded in range and efficiency the crops that were available to Europeans at the time of the discovery of the New World. The ancient Indian plant breeders had done their work well. In the genial climates, there was an excellent, high-yielding plant for every need of food, drink, seasoning, or fiber. On the climatic extremes of cold and drought, there still were a remarkable number of plant inventions that stretched the limits of agriculture about as far as plant growth permitted. One needs only to dip into the accounts of the early explorers and colonists, especially Spanish, to know the amazement with which the Europeans learned the quality and variety of crop plants of Indian husbandry. 46. Still, wildly inaccurate though the popular historical perception of Indian America as an underpopulated virgin land clearly is, on one level, a comparative level, the myth does contain at least a shred of truth. For despite the large, prolific, sophisticated, permanently settled, and culturally varied populations of people who inhabited the Americas north of Mexico prior to the coming of Columbus, their numbers probably did not constitute more than 10 to 15% of the entire population of the Western Hemisphere at that time. 2. The number of people living north of Mexico in 1492 is now generally estimated to have been somewhere between what one scholar describes as a conservative total of more than 7 million and another's calculation of about 18 million. 47 These figures are 10 to 20 times higher than the estimates of scholars half a century ago, but even the largest of them is dwarfed by the population of central Mexico alone on the eve of European contact. As noted earlier, probably about 25 million people, or about 7 times the number living in all of England, were residing in and around the Great Valley of Mexico at the time of Columbus's arrival in the New World. But the Aztec Empire, with its astonishing white city of Tenochtitlan, was at the end of the 15th century only the most recent in a long line of magnificent and highly complex cultures that had evolved in Mesoamerica, where more than 200 separate languages once were spoken over the course of nearly 3,000 years. Sometime around 2500 BC, villages were being established in the valley of Oaxaca, each of them containing probably no more than a dozen or so houses surrounding a plaza that served as the community's ceremonial center. After about 1,000 years of increasing sophistication in the techniques of growing and storing foodstuffs, by 1500 BC, around the time of Amenhotep I in Egypt and 1,000 years before the birth of Pericles in Athens, these people had begun to merge into the Olmec Empire that was then forming in the lowlands off the southernmost point of the Gulf Coast in Mexico. Very little detail is known about Olmec culture or social structure, nor about everyday life in the other complex societies that had begun to emerge in northwest Central America at an even earlier time. But there is no doubt that in both regions, between 1500 BC and 2000 BC, there existed civilizations that provided rich cultural lives for their inhabitants and that produced exquisite works of art. 48. The core of the Olmec population was situated in a river-laced crescent of land that stretched out across the Isthmus of Tehuantepec on Mexico's southern Gulf Coast. At first glance this appears to be an inhospitable area for the founding of a major population center and civilization, but periodic flooding of the region's rivers created a marshy environment and the richest agricultural lands in Mexico, land that often has been compared to the Nile Delta in Egypt. From about 1200 BC to 900 BC the center of Olmec culture was located in what is now known as San Lorenzo, after which it was moved to La Venta. Here, in the symbolic shadow of their Great Pyramid, about 3,500,000 cubic feet in volume, a construction project that is estimated to have taken the equivalent of more than 2,000 worker years to complete, the Olmecs farmed extensively, worshipped their gods, enjoyed athletic contests involving ball games and other sports, and produced artworks ranging from tiny, meticulously carved, jade figurines to enormous basalt sculpted heads more than 10 feet tall. Neither the jade nor the basalt used for these carvings was indigenous to the areas immediately surrounding either of the Olmec capitals. The jade apparently was brought in, along with other items, through a complicated trade network that spread out across the region at least as far as Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica. The basalt, on the other hand, was available from quarries in the Tuxtla Mountains, a little more than 50 miles away. From here in the mountains, writes archaeologist Michael Coe, in all probability the stones designated to become the huge carvings were dragged down to navigable streams and loaded on great balsa rafts, then floated first down to the coast of the Gulf of Mexico, then up the Coatzacoalcos River, from whence they would have to be dragged, probably with rollers, up the San Lorenzo Plateau. Coe observes that the amount of labor which must have been involved staggers the imagination, as indeed it does, considering that the finished sculptures formed from these enormous boulders themselves often weighed in excess of 20 tons. 49. Before the dawn of the West's Christian era, another great city was forming well north of the Olmec region and to the east of the Lake of the Moon, Teotihuacan. Built atop an enormous underground lava tube that the people of the area had expanded into a giant cave with stairways and large multi-chambered rooms of worship, this metropolis reached its pinnacle by the end of the 2nd century AD, about the time that, half a world away in each direction, the Roman Empire and the Han Dynasty in China were teetering on the brink of ultimate collapse. Teotihuacan was divided into quarters, bisected from north to south and east to west by 2 wide, 4-mile-long boulevards. Constructed around a 9-square-mile urban core of almost wall-to-wall buildings made from white stucco that was brightly painted with religious and mythological motifs, the overall alignment of the city with everything consistently oriented to 15 degrees 25 minutes east of true north evidently had religio-astronomical meaning that has yet to be deciphered. 50 At its peak, the city and its surroundings probably contained a population of about 250,000 people, making it at the time one of the largest cities in the world. The density of population in the city itself far exceeded that of all but the very largest American metropolises today. Teotihuacan too had its great pyramids, the huge, 20-story high Pyramid of the Sun and slightly smaller Pyramid of the Moon. In addition, the city contained numerous magnificent palace compounds. Typical of these was the Palace of Colalpan, with 45 large rooms and 7 forecourts arranged around a sunken central courtyard that was open to the sky. Smaller sunken courts existed in many of the surrounding rooms as well, with light and air admitted through openings in the high column-supported ceilings, a design reminiscent of Roman atria. 51 Those not fortunate enough to live in one of Teotihuacan's palaces apparently lived in large apartment complexes, such as one that has been unearthed in the ruins on the eastern side of the city, containing at least 175 rooms, 5 courtyards, and more than 20 atria-like forecourts. So splendid and influential was the architecture and artwork of this immense urban center that a smaller, contemporary reproduction of it, a town that Michael Coe says is in all respects a miniature copy of Teotihuacan, has been found in the highlands of Guatemala 650 miles away. 52. Many other cultures were flourishing in Mesoamerica while Teotihuacan was in its ascendancy, some in areas of lush farming potential, others in regions where complex irrigation techniques were devised to coax life from agriculturally marginal land. The Zapotec civilization in a previously almost uninhabited part of the valley of Oaxaca is a prime example of this latter situation. And in the heart of Zapotec country another major city emerged, Monte Alban, an urban center that may have been unique in all the world as a politically neutral capital for a confederation of semi-independent and historically adversarial political states. 53 Politically neutral or not, however, Monte Alban clearly was an important ceremonial community, spread out over 15 square miles of land, and containing public plazas, temple platforms, and public buildings, including the Palace of Los Danzantes, constructed around 3 towering central pyramids. The city's many residents, for the most part, lived in homes built on more than 2,000 terraces that they had carved into the hillsides from which Monte Alban later took its European name. Monte Alban's population usually is estimated to have been somewhat in excess of 30,000, but a recent analysis of the agricultural potential of adjacent farmland has raised some questions about that number that have yet to be addressed. It shows the 30,000 figure to be less than 10% of the population that could have been supported by available foodstuffs. 54. All of this, and much more, predates by centuries the rise of classic Maya civilization during the time of what traditionally has been known in Europe as the Dark Ages. Indeed, with every passing year new discoveries are made suggesting that we have hardly even begun to recognize or understand the rich cultural intricacies of pre-Columbian Mesoamerican life. A recent example was the discovery in 1987 of a huge, 4-ton basalt monument in a riverbed near the tiny Mexican village of La Mojara. What made this find so confounding was that the monument is covered with a finely carved inscription of more than 500 hieroglyphic characters, surrounding an elaborate etching of a king, hieroglyphics of a type no modern scholar had ever seen, and dating back almost 2 centuries before the earliest previously known script in the Americas, that of the Maya. It has long been recognized that several less complex writing traditions existed in Mesoamerica as early as 700 BC, but the monument found in La Mojara is a complete writing system as sophisticated as that of the Maya, yet so different that epigraphers, who study and analyze hieroglyphics, don't know where to begin in trying to decipher it. Whoever created the monument and whatever other examples may exist of this unknown, but highly literate culture that otherwise has disappeared without a trace was able to employ a complicated array of very stylized syllabic letters and other geometric symbols that acted as punctuation throughout the text. But as well as the task of attempting to decipher the writing, the concerns of archaeologists have quickly focused on the site itself. After all, La Mojara today is but a small, remote village and has always been considered a fairly insignificant archaeological site. Yet, says archaeologist Richard Deal, here we have this wonderful monument and incredible text. What happened at La Mojara? And how many other La Mojaras were there? 4. As the initial published report on the La Mojara discovery observes, at the very least it has added another interesting piece to what has become a very complex mosaic. Scholars now suspect there must have been many sophisticated local writing traditions before the Maya. 55. Until if ever questions like these are answered, however, popular interest in early Mesoamerican society will continue to focus on the Maya. And for good reason. The Maya, after all, created what has to be one of the most extraordinary civilizations the world has ever known, a civilization that governed 50 or more independent states and that lasted in excess of 1,000 years. The Maya Empire stretched out over a vast land area of more than 100,000 square miles, beginning in the Yucatan region of southern Mexico, across and down through present-day Belize and Guatemala toward the borders of Honduras and El Salvador. No one knows how large the Maya population was at its zenith, but scholarly estimates have ranged as high as 8 to 10 to 13 million for just the Yucatan portion of the empire, an area covering only 1/3 of Maya territory. 56 scores of major cities, all of them filled with monumental works of art and architecture, blanketed the lands of the Maya. Cities such as Camanaljuyu, the key center for the growth of early Maya culture, Ixtlan, a vibrant arts community, Palenque, with its extraordinary palatial architecture, Copan, with its acropolis and its elegant and serene statuary, totally absent of any martial imagery, Uxmal, with its majestic quadrangle and mysterious pyramid of the magician, and the great Toltec Maya cities like Tula and the grandly opulent Chichen Itza, to name just some of the more magnificent of such urban complexes. Maya cities were geographically larger and less densely populated than were other Mesoamerican urban centers, particularly those of central Mexico. Thus, for instance, the wondrous city of Tikal, in the middle of the luxuriant Petén rainforest, seems to have contained more than 3 times the land area of Teotihuacan, and also had a huge population, but a population less concentrated than Teotihuacan's because most of its buildings and residential compounds were separated by carefully laid out gardens and wooded groves. Current research also is demonstrating that Tikal's population, now estimated at between 90,000 and 100,000 people, was sustained by an elaborate system of immense catchment reservoirs that may have been constructed in other lowland urban areas as well. Combined with advanced agricultural techniques that allowed Tikal's farmers to coax enormous crop yields out of raised wetland gardens, the reservoir systems probably enabled population densities in rural Maya communities to exceed 500 people per square mile, that is, as high as the most intensively farmed parts of rural China, while urban core areas attained densities as high as 5,000 persons per square mile, more than half the density of the high-rise city of Detroit today. 57. It was with the support of this sort of extraordinary agricultural foundation that Maya populations fanned out well beyond the outer boundaries of their cities, filling thousands of square miles with non-urban peoples, in some cases virtually from the portals of one major city to the gates of the next. To use Tikal as an example once again, a detailed recent archaeological demographic analysis has shown that at least 425,000 people, 4 to 5 times the population of the city itself, and a much higher number than ever before supposed, were under the city's direct control throughout the surrounding countryside. 58. Many thick volumes have been written on the wonders of Maya culture and civilization, its economic organization and trade networks, its fabulous artworks, its religion and literature, its complex calendrical and astrological systems, and more. This is not the place to try to review any of this work, but it is important at least to point out how little we still know of these people. Their involved writing system, combining elements of both phonetic and ideographic script, for example, appears to have been fully expressive of the most intricate and abstract thinking and has been compared favorably to Japanese, Sumerian, and Egyptian, but it continues to defy complete translation. Similarly, for many years the absence of a gridwork layout to streets, plazas, and buildings in Maya cities puzzled scholars. Right angles weren't where they logically should have been, buildings skewed off oddly and failed to line up in the expected cardinal directions, everything seemed to twist away from an otherwise generally northward presentation. Apparently, said some archaeologists, Maya builders were incompetent and couldn't construct simple right angles. Given the exquisite and precise alignments of every other aspect of Maya architecture, however, others thought this to be at best a hasty criticism. And now it is beginning to become evident that these seeming eccentricities of engineering had nothing to do with incompetence. On the contrary, a complicated and original architectural pattern had always been present, the same pattern, some began to notice, in city after city after city, but its conceptual framework was so foreign to conventional Western perception and thought that it remained effectively invisible. Recently, the code, as it were, of Maya engineering and construction has begun to be deciphered, and the story it reveals is mind-boggling. So precise were the Maya calendrical measurements and astronomical observations, and so central were these cosmic environmental calculations to their ritual and everyday lives, that the Maya constructed their cities in such a way that everything lined up exactly with specific celestial movements and patterns, particularly as they concerned the appearance and disappearance of the planet Venus in the evening sky. 59. We will never understand deeply the world of the ancient Maya. Too much has already been lost. But, in addition to what is known about their exceptional achievements in creating a vast and complex empire of trade, commerce, politics, urban planning, architecture, art, and literature, What anthropologist and astronomer Anthony Aveni has said about the life of the mind among the Maya surely is correct. Their cosmology lacks the kind of fatalism present in our existential way of knowing the universe, one in which the purposeful role of human beings seems diminished. These people did not react to the flow of natural events by struggling to harness and control them. Nor did they conceive of themselves as totally passive observers in the essentially neutral world of nature. Instead, they believed they were active participants and intermediaries in a great cosmic drama. The people had a stake in all temporal enactments. By participating in the rituals, they helped the gods of nature to carry their burdens along their arduous course, for they believed firmly that the rituals served formally to close time cycles. Without their life's work the universe could not function properly. Here was an enviable balance, a harmony in the partnership between humanity and nature, each with a purposeful role to play. 60. If we were fully to follow the course of Mesoamerican culture and civilization after the Maya, we next would have to discuss the great Toltec state, and then the Mixtecs, and finally the Aztecs, builders of the great cities like Tenochtitlan, with which the previous chapter began. Of course, the empire of the Aztecs was much more extensive than that described earlier, centered on the Lake of the Moon. At its peak the empire reached well over 700 miles to the south of Tenochtitlan, across the valley of Oaxaca, past the Isthmus of Tehuantepec, and into the Piedmont and rich coastal plain of the province of Cocanaco on the border of modern-day Guatemala. Some provinces were completely subservient to the empire's might, while others, such as large and powerful Tlaxcalan to the east, retained its nation within an empire independence. Still others warded off Aztec control entirely, such as the immense Tarascan kingdom to the north, about which little yet is known, but which once stretched out over 1,000 miles across all of Mexico from the Gulf on one side to the Pacific Ocean on the other. And then in Central America, beyond the reach of Maya or later Aztec influence, there were the culturally and linguistically independent Lenca peoples, the Jacoc, the Paya, the Sumu, and the Corotega of present-day Honduras. In pre-Columbian times Honduras may easily have had a population in excess of 1,400,000 people, almost a third of what it contains even today. 61 Further to the south, Nicaragua's indigenous population probably reached at least 1,600,000 before the arrival of the Spanish, a little less than half of what the country's population is at present. 62 In all, current estimates of the size of pre-Columbian Central America's population range from a low of about 5,650,000 to a high of more than 13,500,000. 63 The latter figure represents nearly half the 1990 population of these turbulent and rapidly growing nations. And still we have not yet begun to discuss the entire continent of South America, by itself almost twice the size of China, larger than all of Europe and Australia combined. A glance at the South American civilizations might begin with the cluster of independent chiefdoms that once dominated the northern Andes, where Ecuador and Colombia are today. These are commonly overlooked cultures in modern history texts, but they were not ignored by the first Europeans in the New World, who were drawn to them because of the fantastic wealth in gold and gems that they promised. One story that the conquistadors had heard, and one that turned out to be true, concerned the Muisques, a people who lived in the vicinity of Lake Guatavita, a lake formed in the distant past by the impact of a falling meteor, high in the mountains of Colombia. Whenever a new leader of the Muisques acceded to power, the coronation ritual involved his being anointed with a sticky gum or clay to which gold dust would adhere when sprayed on his body, apparently through tubes of cane stalk. Once thus transformed into a living statue of gold, the new leader stepped onto a raft that was laden down with gold and emerald jewelry. Specially garbed priests aboard the raft then directed it to the center of the lake. At the same time, the entire Muisques population surrounded the lake, playing musical instruments and holding many more gold and emerald implements in their hands. At an appointed moment, possibly as dawn broke and the lake's waters and the new leader's gilded body gleamed in the morning sun, he dove into the center of the lake, washing away the gold dust as his people threw their precious offerings into the sacred water-filled meteor crater. A small fragment of the Muisques gold that survived the earliest Spanish depredations, along with some gold from other peoples of the region, is now housed in the Museo del Oro of the Banco de la República in Bogotá. It consists of about 10,000 golden artifacts, everything from small animal carvings and masks to spoons and nose rings. As one writer describes the experience of viewing this treasure house, unwittingly donated by a people about whom most of us have never heard. You walk down a corridor lined on both sides with display cases, each case packed with these opulent creations. You turn right, walk down another corridor past more of the same. Then more. And more. Finally, instead of going out, you are led into a dark room. After you have been there a while, the lights begin rising so gradually that you expect to hear violins, and you find yourself absolutely surrounded by gold. If all of Tut's gold were added to this accumulation, together with everything Schliemann plucked from Mycenae and Hissarlik, you could scarcely tell the difference. 64. Turning from the northernmost parts of the Andes to the immediate south, we encounter the region where, at the time of Columbus, the single most extensive empire on earth was located, the land of the Inca, stretching down the mountainous western spine of South America over a distance equivalent to that now separating New York and Los Angeles. This is a land with an ancient history. More than 4,000 years before the flowering of the Incas, other cultures had existed in this region, some of which were built entirely on intricate systems of trade. The earliest of these seem to have been in the Andean highlands, communities such as La Galjada, Huaracoto, Huacalama, and others characterized by large populations and extraordinary multi-storied works of monumental architecture. Many of these sites, just being uncovered and analyzed today, are causing excitement in archaeological circles because, as one scholar points out, Mesoamerica, long thought to be the precocious child of the Americas, was still confined to the Mesoamerican village during the time we are talking about, and monumental architecture in Peru was 1,000 years old when the Olmecs began their enterprise. 65. For the sake of world cultural context, this also means that Peruvian monumental architecture was in place by the time the painted pottery culture of Neolithic northern China emerged, that it existed before England's Stonehenge was created, and that it was already about 1,000 years old when Tutankhamun's body was being embalmed in Egypt. These were societies, as noted, that developed in the Andean highlands. Others, also of ancient origin, emerged in coastal areas. One example, still being excavated by archaeologists today, is a complex of enormous stone structures known as El Paraiso that is located on the central Peruvian coast. Here, around 3,800 years ago, there stood a large urban center that drew sustenance from fishing and the cultivation of some edible plants, such as beans and peppers, but whose dominant agricultural product was cotton. The inhabitants of El Paraiso used their cotton plantations to produce raw materials for the manufacture of fishing nets and clothing, which they traded with other coastal and highland communities to complement their limited variety of foodstuffs. Of especial interest to political historians is the fact that this large and complex society, whose residential and ceremonial buildings had required the quarrying of at least 100,000 tons of rock from the surrounding hillsides, apparently existed for centuries without a centralized political power structure. All the archaeological evidence uncovered thus far indicates that the people of El Paraiso built their huge stone structures and carried out their highly organized monocrop agriculture and trade while living under remarkably egalitarian political conditions. 66. In contrast, during its relatively brief reign 3,000 years later, the Inca Empire was directed by a highly structured elite whose powers encompassed and governed, either directly or indirectly, nearly 100 entirely different linguistic, ethnic, and political communities. 67. These included the people who built the splendid, cloud-enveloped, and almost otherworldly Andean city of Machu Picchu, high in the remote forested mountains, so high and so remote that once Machu Picchu was deserted it was not found again until the 20th century. And then there were and are the Nazca people, whose culture was flourishing 2,000 years ago. These are the people who created on the barren desert floor south of present-day Lima enormous etchings of various living things: hummingbirds, condors, dogs, plants, spiders, sharks, whales, and monkeys as well as spiritual figures, domestic designs, and precisely aligned geometric patterns, including trapezoids, triangles, zigzags, and spirals. Because of their great size, the full patterns of these perfectly drafted images can only be seen from the air or from very high ground. As a result, outlandish modern theories of origin have circulated widely, betraying once again our unthinking disparagement of the native peoples of this region who, it intuitively is thought, could not possibly have created anything so monumental and precise. Interestingly, many of the same designs from the desert floor are found decorating ancient Nazca ceramics as well, and additional oversize animal representations and other designs, less famous and smaller in scale, have also been found in North American deserts, 3,000 miles away. 68. Compared with Mesoamerican cities, those of the Incas were almost austere. Even the fabulous city of Cuzco at first seemed most brilliant in its superb surface simplicity, its streets laid out on a cruciform plan, its houses mostly single-story affairs with steeply pitched roofs to fend off the heavy rains of the Andes. Apart from its gold, the first Europeans were most impressed with Cuzco's exceptional cleanliness, perhaps exemplified by the clear water rivers and streams from the mountains that flowed through the center of the Inca capital. Before entering the city, these waters, upstream pools and rivulets, provided bathing and recreation for Cuzco's inhabitants. 4 years after the Spanish conquest, wrote one conquistador, it was common to find there small gold ornaments or pins which forgot or dropped while bathing. 69. As the waters ran through Cuzco, however, they were captured and diverted into perfectly engineered stone gutters that followed the routes of the city's many streets, helping to wash away debris and keep the roadways clean. At the center of Cuzco was an enormous plaza, large enough to accommodate 100,000 people, wrote the Spanish friar Martín de Murua, and here any sense of the city's austerity ended. When the pleasure-loving people of this metropolis held their frequent dances and festivals in the square, it was roped off with a fine cable of gold, immensely long and fringed at both ends with bright red wool. Around the ceremonial square stood Cuzco's palaces, each built by an Inca ruler during his reign. Here lay the dead leaders' mummified remains, along with all their furniture and treasures. There were no locks or keys and nothing in the palaces was hidden. As John Hemming puts it, the Incas were too confident of the security of their empire and the honesty of its citizens to hide their dead rulers' possessions. 70. All the Inca palaces were different, made of various types of marble, rare woods, and precious metal, but each had at least one common characteristic: enormous halls and ballrooms capable of holding up to 4,000 people for banquets and dances when the weather prevented such festivities from being held outdoors. One such hall, which served on rainy days as a plaza for festivals and dances, was so large, wrote Garcilaso de la Vega, that 60 horsemen could very easily play canis inside it. More exquisite even than the palaces, however, was the famed Temple of the Sun, Coricancha. A magnificent masonry structure with precisely curved and angled walls, Coricancha's majesty was crowned with an 8-inch wide band of solid gold that encircled the entire building below the roof line. Along with all the other treasure that it held, at the temple's center was a ceremonial font and a massive altar of gold, surrounded by gold and silver images of the moon, of stars, of thunder, and the great Puncheo, a massive golden sun, expertly crafted and encrusted with precious jewels. Of all this, though, it was the garden within its walls that most amazed the chroniclers who wrote about Coricancha, a simple garden of maize, but an artificial garden with the stem and leaves of each perfect plant delicately fashioned in silver, while each crowning ear of corn was carved in gold. 71. Cuzco's population in pre-Columbian times probably was somewhere between 150,000 and 200,000. Beyond the city itself, many more people, living and working on vast maize plantations, filled the surrounding valleys. Although some Mesoamerican cities, such as Tenochtitlan, were larger, few cities in Europe at the time even approached the size of Cuzco. Nor would any of them have been able to compete with Cuzco in terms of the treasures it contained or the care with which it was laid out. For we now know that Cuzco was built following a detailed clay model master plan, and that, as can be seen from the air, the outline of its perimeter was designed to form the shape of a puma, with the famed temple fortress of Sacsayhuaman at its head. 72. But if Cuzco was unique within Peru for the lavishness of its appointments, it was far from alone in the large number of its inhabitants. Other cities in other Andean locales were also huge. Some are famous today, others are not. Among this latter group was the provincial city of Jaja. Here is a short description of it by Miguel de Ested, one of the earliest Spaniards to set eyes on it. The town of Jaja is very large and lies in a beautiful valley. A great river passes near it, and its climate is most temperate. The land is fertile. Jaja is built in the Spanish manner with regular streets, and has several subject villages within sight of it. The population of the town and the surrounding countryside was so great that, by the Spaniards' reckoning, 100,000 people collected in the main square every day. The markets and streets were so full that every single person seemed to be there. 73. 100,000 people gathered in the marketplace of a single provincial city each day. Many historians intuitively have supposed this to be an exaggeration, but after conducting the most detailed and exhaustive of Peru's population histories to date, Noble David Cook has concluded that the number does not appear extravagant. 74. To feed a population as enormous as this, and a population spread out over such a vast area, the Incas cut miles upon miles of intricate and precisely aligned canals and irrigated agricultural terraces from the steep Andean hillsides in their mountain home, and to move those foodstuffs and other supplies from one area to another they constructed more than 25,000 miles of wide highways and connecting roads. Both engineering feats astonished the Spaniards when they first beheld them. And for good reason. Modern archaeologists and hydrologists are just as amazed, having discovered that most of these grand public works projects were planned, engineered, and constructed to within a degree or two of slope and angle that computer analyses of the terrain now regard as perfect. At the time of European contact, the thickly populated Andean valleys were crisscrossed with irrigation canals in such abundance, wrote one conquistador, that it was difficult, even upon seeing, to believe. They were found both in upland and low-lying regions and on the sides of the hills and the foothills descending to the valleys, and these were connected to others, running in different directions. All this makes it a pleasure to cross these valleys, he added, because it is as though one were walking amidst gardens and cool groves. There is always verdure along these ditches, and grass grows beside many of them, where the horses graze, and among the trees and bushes there is a multitude of birds, doves, wild turkey, pheasants, partridge, and also deer. Vermin, snakes, reptiles, wolves there are none. 75. Describing the Incas' grand and beautiful highway that ran along the coast and across the plains was something in which all the early chroniclers delighted. From 15 to 24 feet in width, and bordered by a mighty wall more than a fathom high, this carefully tended roadway ran beneath trees, and in many spots the fruit-laden boughs hung over the road, recalled Pedro de Ciza de Leon, and all the trees were alive with many kinds of birds and parrots and other winged creatures. 76. The great highway and other roads dipped through steep coastal valleys, hugged the edges of precipitous cliffs, tunneled through rock, and climbed in step-ladder fashion up sheer stone walls. Encountering rivers and lakes in the paths of their roadways, the people of the Andes built large ferries or had engineers design floating pontoon bridges, stretching thick, intertwined cables across the water over distances the length of a modern football field, secured on each side to underground foundations. Workmen layered huge bundles of reeds with still more taut cables on top of the original bridge platforms, thus creating secure floating highways usually about 15 feet in width and riding 3 feet or so above the water's surface. Even after the Spanish conquest these bridges remained in use, carrying men, horses, and supplies as did the hundreds of suspension bridges that the Incas had strung across gorges and high mountain passes throughout the Andes. Such magnificent roads could be seen nowhere in Christendom in country rough as this, wrote Hernando Pizarro, a judgment echoed by modern scholars and engineers who have had an opportunity to study them. 77. Inca roads and bridges were not built for horse traffic, however, but for men and women on foot, sometimes accompanied by trains of llamas. Thus, the ambivalent reactions of many conquistadors ranging from admiration for Inca ingenuity to terror in the face of their environment when they had to travel these roads in their quests for riches and power. After crossing a river, wrote one such Spaniard, we had to climb another stupendous mountainside. Looking up at it from below, it seemed impossible for birds to scale it by flying through the air, let alone men on horseback climbing by land. But the road was made less exhausting by climbing in zigzags rather than in a straight line. Most of it consisted of large stone steps that greatly wearied the horses and wore down and hurt their hooves, even though they were being led by their bridles. 78. Under such exhausting conditions, the Spanish and other latter-day intruders no doubt appreciated the more than 1,000 large lodging houses and hostels and storehouses, some of them multi-storied, some built into hillside terraces that had been provided for travelers along the Inca roadways. Like most Inca buildings, these generally were constructed by masons working with large, finely worked stones, carefully honed and finished to such a degree of smoothness that even when not secured by mortar the thinnest blade could not pass between them. In all Spain I have seen nothing that can compare with these walls and the laying of their stone, wrote Cesar de Leon. They were so extraordinary, added Bernabe Cobo, that it would be difficult for anyone who has not actually seen them to appreciate their excellence. 79. So massive and stable were the Inca walls built in this way that many of them remain in place as the foundations for buildings throughout modern-day Peru. In Cuzco, after the conquest, the Spanish symbolically built their church of Santo Domingo atop the walls of the ruined Coricancha, and for centuries since, while earthquakes repeatedly have destroyed the church, the supporting walls of the great Temple of the Sun have never budged. Although, as we shall see, the early Europeans appreciated the people of the Andes a good deal less than they did those people's engineering accomplishments, later visitors came to agree with the Spanish historian José de Acosta, who, after spending many years in Peru, wrote in 1590, surely the Greeks and the Romans, if they had known the republics of the Mexicans and the Incas, would have greatly esteemed their laws and governments. The more profound and diligent among the Europeans who have lived in this country, wrote Acosta, have now come to marvel at the order and reason that existed among 80. The life of the mind in the Inca-controlled Andes is beyond the scope or range of this brief survey, but like all the thousands of pre-Columbian cultures in the Americas, it was deeply embedded both in the wonders and the cyclical rhythms of the surrounding natural world and in cultural affection for the unending string of genealogical forebears and descendants who had lived and who would live on indefinitely in these marvelous mountains and valleys and plains. As one recent analysis of Inca thought and philosophy puts it, the relationships Andeans perceived between life and death, and between humankind and the natural environment, were profoundly different from Spanish and Christian equivalents. The land surrounding one told the story of one's first ancestors as much as it told one's own story and the story of those yet to come. It was right that the familiar dead were seen walking through the fields they had once cultivated, thus sharing them with both the living and with the original ancestors who had raised the first crops in the very same fields. Death was thus the great leveler, not because, as in Christian thought, it reduced all human beings to equality in relation to each other and before God. Rather, death was a leveler because by means of it humans were reintegrated into a network of parents and offspring that embraced the entire natural order. 81. To the east of the Inca homeland, down from the majestic peaks of the Andes, are the dense jungles of the Amazon, followed by the Brazilian highlands, and then the pampas of present-day Argentina, together, well over 4 million square miles of earth, an area larger than that of the United States today. Within this land the world's largest river rushes through the world's greatest forest, and within that forest lived people so numerous and so exotic to the first Western visitors that the Europeans seemed unable to decide whether they had stumbled onto the legendary terrestrial paradise or an evil confederacy of demons, or maybe both. Disappointed that there were no great cities in this boundless part of their new world, the earliest travelers let their imaginations run riot. There was evidence, some of them claimed, that the Apostle St. Thomas had visited Brazil and preached to the natives a millennium and a half ago. If you looked carefully enough, it was said, you still could see his footprints impressed into rock alongside various river banks. Apparently his preaching was successful, since the natives of this region were so generous and kind. The Jesuit missionary Father Manuel Nobrega reported, that there are no people in all the world more disposed to receive the holy faith and the sweet yoke of the Evangel than these, adding that you can paint on the heart of this people at your pleasure as on a clean sheet of paper. 82. Others thought they found evidence of somewhat stranger things. As one historian summarizes some of the first European reports, there were men with 8 toes, the muteos whose feet pointed backwards so that pursuers tracked them in the wrong direction, men born with white hair that turned black in old age, others with dogs' heads, or one cyclopean eye, or heads between their shoulders, or one leg on which they ran very fast. Then there was a pupiera, half man and half fish, the product of fish impregnated by the sperm of drowned men. Brazil was also thought to contain giants and pygmies. 83. And, of course, there were said to be Amazons, from which the great river derived its name. In fact, however, apart from the sheer mystery of this fabulous and seemingly primeval world, perhaps the thing that most amazed and unnerved the Europeans had nothing to do with fairy tales. It had to do with the fact that this land was covered with innumerable independent tribes and nations of people who seemed inordinately happy and content, and who lived lives of apparent total liberty. They have neither kings nor princes, wrote the Calvinist missionary Jean Delory in 1550, and consequently each is more or less as much a great lord as the other. 84. Many of the people of this vast region, including such linguistically distinct cultures as the Tupian, the Caraban, the Jivaroan, the Nambiquaran, the Arawakan, the Tucanoan, the Makwan, the Tupi-Guarani, and others lived in cedar-planked houses, slept in hammocks or on large palm leaf mats, wore feather cloaks and painted cotton clothing, and played a variety of musical instruments. Very recent and continuing archaeological work in the Amazon lowlands indicates that the people living there have been making pottery for at least 7,000 to 8,000 years, that is, from about the same time that pottery also was first being made in ancient Iraq and Iran, and around 3,000 years earlier than current evidence suggests it was being made in the Andes or in Mesoamerica. Some ancient Amazonian peoples hunted and fished and gathered, others farmed. But there is no doubt that organized communities lived in this locale at least 12,000 years ago, evolving into large agricultural chiefdoms, and more than 1,000 years ago into very populous and sophisticated proto-urban communities, such as Santarem, which, in the words of one recent study, was a center for complex societies with large, nucleated settlements in which people made elaborate pottery vessels and statues, ground stone tools, and ornaments of nephrite jade. 85. Because the Amazon climate and land is not conducive to the preservation of the materials of village life, archaeological work is very difficult, and thus retrospective estimates of pre-Columbian population levels are quite controversial here. No one doubts, however, that the population was large, probably at least 5 million to 7 million people in just the Amazon basin within Brazil, which is only one part of tropical South America, although arguments have been made for individual tribes that, if correct, would greatly enlarge that regional figure. 86. One of the things that has most intrigued some modern anthropologists, CLAS trace in particular, about the people of the Amazon was their ability to sustain such large populations without resorting to steeply hierarchical political systems, something conventional political theory claims is impossible. In most respects, in fact, these people who appointed chiefs from among their ranks, but made sure that their leaders remained essentially powerless, were the classic exemplars of anthropologist Marshall Salenza's original affluent society, where people had relatively few material possessions, but also few material desires, and where there was no poverty, no hunger, no privation, where each person's fullest material wants were satisfied with the expenditure of about 15 to 20 hours of work each week. 87. Life was far more difficult for the natives of Tierra del Fuego, the cold and blustery islands off the southern tip of South America, between the Strait of Magellan and Cape Horn, and as close to the Antarctic Circle as Ketchikan, Alaska, is to the Arctic. Population densities had to be much thinner in this rugged environment, where the people lived largely off hunted marine mammals, fish and shellfish that they pried loose from rocky headlands. Unlike the inhabitants of the Amazon, the residents of Tierra del Fuego, the Yagan, the Alakalov, the Ona, and the Haush had to struggle constantly to sustain life. Indeed, so important were their sturdy, migratory canoes to them as they made their way through the icy waters, that they maintained permanent fires in beds of clay on board while they searched for the animal life on which they fed their families. Harsh as life was for these peoples, the land and the water were their home. And, though we know little about them as they lived in pre-Columbian times, it is not difficult to imagine that they revered their homeland much as their relatives all over the hemisphere did, including those in the even more icy world of the far north. The people of Tierra del Fuego, after all, had lived in this region for at least 10,000 years before they were first visited by the wandering Europeans. 88. Tierra del Fuego, along with Patagonia, its immediate mainland neighbor to the north, was the geographic end of the line for the great hemispheric migrations that had begun so many tens of thousands of years earlier. No one in human history has ever lived in permanent settlements further south on the planet than this. But those countless migrations did not invariably follow a north-to-south pathway. At various times some groups decided to branch off and head east or west, or double back to the north. There is linguistic evidence, for example, seeming to suggest that during one historical epoch the Timucuan peoples of present-day Florida may gradually have migrated from the south across the island Caribbean to their new North American homeland. That also is what a people we have come to call the Arawak decided to do a few thousand years ago, although, unlike the hypothesis regarding the Timucuans, they did not carry their travels as far as the northern mainland. 89. Arawak is the general, post-Columbian name given to various peoples who made a long, slow series of migrations from the coast of Venezuela to Trinidad, then across open ocean perhaps first to Tobago, then Grenada, and on up the chain of islands that constitute the Antilles: St. Vincent, Barbados, St. Lucia, Martinique, Dominica, Guadeloupe, Montserrat, Antigua, Barbuda, St. Kitts, Anguilla, St. Croix, the Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, Hispaniola, Jamaica, Cuba, then finally off to the Bahamas. Leaving behind at each stop populations that grew and flourished and evolved culturally in their own distinctive ways. To use a comparison once made by Irving Rouse, the people of these islands who came to be known as Arawaks are analogous to those, in another part of the world, who came to be known as English. The present inhabitants of southern Great Britain call themselves English, and recognize that their ethnic group, the English people, is the product of a series of migrations from the continent of Europe into the British Isles, beginning with various prehistoric peoples and continuing with the Celts, Angles, Saxons, Vikings, and Normans of proto-historic time. 90. Similarly, Arawak is the name now given to the melange of peoples who, over the course of many centuries, carried out those migrations across the Caribbean, probably terminating with the Salidoid people sometime around 2,000 years ago. By the time of their encounter with Columbus and his crews, the islands had come to be governed by chiefs or caciques, and the people lived in numerous densely populated villages both inland and along all the coasts. The houses in most of these villages were similar to those described by the Spanish priest Bartolomé de las Casas. The inhabitants of this island and elsewhere built their houses of wood and thatch in the form of a bell. These were very high and roomy, so that in each there might be 10 or more households. On the inside, designs and symbols and patterns like paintings were fashioned by using wood and bark that had been dyed black along with other wood peeled so as to stay white, thus appearing as though made of some other attractive painted stuff. Others they adorned with very white stripped reeds that are a kind of thin and delicate cane. Of these they made graceful figures and designs that gave the interior of the houses the appearance of having been painted. On the outside the houses were covered with a fine and sweet-smelling grass. 91. These large buildings conventionally were arranged to face the great house that was inhabited by the local cacique, and all of them in turn faced an open field or court where dances and ball games and other festivities and ceremonies were held. In larger communities, several such fields were placed at strategic locations among the residential compounds. The people of these climate-blessed islands supported themselves with a highly developed level of agriculture, especially on Cuba and Hispaniola, which are among the largest islands on Earth. Cuba, after all, is larger than South Korea, and Hispaniola is nearly twice the size of Switzerland. In the infrequent areas where agricultural engineering was necessary, the people of the Indies created irrigation systems that were equal in sophistication to those existing in 16th century Spain. 92 Their staple food was cassava bread, made from the manioc plant yucca, which they cultivated in great abundance. But also, through so many long generations in the same benign tropical environment, the Arawaks had devised an array of unique methods for more than satisfying their subsistence needs, such as the following technique, which they used to catch green sea turtles weighing hundreds of pounds, large fish, and other marine life, including manatees. Noting that the remora or suckerfish, Eschnes nocrates, attached itself to the body of a shark or other larger fish by means of a suction disc in its head, the Arawaks caught, fed, and tamed the remora, training it to tolerate a light cord fastened to its tail and gill frame. When a turtle was sighted, the remora was released. Immediately it swam to the turtle, attaching its suction disc to the underside of the carapace. The canoe followed the turtle, the Arawak angler holding a firm line on the remora, which, in turn, held tightly to its quarry until the turtle could be gaffed or tied to the kao. 93. In addition to this technique, smaller fish were harvested by the use of plant derivatives that stupefied them, allowing the natives simply to scoop up large numbers as though gathering plants in a field. Water birds were taken by floating on the water's surface large calabashes which concealed swimmers who would seize individual birds, one at a time, without disturbing the larger flock. And large aquaculture ponds were created and walled in to maintain and actually cultivate enormous stocks of fish and turtles for human consumption. A single one of these numerous reed marine corrals held as many as 1,000 large sea turtles. This yielded a quantity of meat equal to that of 100 head of cattle, and a supply that was rapidly replenished. A fertile female turtle would lay about 500 eggs each season. Still, the Arawaks were careful not to disturb the natural balance of these and other creatures. The evidence for this is that for millennia they sustained in perpetuity their long-term supply of such natural foodstuffs. It was only after the coming of the Spanish and, in particular, their release of dogs and pigs that turned feral and ran wild that the wildlife ecology of the islands found itself in serious trouble. 94. In sum, as Caribbean expert Carl Sauer once put it, the tropical idyll of the accounts of Columbus and Peter Martyr was largely true regarding the Arawak. The people suffered no want. They took care of their plantings, were dexterous at fishing, and were bold canoeists and swimmers. They designed attractive houses and kept them clean. They found aesthetic expression in woodworking. They had leisure to enjoy diversion in ball games, dances, and music. They lived in peace and amity. 95. 3. Much the same thing that Sauer says about the Arawak can be said for many of the other peoples we have surveyed here, and for countless others we had neither the time nor the space to mention. Certainly not all of them, however. And again, this is what would be expected on any large body of land containing such remarkable geographic and cultural diversity. Some of the native peoples of the Americas did indeed suffer from want, at least from time to time, and some lived hard and difficult lives. Some had little time or talent for great art or architecture, or for elaborate games or music or dance. Others lived in societies that, far from being characterized by peace and amity, frequently were at odds with their neighbors. There is no benefit to be gained from efforts to counter the anti-Indian propaganda that dominates our textbooks with pro-Indian propaganda of equally dubious veracity. For the very plain fact is that the many tens of millions of people who lived in the Americas prior to 1492 were human, neither subhuman, nor superhuman, just human. Some of the social practices of selected groups of them we would find abhorrent to our cultural tastes and attitudes at present, in the same way that we would find loathsome certain social practices of earlier European and Asian cultures. Thus, for example, few of us today would countenance the practice of human sacrifice as a way of propitiating an angry God, as was done by a few of the highest urban cultures in Mesoamerica during the 15th and early 16th century. However, neither would many of us support the grisly torture and killing of thousands of heretics or the burning of tens of thousands of men and women as witches, in a similar effort to mollify a jealous deity, as was being done in Europe, with theocratic approval, at precisely the same time that the Aztecs were sacrificing enemy warriors. Conversely, other social practices of certain Native Americans in the pre-Columbian era, from methods of child rearing and codes of friendship and loyalty, to worshipping and caring for the natural environment, appear far more enlightened than do many of the dominant ideas that we ourselves live with today. 96. If these attitudes and behaviors varied in emphasis from one native group to another, one characteristic of America's indigenous peoples that does seem almost universal, transcending the great diversity of other cultural traits, was an extraordinary capacity for hospitality. We have noted this in our discussion of the Iroquois and the Indians of California, but in fact, the native people's affectionate and fearless cordiality in greeting strangers was mentioned by almost all the earliest European explorers, from Vespucci in South America in 1502, where the Indians swam out to receive us with as much confidence as if we had been friends for years, to Carrier in Canada in 1535, where the Indians as freely and familiarly came to our boats without any fear, as if we had ever been brought up together. 97. And these were more than ceremonial, more than passing generosities. Indeed, without the assistance of the Indians in everything from donated food supplies to instruction in the ways of hunting and fishing and farming, the earliest European settlements, particularly in North America, could not have taken root. As Edmund S. Morgan has shown, with regard to Roanoke in the 1580s. When Gina welcomed the visitors, and the Indians gave freely of their supplies to the English, who had lost most of their own when the Tiger grounded. By the time the colonists were settled, it was too late to plant corn, and they seemed to have been helpless when it came to living off the land. They did not know the herbs and roots and berries of the country. They could not or would not catch fish in any quantity, because they did not know how to make weirs. And when the Indians showed them, they were slow learners, they were unable even to repair those that the Indians made for them. Nor did they show any disposition for agriculture. Harriet admired the yields that the Indians got in growing maize, but the English, for lack of seed, lack of skill, or lack of will, grew nothing for themselves, even when the new planting season came round again. Superior English technology appeared, for the moment at least, to be no technology at all, as far as food production was concerned. 98. Indeed, Morgan later notes, the Indians could have done the English in simply by deserting them. 99. They did not desert them, however, and in that act they sealed their fate. The same was true throughout the Americas. The cultural traits and the material achievements of the native people were turned against them once the European invasion began. Indian openness and generosity were met with European stealth and greed. Ritualized Indian warfare, in which few people died in battle, was met with the European belief in devastating holy war. Vast stores of grain and other food supplies that Indian peoples had lain aside became the fuel that drove the Europeans forward. And in that drive they traveled quickly, as they could not otherwise have done, on native trails and roadways from the northeast and northwest coasts to the dizzying heights of the Andes in Peru. Some who have written on these matters, such as one historian who recently has shown how the Spanish conquest of Mexico was literally fed by the agricultural abundance that the Aztecs had created, have commented on the irony of native achievement being turned against itself. 100 Perhaps the greatest and most tragic irony of all, however, was that the extraordinary good health of the native people throughout the Americas prior to the coming of the Europeans would become a key ingredient in their disastrous undoing. For in their tens of thousands of years of isolation from the rest of the Earth's human populations, the indigenous peoples of the Americas were spared from contact with the cataclysms of disease that had wreaked such havoc on the Old World, from China to the Middle East, from the provinces of ancient Rome to the alleyways of medieval Paris. This is not to say that there were no diseases in the pre-Columbian Americas. There were, and people died from them. but the great plagues that arose in the Old World and that brought entire Asian, African, and European societies to their knees: smallpox, measles, bubonic plague, diphtheria, influenza, malaria, yellow fever, typhoid, and more never emerged on their own among the Western Hemisphere's native peoples and did not spread to them across the ocean's barriers until 1492. Thus, when smallpox was introduced among Cree Indians in Canada as late as the 18th century, one native witnessing the horrifying epidemic that was destroying his people exclaimed that we had no belief that one man could give it to another, any more than a wounded man could give his wound to another. 101 Such devastating contagion was simply unknown in the histories of the Cree or other indigenous peoples of the Americas. Debate continues as to the existence or extent of tuberculosis and syphilis among native peoples in the pre-Columbian era, with most recent research suggesting that at least some sort of tuberculosis-like pathology was present in some parts of the New World prior to 1492, though of a type not associated with pulmonary disease, as well as a relatively benign non-venereal treponemal infection that was related to syphilis. 102 However, there is no evidence that either disease was at all widespread in either North or South America. And the most detailed recent studies of large-scale sedentary societies in the Americas where such diseases would have taken hold if they were to do so anywhere have found no evidence of either tuberculosis or syphilis as causing significant damage prior to European contact. 103 Similarly, ancient small-scale migratory societies, even in such harsh environments as those of the frigid northwestern plains, produced people who, in the words of the most recent and extensive study of the subject, appear to have lived very long lives without significant infectious conditions, or even much serious injury. 104 Moreover, the limited range of potentially serious diseases that did exist among the Americas' indigenous peoples had long since been mitigated by millennia of exposure to them, as well as by generally beneficent living environments and more than adequate nutrition. 105. All that was to change, however, with shocking and deadly suddenness, once those first 3 Spanish ships bobbed into view on the rim of the Caribbean horizon. For it was then only a matter of months before there would begin the worst series of human disease disasters, combined with the most extensive and most violent programs of human eradication that this world has ever seen. Native peoples. For 40,000 years, hundreds of millions of the Americas' native peoples have built their homes and their societies on a land mass equal to 1/4 of the Earth's ground surface. Consistent with the great diversity of their natural environments, some of these original inhabitants of the Western Hemisphere lived in relatively small communities that touched only lightly on the land, while others resided in cities that were among the largest and most sophisticated to be found anywhere in the world. So numerous, varied, ancient, and far-flung were these peoples that at one time they spoke as many as 2,000 distinct and mutually unintelligible languages. Only a few of the societies that once existed in the New World are illustrated on the following pages. Thousands of others filled North and South and Central America's 16 million square miles of land, most of them as distinctive and different from one another as were the peoples represented here. By the end of the 19th century, photographers had become interested in preserving images of what they erroneously thought were the soon-to-be extinct native peoples of North America. The photographs reproduced at the end of this section are from that era. The drawings of Maya cities were done by Tatiana Proskauryakov in collaboration with archaeologists who excavated the sites. They are reprinted here with the permission of the Peabody Museum of Archaeology and Ethnology at Harvard University. Theodore DeBry's engravings of Florida's and Virginia's native peoples, based on first-hand paintings by Jacques Lemoyne and John White, appeared in DeBry's multi-volume Great and Small Voyages, from which the illustrations and quoted portions of captions printed here are taken. The photographs following the DeBry illustrations are all from the Smithsonian Institution, with the exception of the last one, which is from the Library of Congress. The Acropolis at Copan, Honduras. Constructed at a bend of the Copan River, the city's enormous rectangular plazas were surrounded by pyramids with steps on which the populace sat in review of ceremonies and to witness athletic events. Although the countryside outside Copan was thick with other towns and villages, the city contained no military fortifications and its elaborate art and architecture carried no hint of martial imagery. Chichen Itza, Yucatan, view from the north. A paved boulevard led from the sacred well of the city in the north to the four-sided, 8-story high temple of Kukulkan in the center. To the east, the group of the 1,000 columns, made up of plazas and temples and colonnades, once was a busy marketplace. To the west lay a huge ball court and athletic compound. Temple group at Uaxactun, Guatemala. The temple clusters of the city were built on 8 hilltops, which were leveled in some places and fortified in others to support large monuments and plazas. Paved roadways, raised to the heights of the hilltops, connected the temple groups, while residential areas and minor courts and plazas were placed on adjacent hillsides and low ground. The patio of the Mercado, Chichen Itza. The Mercado was the marketplace of the city, and this small patio, surrounding a recessed interior court, was at the rear of one of the Mercado's main buildings. Masonry walls and plaster-covered columns, set into a plasteran flagstone floor, supported wooden rafters and a steeply pitched roof, designed to resist the high winds and heavy rains of the region. The Gallery of the Mercado, Chichen Itza. This building directly faced the large quadrangle that held the numerous kiosks and stalls of Chichen Itza's busy marketplace. The building itself apparently served as something of a courthouse where commercial disputes were settled by presiding judges. The facade of the gallery was a colonnade of alternating round columns and rectangular piers, each painted with bands of brightly contrasting colors. Interior walls and doorways were decorated with elaborate carvings, paintings, and sculpture. "When the king is ready to take a wife," says the 16th century caption for this illustration from Florida, "he gives orders that from among the daughters of his principal men the tallest and most beautiful shall be chosen. The newly selected queen is brought to him on a litter covered with the skin of some rare animal and fitted with a canopy of boughs to shade her head." Some early European explorers in this region favorably compared the precious jewelry and artwork of these peoples to those of the fabulously wealthy societies of Mexico and Peru. While hunting with some of my comrades in the forest, I once saw Chief Sachariba and his queen taking an evening walk. He was clad in a deerskin so exquisitely prepared and painted with so many colors that I have never seen anything more lovely. 2 young men walked by his side carrying fans, while a third one, with little gold and silver balls hanging at his belt, followed close behind him holding up his train. The queen and her maidens were adorned with belts worn either at the shoulder or at the waist, made of a kind of moss that grows on the trees. This moss is woven into slender threads of a bluish-green color and is so delicate in texture as to be mistaken for filaments of silk. Many of the islands produce an abundance of fruits. These are gathered twice a year, carried home in canoes, and stored in low and roomy granaries, built of stone and earth and thickly roofed with palm branches and a kind of soft earth. There the Indians store everything they wish to preserve, and there they go for supplies whenever they need anything. No one fears being cheated. Indeed, it would be good if among Christians there were as little greed to torment men's minds and hearts. The town of Secaucus in Virginia, where the people live happily together without envy or greed. Debris engraving, following John White's painting, artificially reduces the number and size of buildings and compresses the many activities and features of village life here, from fields of corn and squash and pumpkins, to patches of tobacco and sunflowers, from a firelit nighttime dance ceremony near the bottom of the illustration, to hunting in the cleared and canopied forest at the upper left. The accompanying text describes such villages as usually containing from 10 to 30 houses, ranging in size from about 40 feet long and 20 feet wide to roughly 75 feet long and 35 feet wide. Unlike Secaucus, the Virginia town of Pomayoc was enclosed and guarded, made up of about 2 dozen longhouses. This stylized engraving, entitled "An Old Man in His Winter Clothes," shows Pomayoc in the background surrounded by carefully tended cornfields and groves of fruit trees. The accompanying caption says, "The country round Pomayoc is far more fruitful than England." A young Seri Indian woman of southwest Texas or northern Mexico. A young Navajo man of Arizona or New Mexico. A family from an unknown southeastern Idaho people. a girl of the Kiowa Nation who lived in the Colorado, Texas, and Oklahoma Great Plains. A Nez Perce boy from the Columbia Plateau region of Washington and Idaho. A man of the Kansa people who lived in the Oklahoma, Nebraska, and Kansas Great Plains. A Sioux camp in South Dakota within days of the massacre at Wounded Knee. 2. Pestilence and genocide. 3. Spain that Christopher Columbus and his crews left behind just before dawn on August 3, 1492, as they sailed forth from Palos and out into the Atlantic, was for most of its people a land of violence, squalor, treachery, and intolerance. In this respect Spain was no different from the rest of Europe. Epidemic outbreaks of plague and smallpox, along with routine attacks of measles, influenza, diphtheria, typhus, typhoid fever, and more, frequently swept European cities and towns clean of 10 to 20% of their populations at a single stroke. As late as the mid-17th century more than 80,000 Londoners, 1 out of every 6 residents in the city, died from plague in a matter of months. And again, as with its companion diseases, the pestilence they called the Black Death returned. Like most of the other urban centers in Europe, says one historian who has specialized in the subject, every 25 or 30 years, sometimes more frequently, the city was convulsed by a great epidemic. One indeed, for centuries an individual's life chances in Europe's pest house cities were so poor that the natural populations of the towns were in perpetual decline that was offset only by in-migration from the countryside. In-migration, says one historian, that was vital if were to be preserved from extinction. 2. Famine, too, was common. What J.H. Eliot has said of 16th century Spain had held true throughout the continent for generations beyond memory: the rich ate, and ate to excess, watched by 1,000 hungry eyes as they consumed their gargantuan meals. The rest of the population starved. 3. This was in normal times. The slightest fluctuation in food prices could cause the sudden deaths of additional tens of thousands who lived on the margins of perpetual hunger. So precarious was the existence of these multitudes in France that as late as the 17th century each average increase in the price of wheat or millet directly killed a proportion of the French population equal to nearly twice the percentage of Americans who died in the Civil War. 4. That was the 17th century, when times were getting better. In the 15th and 16th centuries prices fluctuated constantly, leading people to complain, as a Spanish agriculturalist did in 1513, that today a pound of mutton costs as much as a whole sheep used to, a loaf as much as a fanega of wheat, a pound of wax or oil as much as an arrobe of 5. The result of this, as one French historian has observed, was that the epidemic that raged in Paris in 1482 fits the classic pattern: famine in the countryside, flight of the poor to the city in search of help, then outbreak of disease in the city following upon the malnutrition. 6. And in Spain the threat of famine in the countryside was especially omnipresent. Areas such as Castile and Andalusia were racked with harvest failures that brought on mass death repeatedly during the 15th century. 7. But since both causes of death, disease, and famine, were so common throughout Europe, many surviving records did not bother to make distinctions between them. Consequently, even today historians find it difficult or impossible to distinguish between those of the citizenry who died of disease and those who merely starved to death. 8. Roadside ditches, filled with stagnant water, served as public latrines in the cities of the 15th century, and they would continue to do so for centuries to follow. So too would other noxious habits and public health hazards of the time persist on into the future, from the practice of leaving the decomposing offal of butchered animals to fester in the streets, to London's special problem, as historian Lawrence Stone puts it, of poor's holes. These were large, deep, open pits in which were laid the bodies of the poor, side by side, row upon row. Only when the pit was filled with bodies was it finally covered over with earth. As one contemporary, quoted by Stone, delicately observed, "How noisome the stench is that arises from these holes so stowed with dead bodies, especially in sultry seasons and after rain." 9. Along with the stench and repulsive appearance of the openly displayed dead, human and animal alike, a modern visitor to a European city in this era would be repelled by the appearance and the vile aromas given off by the living as well. Most people never bathed, not once in an entire lifetime. Almost everyone had his or her brush with smallpox and other deforming diseases that left survivors partially blinded, pock-marked, or crippled, while it was the norm for men and women to have bad breath from the rotting teeth and constant stomach disorders which can be documented from many sources, while suppurating ulcers, eczema, scabs, running sores and other nauseating skin diseases were extremely common, and often lasted for years. 10. Street crime in most cities lurked around every corner. One especially popular technique for robbing someone was to drop a heavy rock or chunk of masonry on his head from an upper-story window and then to rifle the body for jewelry and money. This was a time, observes Norbert Elias, when it was one of the festive pleasures of Midsummer Day to burn alive 1 or 2 dozen cats, and when, as Yuan Huizinga once put it, the continuous disruption of town and country by every kind of dangerous rabble, the permanent threat of harsh and unreliable law enforcement, nourished a feeling of universal uncertainty. 11. With neither culturally developed systems of social obligation and restraint in place, nor effective police forces in their stead, the cities of Europe during the 15th and 16th centuries were little more than chaotic population agglomerates with entire sections serving as the residential turf of thieves and brigands, and where the wealthy were forced to hire torch-bearing bodyguards to accompany them out at night. In times of famine, cities and towns became the setting for food riots. And the largest riot of all, of course, though the word hardly does it justice, was the Peasants' War, which broke out in 1524 following a series of local revolts that had been occurring repeatedly since the previous century. The Peasants' War killed over 100,000 people. As for rural life in calmer moments, Jean de la Bruyère's 17th-century description of human existence in the French countryside gives an apt summary of what historians for the past several decades have been uncovering in their research on rustic communities in Europe at large during the entire late medieval to early modern epoch. Sullen animals, male and female, scattered over the country, dark, livid, scorched by the sun, attached to the earth they dig up and turn over with invincible persistence. They have a kind of articulate speech, and when they rise to their feet, they show a human face, and, indeed, they are men. At night they retire to dens where they live on black bread, water, and roots. 12. To be sure, La Bruyère was a satirist, and although, in the manner of all caricaturists, his portrait contains key elements of truth, it also is cruel in what it omits. And what it omits is the fact that these wretchedly poor country folk, for all their life-threatening deprivations, were not sullen animals. They were, in fact, people quite capable of experiencing the same feelings of tenderness and love and fear and sadness, however constricted by the limitations of their existence, as did, and do, all human beings in every corner of the globe. But what Lawrence Stone has said about the typical English village also was likely true throughout Europe at this time, that is, that because of the dismal social conditions and prevailing social values, it was a place filled with malice and hatred, its only unifying bond being the occasional episode of mass hysteria, which temporarily bound together the majority in order to harry and persecute the local witch. Indeed, as in England, there were towns on the continent where as many as a third of the population were accused of witchcraft, and where 10 out of every 100 people were executed for it in a single year. In one small, remote locale within reputedly peaceful Switzerland, more than 3,300 people were killed in the late 16th and 17th century for allegedly satanic activities. The tiny village of Wiesensteig saw 63 women burned to death in 1 year alone, while in Obermarchtal 54 people out of a total population of barely 700 died at the stake during a 3-year period. Thus, while it is true that the Europeans of those days possessed the same range of emotions that we do, as Stone puts it, it is noticeable that hate seems to have been more prominent an emotion than love. 13. At the time La Bruyère was writing, the French knew every nuance of poverty, says one modern historian, and they had a battery of formal terms to describe precise levels of indigence: pauvre, le vrai pauvre, le mauvais pauvre, pauvre valide ou invalide, pauvre hontieux, indigent, miserable, necessiteux, mendiant de profession, mendiant de bonne foi, mendiant volontaire, mendiant sedentire, and more. At the top were those who at best lived at subsistence level, at worst fell far below, while at the bottom were those described as dans un état d'indigence absolu, meaning that one had no food or adequate clothing or proper shelter, that one had parted with the few battered cooking pots and blankets which often constituted the main assets of a working-class family. 14 Across the whole of France, between a third and half the population fell under one of these categories of destitution, and in regions such as Brittany, Western Normandy, Poitou, and the Massif the proportion ascended upwards of 2/3. In rural areas in general, between half and 90% of the population did not have land sufficient for their support, forcing them to migrate out, fall into permanent debt, or die. 15. And France was hardly unique. In Genoa, writes historian Fernand Braudel, the homeless poor sold themselves as galley slaves every winter. They were fortunate to have that option. In more northern climes, during winter months, the indigent simply froze to death. The summer, on the other hand, was when the plague made its cyclical visitations. That is why, in summer months, the wealthy left the cities to the poor. As Braudel points out elsewhere, Rome along with other towns was a graveyard of fever during times of warmer weather. 16. Throughout Europe, about half the children born during this time died before reaching the age of 10. Among the poorer classes, and in Spain particularly, which had an infant mortality rate almost 40% higher even than England's, things were much worse. 17 In addition to exposure, disease, and malnutrition, one of the causes for such a high infant mortality rate was abandonment. Thousands upon thousands of children who could not be cared for were simply left to die on dung heaps or in roadside ditches. 18 Others were sold into slavery. East European children, particularly Romanians, seem to have been favorites of the 14th and 15th century slave trade, although many thousands of adults were enslaved as well. Child slaves, however, were as expensive as adults, for reasons best left to the imagination, as is indicated by a 14th century letter from a man involved in the business. We are informed about the little slave girl you say you personally need, he wrote to his prospective client, and about her features and age, and for what you want her. Whenever ships come from Romania, they should carry some, but keep in mind that little slave girls are as expensive as the grown ones, and there will be none that does not cost 50 to 60 florins if we want one of any value. 19 Those purchasing female slaves of childbearing age sometimes were particularly lucky and received a free bonus of a baby on the way. As historian John Boswell has reported, 10 to 20% of the female slaves sold in Seville in the 15th century were pregnant or breastfeeding, and their infants were usually included with them at no extra cost. 20. The wealthy had their problems too. They hungered after gold and silver. The Crusades, begun 4 centuries earlier, had increased the appetites of affluent Europeans for exotic foreign luxuries, for silks and spices, fine cotton, drugs, perfumes, and jewelry, material pleasures that required pay in bullion. Thus, gold had become for Europeans, in the words of one Venetian commentator of the time, the sinews of all government. Its mind, soul, its essence, and its very life. The supply of the precious metal, by way of the Middle East and Africa, had always been uncertain. Now, however, the wars in Eastern Europe had nearly emptied the continent's coffers. A new supply, a more regular supply, and preferably a cheaper supply was needed. 21. Violence, of course, was everywhere, as alluded to above, but occasionally it took on an especially perverse character. In addition to the hunting down and burning of witches, which was an everyday affair in most locales, in Milan in 1476 a man was torn to pieces by an enraged mob and his dismembered limbs were then eaten by his tormentors. In Paris and Lyon, Huguenots were killed and butchered, and their various body parts were sold openly in the streets. Other eruptions of bizarre torture, murder, and ritual cannibalism were not uncommon. 22. Such behavior, nonetheless, was not officially condoned, at least not usually. Indeed, wild and untrue accusations of such activities formed the basis for many of the witch hunts and religious persecutions, particularly of Jews during this time. 23 In precisely those years when Columbus was trekking around Europe in search of support for his maritime adventures, the Inquisition was raging in Spain. Here, and elsewhere in Europe, those out of favor with the powerful, particularly those who were believed to be unchristian, were tortured and killed in the most ingenious of fashions, on the gallows, at the stake, on the rack, while others were crushed, beheaded, flayed alive, or drawn and quartered. On the very day that Columbus finally set forth on his journey that would shake the world, the port of the city he sailed from was filled with ships that were deporting Jews from Spain. By the time the expulsion was complete, between 120,000 and 150,000 Jews had been driven from their homes, and then they were cast out to sea. As one contemporary described the scene, it was pitiful to see their sufferings. Many were consumed by hunger, especially nursing mothers and their babies. Half-dead mothers held dying children in their arms. I can hardly say how cruelly and greedily they were treated by those who transported them. Many were drowned by the avarice of the sailors, and those who were unable to pay their passage sold their children. 24. This was the world an ex-trader of African slaves named Christopher Columbus and his shipmates left behind as they sailed from the city of Palos in August of 1492. It was a world racked by disease that killed in massive numbers, but, importantly, that also tended to immunize survivors. A world in which all but the wealthy often could not feed themselves, and in which the wealthy themselves hungered after gold. 25 It was a world, as well, of cruel violence and certainty of holy truth. Little wonder, then, that the first report back from that Atlantic voyage, purportedly to the Orient, caused such sensations across the length and breadth of Europe. In a letter composed aboard the Nina, as the returning ships passed through the Azores, Columbus described his discovery, during the previous fall and winter, of what he thought was the Indian Sea and its many islands filled with people without number. One of the first major islands, which he called Juana, known to us today as Cuba, was so long that I thought it must be the mainland, the province of. Another large island, the one we now know as Hispaniola, containing the nations of Haiti and the Dominican Republic, he called La Spanola. Columbus had reason to be impressed with the size of these two islands, since together they were 2/3 as large as his home country of Italy. The admiral continued his description of the wonders he had seen, in a passage that must be quoted at length if we are to achieve even a small understanding of the impact his voyage almost immediately had on the people of Europe, living under the wretched conditions of their time and just coming out of another cold and miserable winter. As Juana, so all the other are very fertile to an excessive degree, and this one especially. In it there are many harbors on the sea coast, beyond comparison with others which I know in Christendom, and numerous rivers, good and large, which is marvelous. Its lands are lofty, and in it there are many sierras and very high mountains, to which the island Tenerife is not comparable. All are most beautiful, of 1,000 shapes, and all accessible, and filled with trees of 1,000 kinds and tall, and they seem to touch the sky, and I am told that they never lose their foliage, which I can believe, for I saw them as green and beautiful as they are in Spain in May, and some of them were flowering, some with fruit. And there were singing the nightingale and other little birds of 1,000 kinds in the month of November, there where I went. There are palm trees of 6 or 8 kinds, which are a wonder to behold because of their beautiful variety, and so are the other trees and fruits and plants. Therein are marvelous pine groves, and extensive meadow country, and there is honey, and there are many kinds of birds and a great variety of fruits. Up country there are many mines of metals, and the population is innumerable. La Spanola is marvelous, the sierras and the mountains and the plains and the meadows and the lands are so beautiful and rich for planting and sowing, and for livestock of every sort, and for building towns and villages. The harbors of the sea here are such as you could not believe it without seeing them, and so the rivers, many and great, and good streams, the most of which bear gold. 26. If it sounded like paradise, That was no accident. Paradise filled with gold. And when he came to describe the people he had met, Columbus's Edenic imagery never faltered. The people of this island and of all the other islands which I have found and seen, or have not seen, all go naked, men and women, as their mothers bore them, except that some women cover one place only with the leaf of a plant or with a net of cotton which they make for that purpose. They have no iron or steel or weapons, nor are they capable of using them, although they are well-built people of handsome stature, because they are wondrous timid. They are so artless and free with all they possess, that no one would believe it without having seen it. Of anything they have, if you ask them for it, they never say no, rather they invite the person to share it, and show as much love as if they were giving their hearts, and whether the thing be of value or of small price, at once they are content with whatever little thing of whatever kind may be given to them. 27. For years to come Columbus repeatedly would insist that his expeditions and adventures in the New World had nothing to do with mere reason, mathematics, and maps, as two scholars of the subject put it, but rather that his execution of the affair of the Indies was a fulfillment of prophecies in Isaiah 28 in addition to helping explain, if taken seriously, why Columbus in many respects was a less successful navigator and helmsman than is commonly supposed. This rhetorical claim of biblical guidance is a clue to understanding the European reaction to his reported find. 29. Columbus finished his letter, describing what he had seen on his voyage, on March 4 of 1493. A printed version of it was published in Barcelona and was widely circulated less than a month later. A month after that a translated edition was circulating in Rome. A month after that a version that set the letter to verse appeared. Others followed in Antwerp, Basel, Paris, Florence, Strasbourg, Valladolid, and elsewhere, most of them going back for second and third and fourth printings. At least 17 different translated editions appeared throughout Europe within 5 years following Columbus's return from that first voyage. If not the biblical Eden, or the fabled Fortunate Isles of classical myth, Columbus, it seemed, at least had found some sort of paradise on earth. Such places had long filled the legends and dreams of all the peoples of Europe. As they would on into the future, it is no coincidence that during the next 2 centuries the invented utopias of Bacon and More and Harrington and others invariably would be located in distant oceanic lands to the west. But myths of paradise and utopia were complex and often confused affairs. On the one hand, in some versions, they represented a rediscovered time of innocent perfection dating from before the biblical fall from grace. On the other hand, some dreams of such perfection envisioned and were built upon the expectation of a future time of anticipated peace and harmony. And bound up with every myth, past, present, or future, was still another and contradictory vision of the primordial world, a satanic vision of savagery and wildness and the dark. Before long, reports were circulating that Satan himself resided on one of those islands in the Caribbean Sea. Perhaps it was only natural then, as Louis Hanka has said, that the popular image, in the first feverish months, of a terrestrial paradise was soon succeeded by that of a hostile continent peopled with armed warriors rushing out of the tropical forests or strange cities to resist the advance of the Spanish soldiers and the missionary efforts of their companion friars. 30. It was only a matter of time before that stereotype of barbarically hostile natives had metamorphosed once again. As best described by its most famous proponent, the eminent Spanish scholar Juan Gines de Sepulveda, the next representation of the New World's Indians was as creatures of a subhuman, Caliban-like nature who were intended by God to be placed under the authority of civilized and virtuous princes or nations, so that they may learn, from the might, wisdom, and law of their conquerors, to practice better morals, worthier customs, and a more civilized way of life. 31. That the visions of the ferocious Indian assailant or the inferior natural slave were fictions, as much as the image of a prelapsarian American Eden had been, mattered not one bit to anyone. The myths were simply formed and reformed, shaped and reshaped, and made to do whatever work their propagators at any given moment wanted done. Numerous modern scholars have dissected and analyzed the effects of both biblical and classical myth on the minds of Europeans during this so-called Age of Discovery. But at least as strong as all the mixed-up imaginings of terrestrial heavens and Elysian fields, of lusty maidens and cannibalistic human beasts, was a fervent, and in many cases a truly maniacal, European craving for raw power and the wealth of gold and silver. Among the clergy, meanwhile, there was the promise of God's favor should they successfully introduce the New World's pagan innocence to the glory of His grace. It is not surprising, then, that in the very first sentence of his celebrated letter to the Spanish crown Columbus says of the lands that he has found, and of them all have I taken possession for their highnesses, by proclamation and with the royal standard displayed, and nobody objected. Consider the picture, standing alone with a few of his fellow officers in the white coral sand of a tiny island whose identification remains disputed to this day, an island discovered by Columbus despite the fact that it was well populated and had in fact been discovered by others thousands of years earlier. The admiral took possession of it and of all the people it contained. And nobody objected. Clearly, God was on the Spaniards' side. So it went, from island to island, small and large, throughout the Caribbean. Wherever he went Columbus planted a cross, making, as he said, the declarations that are required, and claiming ownership of the land for his royal patrons back in Spain. Despite the fact that Columbus noted in his own journal of the voyage that the people of these lands do not understand me nor I them, it seems to have been of particular satisfaction to him that never once did any of the onlooking Arawak-speaking islanders object to his repeated proclamations in Spanish that he was taking control of their lands away from them. 32 Ludicrous though the scene may appear to us in retrospect, at the time it was a deadly serious ritual, similar in ways equally ludicrous and deadly to the other famous ritual the Spanish bestowed upon the non-Spanish-speaking people of the Americas, the requerimiento. Following Columbus, each time the Spanish encountered a native individual or group in the course of their travels they were ordered to read to the Indians a statement informing them of the truth of Christianity and the necessity to swear immediate allegiance to the Pope and to the Spanish crown. After this, if the Indians refused or even delayed in their acceptance of the requerimiento, the statement continued. I certify to you that, with the help of God, we shall powerfully enter into your country and shall make war against you in all ways and manners that we can, and shall subject you to the yoke and obedience of the Church and of their highnesses. We shall take you and your wives and your children, and shall make slaves of them, and as such shall sell and dispose of them as their highnesses may command. And we shall take your goods, and shall do you all the mischief and damage that we can, as to vassals who do not obey and refuse to receive their lord and resist and contradict him. 33. In practice, the Spanish usually did not wait for the Indians to reply to their demands. First the Indians were manacled, then, as it were, they were read their rights. As one Spanish conquistador and historian described the routine, after they had been put in chains, someone read the requerimiento without knowing their language and without any interpreters, and without either the reader or the Indians understanding the language they had no opportunity to reply, being immediately carried away prisoners, the Spanish not failing to use the stick on those who did not go fast enough. 34. In this perverse way, the invasion and destruction of what many, including Columbus, had thought was a heaven on earth began. Not that a reading of the requerimiento was necessary to the inhuman violence the Spanish were to perpetrate against the native peoples they confronted. Rather, the proclamation was merely a legalistic rationale for a fanatically religious and fanatically juridical and fanatically brutal people to justify a holocaust. After all, Columbus had seized and kidnapped Indian men, women, and children throughout his first voyage, long before the requerimiento was in use, 5 at one stop, 6 at another, more at others, filling his ships with varied samples of Indians to display like exotic beasts in Seville and Barcelona upon his return. On at least one occasion Columbus sent a raiding party ashore to capture some women with their children to keep his growing excess of captured native males company, because, he wrote in his journal, his past experience in abducting African slaves had taught him that the men would behave better in Spain with women of their country than without them. On this date he also records the vignette of the husband of one of these women and father of 3 children, a boy and 2 girls, who followed his captured family onto Columbus's ship and said that if they had to go he wished to come with them, and begged me hard, and they all now remain consoled with him. 35. But not for long. As a harbinger of things to come, only a half-dozen or so of those many captured native slaves survived the journey to Spain, and of them only 2 were alive 6 months later. On his second voyage Columbus tried an even more ambitious kidnapping and enslavement scheme. It is described by an Italian nobleman, Michel de Cuneo, who accompanied Columbus on this voyage. When our caravels in which I wished to go home had to leave for Spain, we gathered together in our settlement 1,600 people, male and female, of those Indians, of whom, among the best males and females, we embarked on our caravels on February 17, 1495, 550 souls. Of the rest who were left the announcement went around that whoever wanted them could take as many as he pleased, and this was done. And when everybody had been supplied there were some 400 of them left to whom permission was granted to go wherever they wanted. Among them were many women who had infants at the breast. They, in order the better to escape us, since they were afraid we would turn to catch them again, left their infants anywhere on the ground and started to flee like desperate people. 36. No one knows what happened to those 600 or so leftover natives who were enslaved, on the admiral's orders, by whoever wanted them, or the 400 or so who fled in terror, or their abandoned infants. But by the time Columbus's ships entered the waters outside Spain, of the 550 captured Indians he took with him 200 had died. Says Cuneo, we cast them into the sea. When they reached Cadiz, half of the remaining 350 slaves were sick and dying. Only a relative few survived much longer, because, Cuneo surmised, they are not working people and they very much fear cold, nor have they long life. 37. This final point, nor have they long life, would not have been true a few years earlier. The health and life expectancy of the natives had been far superior to that of the Europeans prior to the Colombian invasion. But by the time Cuneo was writing he was certainly correct. Once the first Spanish settlements had taken root, the hold on life that any Indian had, at any given moment, was tenuous at best. Spanish diseases had begun their own invasion of the Americas almost from the moment Columbus and his crews first breathed upon their New World hosts. But the systematic, genocidal destruction of the Indians did not begin until Columbus's return. 2. Columbus's second voyage was the true beginning of the invasion of the Americas. The royal instructions authorizing the expedition had directed that the finest ships in Andalusia be outfitted for the trip and that they be commanded by the most expert pilots and navigators in the realm. 17 ships made the voyage, and aboard those ships were more than 1,200 soldiers, sailors, and colonists, including a cavalry troop of lancers and half a dozen priests. Along the way, at the Canary Islands, some other passengers were boarded. Goats and sheep and cattle, and 8 pigs, were placed on deck and in the holds below. In early January of 1494 the fleet arrived at the place on the northern coast of Hispaniola that Columbus had chosen to build his New World capital, his town of Isabella. No sooner were the ships unloaded, however, than sickness broke out among the crews. It quickly spread among the natives, who had come to greet the ships with gifts of fish and fruits, as if we had been their brothers, recalled one of the men on board. 38 Within a few days, the admiral's surgeon reported, a third of the Spaniards had fallen ill, while natives everywhere were dead. Columbus directed groups of the healthy among his crews to explore the island's inland regions and find the fabulous gold mines they all were sure existed. But many of those men returned to the ships, having come down with the mysterious illness along the way. For years historians have speculated as to what the epidemic was that laid low so many Spaniards and killed so many native people. Carl Sauer thought it might have been some sort of intestinal infection, while Samuel Eliot Morison diagnosed it as either malaria or something caused by drinking well water and eating strange fish. Most recently, Kirkpatrick Sale has opted for bacillic dysentery, although he too lists malaria or even syphilis as among the likely culprits. 39 others have thought it everything from smallpox to yellow fever. While it is possible that more than one disease was causing the afflictions, the reported symptoms had nothing of the signs of syphilis, and malaria was not then present in the Indies or the Americas, nor would it be for many years to come. 40 For the same reasons, it could not have been yellow fever or smallpox that was wreaking all this havoc, and it certainly did not derive from something the Spanish ate or drank, because it spread like wildfire not only among the Spanish, but with particular virulence among the Indian people all across the island. 41 No, the most recent and original medically informed hypothesis, and the one that goes the furthest in explaining reported symptoms, including high mortality, and the extraordinary contagiousness, identifies influenza as the cause, influenza carried by those Canary Islands pigs. 42. If, as the Spanish physician and medical historian Francisco Guerra now contends, the epidemic that ravaged Hispaniola in 1494 was swine influenza, it would have been a pestilence of devastating proportions. For it now appears that it was swine flu that swept the world in 1918, killing off at least 20 million people before it finally dissipated. Like other people in the Americas, and unlike the Spanish, the natives of Hispaniola had no previous exposure to the virus nor to the numerous other diseases that historically, in other parts of the world, had spread from domesticated animal hosts. Other than small dogs in some locations and llamas in the Andes, few animals were domesticated anywhere in the hemisphere. And of the many plagues that in time would overwhelm the Americas' native peoples, influenza of various types, from both humans and non-human vectors, was second only to smallpox and maybe measles as the most rapid epidemic killer of them all. 43. Whatever it was, in any case, the imported pathogen moved among the native people with a relentlessness that nothing ever had in all their history. So many Indians died that they could not be counted, wrote Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo, adding that all through the land the Indians lay dead everywhere. The stench was very great and pestiferous. 44 And in the wake of the plague they had introduced, the Spanish soldiers followed, seeking gold from the natives, or information as to where to find it. They were troubled by the illness, and numbers of them died from it. But unlike the island natives, the European invaders and their forebears had lived with epidemic pestilence for ages. Their lungs were damaged from it, their faces scarred with pox, but accumulations of disease exposure allowed them now to weather much. So they carried infections with them everywhere they went, burdensome, but rarely fatal, except to the natives that they met. Following the admiral's orders, reconnaissance parties were sent out across the island and off to Cuba, Jamaica, and to other nearby lands. The Spanish plagues raced on ahead. Still, the natives, as Columbus had observed during his first voyage, continued to be kind and generous to their guests, and so innocent in the use of dangerous weapons that when Columbus showed them swords, he said, they grasped them by the blade and cut themselves through ignorance. 45. Wherever the marauding, diseased, and heavily armed Spanish forces went out on patrol, accompanied by ferocious armored dogs that had been trained to kill and disembowel, they preyed on the local communities already plague-enfeebled, forcing them to supply food and women and slaves, and whatever else the soldiers might desire. At virtually every previous landing on this trip, Columbus's troops had gone ashore and killed indiscriminately, as though for sport, whatever animals and birds and natives they encountered, looting and destroying all they found, as the admiral's son Fernando blithely put it. 46 Once on Hispaniola, however, Columbus fell ill, whether from the flu or, more likely, from some other malady, and what little restraint he had maintained over his men disappeared as he went through a lengthy period of recuperation. The troops went wild, stealing, killing, raping, and torturing natives, trying to force them to divulge the whereabouts of the imagined treasure houses of gold. The Indians tried to retaliate by launching ineffective ambushes of stray Spaniards. But the combined killing force of Spanish diseases and Spanish military might was far greater than anything the natives could ever have imagined. Finally, they decided the best response was flight. Crops were left to rot in the fields as the Indians attempted to escape the frenzy of the conquistadors' attacks. Starvation then added its contribution, along with pestilence and mass murder, to the native people's woes. Some desperate Hispaniola natives fled to other islands. One of these, a cacique named Hechua, brought with him to Cuba as many of his surviving people as he could and what little gold that they possessed. Once there, in a place called Punta Mesi, he assembled his followers together and displayed for them the treasures that they had, explaining that this was what the Spanish troops were after, that these apparently were objects of worship to the murderous invaders. Whereupon, to protect his people from the greed and savagery of these vile strangers, he threw the gold to the bottom of a nearby river. It didn't work. The Spanish found Hechua and his people, killed most of them, enslaved the others, and condemned their leader to be burned alive. Reportedly, as they were tying him to the stake, a Franciscan friar urged him to take Jesus to his heart so that his soul might go to heaven, rather than descend into hell. Hechua replied that if heaven was where the Christians went, he would rather go to hell. 47. The massacres continued. Columbus remained ill for months while his soldiers wandered freely. More than 50,000 natives were reported dead from these encounters by the time the admiral had recovered from his sickness. 48 And when at last his health and strength had been restored, Columbus's response to his men's unorganized depredations was to organize them. In March of 1495 he massed together several hundred armored troops, cavalry, and a score or more of trained attack dogs. They set forth across the countryside, tearing into assembled masses of sick and unarmed native people, slaughtering them by the thousands. The pattern set by these raids would be the model the Spanish would follow for the next decade and beyond. As Bartolomé de las Casas, the most famous of the accompanying Spanish missionaries from that trip recalled, once the Indians were in the woods, the next step was to form squadrons and pursue them, and whenever the Spaniards found them, they pitilessly slaughtered everyone like sheep in a corral. It was a general rule among Spaniards to be cruel, not just cruel, but extraordinarily cruel, so that harsh and bitter treatment would prevent Indians from daring to think of themselves as human beings or having a minute to think at all. So they would cut an Indian's hands and leave them dangling by a shred of skin, and they would send him on saying, "Go now, spread the news to your chiefs." They would test their swords and their manly strength on captured Indians and place bets on the slicing off of heads or the cutting of bodies in half with one blow. They burned or hanged captured chiefs. 49. At least one chief, the man considered by Columbus to be Hispaniola's ranking native leader, was not burned or hanged, however. He was captured, put in chains, and sent off by ship for public display and imprisonment in Spain. Like most of the Indians who had been forced to make that voyage, though, he never made it to Seville, he died en route. With the same determination Columbus had shown in organizing his troops' previously disorganized and indiscriminate killings, the admiral then set about the task of systematizing their haphazard enslavement of the natives. Gold was all that they were seeking, so every Indian on the island who was not a child was ordered to deliver to the Spanish a certain amount of the precious ore every 3 months. When the gold was delivered, the individual was presented with a token to wear around his or her neck as proof that the tribute had been paid. Anyone found without the appropriate number of tokens had his hands cut off. Since Hispaniola's gold supply was far less than what the Spaniards' fantasies suggested, Indians who wished to survive were driven to seek out their quotas of the ore at the expense of other endeavors, including food production. The famines that had begun earlier, when the Indians attempted to hide from the Spanish murderers, now grew much worse, while new diseases that the Spanish carried with them preyed ever more intensely on the malnourished and weakened bodies of the natives. And the soldiers never ceased to take delight in killing just for fun. Spanish reports of their own murderous sadism during this time are legion. For a lark they tore babes from their mother's breast by their feet, and dashed their heads against the rocks. The bodies of other infants they spitted, together with their mothers and all who were before them, on their swords. On one famous occasion in Cuba, a troop of 100 or more Spaniards stopped by the banks of a dry river and sharpened their swords on the whetstones in its bed. Eager to compare the sharpness of their blades, reported an eyewitness to the events, they drew their weapons and began to rip open the bellies, to cut and kill those lambs, men, women, children, and old folk, all of whom were seated, off guard and frightened, watching the Marais and the Spaniards. And within 2 credos, not a man of all of them there remains alive. The Spaniards enter the large house nearby, for this was happening at its door, and in the same way, with cuts and stabs, begin to kill as many as they found there, so that a stream of blood was running, as if a great number of cows had perished. To see the wounds which covered the bodies of the dead and dying was a spectacle of horror and dread. 50. This particular slaughter began at the village of Zukia, where the townsfolk earlier had provided for the conquistadors a feast of cassava, fruit, and fish. From there it spread. No one knows just how many Indians the Spanish killed in this sadistic spree, but Las Casas put the number at well over 20,000 before the soldiers' thirst for horror had been slaked. Another report, this one by a group of concerned Dominican friars, concentrated on the way the Spanish soldiers treated native infants. Some Christians encounter an Indian woman, who was carrying in her arms a child at suck, and since the dog they had with them was hungry, they tore the child from the mother's arms and flung it still living to the dog, who proceeded to devour it before the mother's eyes. When there were among the prisoners some women who had recently given birth, if the newborn babes happened to cry, they seized them by the legs and hurled them against the rocks, or flung them into the jungle so that they would be certain to die there. 51. Or, Las Casas again, in another incident he witnessed. The Spaniards found pleasure in inventing all kinds of odd cruelties, the more cruel the better, with which to spill human blood. They built a long gibbet, low enough for the toes to touch the ground and prevent strangling, and hanged 13 at a time in honor of Christ our Savior and the 12 apostles. When the Indians were thus still alive and hanging, the Spaniards tested their strength and their blades against them, ripping chests open with one blow and exposing entrails, and there were those who did worse. Then, straw was wrapped around their torn bodies and they were burned alive. One man caught 2 children about 2 years old, pierced their throats with a dagger, then hurled them down a precipice. 52. If some of this has a sickeningly familiar ring to readers who recall the massacres at My Lai and Song Mai and other Vietnamese villages in the not-too-distant past, the familiarity is reinforced by the term the Spanish used to describe their campaign of terror, pacification. 53. But as horrific as those bloodbaths were in Vietnam, in sheer magnitude they were as nothing compared with what happened on the single island of Hispaniola 500 years ago, the island's population of about 8 million people at the time of Columbus's arrival in 1492 already had declined by a third to a half before the year 1496 was out. And after 1496 the death rate, if anything, accelerated. In plotting on a graph the decline of Hispaniola's native population there appears a curious bulge, around the year 1510, when the diminishing numbers seem to stabilize and even grow a bit. Then the inexorable downward spiral toward extinction continues. What that little blip on the demographic record indicates is not, however, a moment of respite for the island's people, nor a contradiction to the overall pattern of Hispaniola's population free fall following Columbus's arrival. Rather, it is a shadowy and passing footnote to the Holocaust the Spanish at the same time were bringing to the rest of the Caribbean, for that fleeting instant of population stabilization was caused by the importation of tens of thousands of slaves from surrounding islands in a fruitless attempt by the Spanish to replace the dying natives of Hispaniola. 54. But death seized these imported slaves as quickly as it had Hispaniola's natives. And thus, the islands of the Bahamas were rapidly stripped of perhaps 500,000 people, in large part for use as short-lived replacements by the Spanish for Hispaniola's nearly eradicated indigenous inhabitants. Then Cuba, with its enormous population, suffered the same fate. With the Caribbean's millions of native people thereby effectively liquidated in barely a quarter of a century, forced through the murderous vortex of Spanish savagery and greed, the slavers turned next to the smaller islands off the mainland coast. The first raid took place in 1515 when natives from Guanaja in the Bay Islands off Honduras were captured and taken to forced labor camps in depopulated Cuba. Other slave expeditions followed, and by 1525, when Cortés arrived in the region, all the Bay Islands themselves had been entirely shorn of their inhabitants. 55. In order to exploit most fully the land and its populace, and to satisfy the increasingly dangerous and rebellion organizing ambitions of his well-armed Spanish troops, Columbus instituted a program called the Repartimento or Indian Grants, later referred to, in a revised version, as the system of encomiendas. This was a dividing up, not of the land, but of entire peoples and communities, and the bestowal of them upon a would-be Spanish master. The master was free to do what he wished with his people, have them plant, have them work in the mines, have them do anything, as Carl Sauer puts it, without limit or benefit of tenure. 56. The result was an even greater increase in cruelty and a magnification of the firestorm of human devastation. Caring only for short-term material wealth that could be wrenched up from the earth, the Spanish overlords on Hispaniola removed their slaves to unfamiliar locales. The roads to the mines were like anthills. Las Casas recalled deprived them of food, and forced them to work until they dropped. At the mines and fields in which they labored, the Indians were herded together under the supervision of Spanish overseers, known as mineros in the mines and estancieros on the plantations, who treated the Indians with such rigor and inhumanity that they seemed the very ministers of hell, driving them day and night with beatings, kicks, lashes and blows, and calling them no sweeter names than dogs. Needless to say, some Indians attempted to escape from this. They were hunted down with mastiffs. When found, if not torn apart on the spot, they were returned and a show trial was held for them, and for the edification of other Indians who were made to stand and watch. The escapees were brought before the visitator and the accuser, that is, the supposedly pious master, who accused them of being rebellious dogs and good-for-nothings and demanded stiff punishment. The visitator then had them tied to a post, and he himself, with his own hands, as the most honorable man in town, took a sailor's tarred whip as tough as iron, the kind they use in galleys, and flogged them until blood ran from their naked bodies, mere skin and bones from starvation. Then, leaving them for dead, he stopped and threatened the same punishment if they tried it again. 57. Occasionally, when slaves were so broken by illness, malnutrition, or exhaustion unto death that they became incapable of further labor output, they were dismissed from the mines or the fields where they worked. Las Casas estimated that perhaps 10% of the Indian conscripts survived long enough for this to happen. However, he continued, when they were allowed to go home, they often found it deserted and had no other recourse than to go out into the woods to find food and to die. When they fell ill, which was very frequently because they are a delicate people unaccustomed to such work, the Spaniards did not believe them and pitilessly called them lazy dogs, and kicked and beat them, and when illness was apparent they sent them home as useless, giving them some cassava for the 20 to 80 league journey. They would go then, falling into the first stream and dying there in desperation. Others would hold on longer, but very few ever made it home. I sometimes came upon dead bodies on my way, and upon others who were gasping and moaning in their death agony, repeating hungry, hungry. 58. In the face of utter hopelessness, the Indians began simply surrendering their lives. Some committed suicide. Many refused to have children, recognizing that their offspring, even if they successfully endured the Spanish cruelties, would only become slaves themselves. And others, wrote Las Casas, saw that without any offense on their part they were despoiled of their kingdoms, their lands and liberties, and of their lives, their wives, and homes. As they saw themselves each day perishing by the cruel and inhuman treatment of the Spaniards, crushed to the earth by the horses, cut in pieces by swords, eaten and torn by dogs, many buried alive and suffering all kinds of exquisite tortures, decided to abandon themselves to their unhappy fate with no further struggles, placing themselves in the hands of their enemies that they might do with them as they liked. 59. Other natives, in time, did find ways to become reunited with whatever remained of their families. But when most wives and husbands were brought back together, they were so exhausted and depressed on both sides that they had no mind for marital communication, and in this way they ceased to procreate. As for the newly born, they died early because their mothers, overworked and famished, had no milk to nurse them, and for this reason, while I was in Cuba, 7,000 babies died in 3 months. Some mothers even drowned their babies from sheer desperation, while others caused themselves to abort with certain herbs that produced stillborn children. In this way husbands died in the mines, wives died at work, and children died from lack of milk, while others had not time or energy for procreation, and in a short time this land, which was so great, so powerful and fertile, though so unfortunate, was depopulated. 60. By 1496, we already have noted, the population of Hispaniola had fallen from 8 million to between 4 and 5 million. By 1508 it was down to less than 100,000. By 1518 it numbered less than 20,000. And by 1535, say the leading scholars on this grim topic, for all practical purposes, the native population was extinct. 61. In less than the normal lifetime of a single human being, an entire culture of millions of people, thousands of years resident in their homeland, had been exterminated. The same fate befell the native peoples of the surrounding islands in the Caribbean as well. Of all the horrific genocides that have occurred in the 20th century against Armenians, Jews, Gypsies, Igbos, Bengalis, Timorese, Kampucheans, Ugandans, and more, none has come close to destroying this many or this great a proportion of wholly innocent people. 62. And then the Spanish turned their attention to the mainland of Mexico and Central America. The slaughter had barely begun. The exquisite city of Tenochtitlan was next. 3. Unlike most of the Caribbean peoples the Spanish encountered, the inhabitants of Mexico had a good deal of experience with warfare. To be sure, Aztec warriors were trained in highly individualistic fighting techniques, since the aim of battle was not to kill masses of the enemy, but rather to capture and bring back a single worthy opponent to be sacrificed at the following year's ceremonies of fertility. 63 Still, those fighting skills were formidable. And when combined with the Aztecs' enormous numerical advantage, they were more than a match for any invading army out of Europe. As the European interlopers' own accounts make clear, individual Indian warriors repeatedly showed themselves the equal, and more, of any among the Spanish militia. The story of one Aztec soldier who, in hand-to-hand combat, fought off a handful of Spanish horsemen when they could not bring him down. One of the Spaniards threw his lance at the Indian, who caught it and fought for another hour before being shot by 2 archers and then stabbed, was but one among innumerable such reports from the conquistadors themselves. 64. The Indians' battlefield experience, however, was the result of complex political rivalries that had existed in the region for centuries, rivalries the Spanish under Hernando Cortés were able to turn to their advantage. As one scholar of Aztec military strategy recently has emphasized, while the Spanish conquest is now seen as a major watershed in the history of the New World, to the various competing Indian polities at the time the Spanish were simply another group, albeit an alien one, seeking to gain political dominance in central Mexico. As such, although the first people the Spanish confronted, the Tlaxcaltecs, could easily have defeated the conquistadors, they saw in them instead potential confederates against their traditional adversaries. 65 It was thus with a formidable army of Indian allies at one point Cortés refers to 150,000 warriors who accompanied his band of less than 1,000 Spanish soldiers that the conquistadors marched on Tenochtitlan. 66. Rather than meeting resistance when he approached the great city, Cortés was greeted in friendship and was welcomed by Montezuma. In retrospect, this behavior of the Aztec leader has usually seemed foolish or cowardly or naive to Western historians. But Mesoamerican political traditions had always dictated that war was to be announced before it was launched, and the reasons for war were always made clear well beforehand. War was a sacred endeavor, and it was sacrilegious to engage in it with treachery or fraud. In fact, as Inga Clendenin recently has noted, so important was this notion of fair testing that food and weapons were sent to the selected target city as part of the challenge, there being no virtue in defeating a weakened enemy. 67 In this case, therefore, not only was there no reason for Montezuma to suppose Cortés intended to launch an invasion, but Cortés had plainly announced in advance that his purposes were not warlike, that he came as an ambassador of peace. Once the Spanish were inside the city's gates, however, it soon became apparent that this was a far from conciliatory mission. In the midst of a great public celebration of the feast of the god Huitzilopochtli, the Spanish, led by Cortés's ruthless lieutenant Pedro de Alvarado, entered and surrounded the ceremonial arena. It was filled, recalled the 16th century Spanish historian Bernardino de Sahagun, with nobles, priests, and soldiers, and throngs of other people. Still unaware of the conquistadors' intentions, says Sahagun, the Indians thought that were just admiring the style of their dancing and playing and singing, and so continued with their celebration and songs. Then the assault began. The first Spaniards to start fighting suddenly attacked those who were playing the music for the singers and dancers. They chopped off their hands and their heads so that they fell down dead. Then all the other Spaniards began to cut off heads, arms, and legs and to disembowel the Indians. Some had their heads cut off, others were cut in half, and others had their bellies slit open, immediately to fall dead. Others dragged their entrails along until they collapsed. Those who reached the exits were slain by the Spaniards guarding them, and others jumped over the walls of the courtyard, while yet others climbed up the temple, and still others, seeing no escape, threw themselves down among the slaughtered and escaped by feigning death. So great was the bloodshed that rivulets ran through the courtyard like water in a heavy rain. So great was the slime of blood and entrails in the courtyard, and so great was the stench that it was both terrifying and hair-trending. Now that nearly all were fallen and dead, the Spaniards went searching for those who had climbed up the temple and those who had hidden among the dead, killing all those they found alive. 68. As word spread of what was happening, Aztec soldiers appeared and drove the Spanish into the royal quarters where they held Montezuma prisoner. Before this event had occurred, the ruling nobles and priests had expressed unhappiness with Montezuma's apparent weakness when confronted with these heavily armed strangers. Now, when Montezuma appeared on the palace rooftop in chains and accompanied by Spanish soldiers, and appealed through a spokesman for peace, the populace revolted. According to Sahagun, one of them spoke out, "What is he saying, this whore of the Spaniards?" And a siege of the palace began. Montezuma was killed in the ensuing battle. 2 weeks or so of intermittent struggle later, says Sahagun, Cortés demonstrated the courage and skill that all brave captains in the time of greatest need. He ordered a retreat from the city under cover of night. 69. In retreat, however, Cortés left behind an invisible killer that would prevent the Aztecs from following and destroying his broken army, and that would begin the process of wreaking his revenge, the microscopic smallpox bacillus. Smallpox was a fearsome killer wherever it existed, but among a people with no previous exposure to the disease it was catastrophic. It first had appeared in the New World in 1518 on the huge and dying island of Hispaniola, a sort of dreadful coup de grace to that once enchanting place's dwindling few survivors. 70 After being released among the Aztecs, wrote Cortés's secretary Francisco López de Gamarra, it spread from one Indian to another, and they, being so numerous and eating and sleeping together, quickly infected the whole country. In most houses all the occupants died, for, since it was their custom to bathe as a cure for all diseases, they bathed for the smallpox and were struck down. Gamarra continues. Those who did survive, having scratched themselves, were left in such a condition that they frightened the others with the many deep pits on their faces, hands, and bodies. And then came famine, not because of a want of bread, but of meal, for the women do nothing but grind maize between 2 stones and bake it. The women, then, fell sick of the smallpox, bread failed, and many died of hunger. The corpses stank so horribly that no one would bury them, the streets were filled with them, and it is even said that the officials, in order to remedy the situation, pulled the houses down to cover the corpses. 71. The epidemic seems to have lasted for about 2 months, during which time, and for months after, Cortés was reorganizing his defeated forces and marching on and burning smaller towns in the region. 72 Once the disease dissipated, having devastated the city's residents and killed off most of the Aztec leaders, Cortés prepared to attack again. First, he had ships constructed that were used to intercept and cut off food supplies to the island capital. Then he destroyed the great aqueduct that brought fresh water to the city. Finally, the Spanish and their Indian allies laid siege to the once brilliant white metropolis and its dwindling population of diseased and starving people. Siege, as Inga Clendenin has observed, was for the Aztecs the antithesis of war. Viewing it as cowardly and dishonorable, the deliberate and systematic weakening of opposition before engagement, and the deliberate implication of non-combatants in the contest, had no part in their experience. 73 But it had been the European mode of battle for many centuries, deriving its inspiration from the Greek invention of ferocious and massively destructive infantry warfare. 74 To the Spanish, as to all Europeans when committed to battle, victory by whatever means was all that mattered. On the other side, for reasons equally steeped in ancient tradition, the people of Tenochtitlan had no other option than to resist dishonor and defeat until the very end. The ensuing battle was furious and horrifying, and continued on for months. Tenochtitlan's warriors, though immensely weakened by the deadly bacteria that had been loosed in their midst, and at least initially hobbled by what Clendenin calls their inhibition against battleground killing, were still too formidable an army for direct military confrontation. So Cortés extended his martial strategy by destroying not only the Aztecs' food and water supplies, but their very city itself. His soldiers burned magnificent public buildings and marketplaces, and the aviaries with their thousands of wondrous birds, they gutted and laid waste parks and gardens and handsome boulevards. The metropolis that the Spanish had just months earlier described as the most beautiful city on earth, so dazzling and beguiling in its exotic and brilliant variety, became a monotonous pile of rubble, a place of dust and flame and death. Because of the way the city was built on canals, however, burning was not always the most efficient means of despoliation. Often we levelled the houses to the ground, recalled Bernal Diaz, for if we set fire to them they took too long to burn, and one house would not catch fire from another, for each house stood in the water, and one could not pass from one to the other without crossing bridges or going in canoes. 75 Every day the Spanish crushed houses and other buildings in the city, and piled the debris into the canals, and each night the Aztecs dredged the canals in a desperate effort to keep the waters running free. Some captured Indians finally told the Spanish just how bad things were for the city's residents. Recalled Cortés. We now learned from two wretched creatures who had escaped from the city and come to our camp by night that they were dying of hunger and used to come out at night to fish in the canals between the houses, and wandered through the places we had won in search of firewood and herbs and roots to eat. I resolved to enter the next morning shortly before dawn and do all the harm we could. And we fell upon a huge number of people. As these were some of the most wretched people and had come in search of food, they were nearly all unarmed, and women and children in the main. We did them so much harm through all the streets in the city that we could reach, that the dead and the prisoners numbered more than 800. 76. With the advantage finally theirs even if it was against wretched, unarmed women and children in the main. Cortés and the Spanish pressed on. That day, wrote Cortés, we did nothing save burn and raze to the ground the houses on either side of that main street, which indeed was a sad sight, but we were obliged to do it, there being no other way of accomplishing our aims. They moved their forces to another section of the city where they slaughtered and captured more than 12,000 people. Within a day or two they had another multitude of helpless citizens penned in. They no longer had nor could find any arrows, javelins, or stones with which to attack us. More than 40,000 were killed in that single day, and so loud was the wailing of the women and children that there was not one man amongst us whose heart did not bleed at the sound. Indeed, because we could no longer endure the stench of the dead bodies that had lain in those streets for many days, which was the most loathsome thing in all the world, recalled Cortés, we returned to our camp. 77. But not for long. The next morning the Spanish were in the streets again, mopping up the starving, dehydrated, and disease-racked Indians who remained. "I intended to attack and slay them all," said Cortés, as he observed that the people of the city had to walk upon their dead while others swam or drowned in the waters of that wide lake where they had their canoes. Indeed, so great was their suffering that it was beyond our understanding how they could endure it. Countless numbers of men, women, and children came out toward us, and in their eagerness to escape many were pushed into the water where they drowned amid that multitude of corpses, and it seemed that more than 50,000 had perished from the salt water they had drunk, their hunger and the vile stench. And so in those streets where they were we came across such piles of the dead that we were forced to walk upon them. 78. In all their writings on the Aztecs, the Inquisition-loving Spanish, like most Western writers who have followed them, expressed indignant horror at their enemies' religious rituals involving human sacrifice. And indeed, the Aztec toll in that regard was great. Perhaps as many as 20,000 enemy warriors, captured in battle, were sacrificed each year during the peak of the Aztecs' brief reign as the lords of central Mexico. Although what one conquistador said of the reports of Inca human sacrifice may hold true here as well, these and other things are the testimony we Spaniards raise against these Indians, wrote Pedro de Ciudad Leon in 1553, endeavoring by these things we tell of them to hide our own shortcomings and justify the ill treatment they have suffered at our hands. I am not saying that they did not make sacrifices. But it was not as it was told. 79 Las Casas claimed the same was true of the reports from Mexico. The estimate of brigands, he claimed, who wished to find an apology for their own atrocities, and modern scholars have begun to support the view that the magnitude of sacrifice was indeed greatly exaggerated by the New World's conquerors, just as it was, for the same reasons, by Western conquerors in other lands. 80 Even if the annual figure of 20,000 were correct, however, in the siege of Tenochtitlan the invading Spaniards killed twice that many people in a single day, including enormous numbers of innocent women, children, and the aged. And they did it day after day after day, capping off the enterprise, once Tenochtitlan had been razed, by strip-searching their victims for any treasure they may have concealed before killing them. As an Aztec chronicler recalled, the Christians searched all the refugees. They even opened the women's skirts and blouses and felt everywhere, their ears, their breasts, their hair. 81 Lastly, they burned the precious books salvaged by surviving Aztec priests, and then fed the priests to Spanish dogs of war. This initial phase of the Spanish bloodbath in the region finally over, Cortés now returned to camp, where he spent 3 or 4 days attending to many items of business. Concerning myself with the good order, government, and pacification of these parts. What this meant, first of all, as he says in his very next sentence, was the collecting and dividing up of the gold that were the spoils of the carnage. Although much had been destroyed or lost in the fury of the battle, these valuables included many gold bucklers, which he promptly melted down, plumes, feather head dresses, and things so remarkable that they cannot be described in writing, nor would they be understood unless they were seen. 82. Through prior arrangement with his king, Cortés's share of the loot was 1/5. In gold and jewelry and artwork, that was a fortune, probably more than $10 million in 1990 American currency. In terms of slaves, it meant at least 3,000 human beings for his personal and private use, not counting about 23,000 Indian vassals, even after the crown reduced his holdings in 1529. Immediately setting his slaves to labor in the placer mines, he drove them until they dropped. Before long, almost all of them had died from neglect and overwork. No matter how quickly he moved to replenish his human capital, Cortés killed faster than he could purchase or commandeer. By the time of his own death in 1547, his personal holdings in Indian slaves, despite constant infusions of new bodies, was barely 1/10 of what he started with. 83. Meanwhile, Tenochtitlan effectively was no more. About 1/3 of a million people dead, in a single city in a single lake in the center of Mexico. And still this was just the beginning. Smallpox and other new diseases, new, at least to the Indians, were now rippling out in currents of destruction across the Mexican and Central American landscape. The microbes moved even faster than the ambitious conquistadors on their horses, but the conquistadors moved as quickly as they could. And few if any were as ambitious as Pedro de Alvarado, who had led the temple massacre during the feast day ceremonies for the god Huitzilopochtli. Alvarado and his compatriots headed south, seeking gold for their coffers and flesh for their mines. Others headed north. Like parasites feeding on the remains of whatever was left alive once the winds of epidemic fever had passed over the native populations they encountered, the Spanish adventurers invaded, conquered, and enslaved the peoples living in the rest of Mexico and in what today is Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Panama. No one knows how many they killed, or how many died of disease before the conquistadors got there, but Las Casas wrote that Alvarado and his troops by themselves advanced, killing, ravaging, burning, robbing and destroying all the country wherever he came. In all, he said, by other massacres and murders besides the above, they have destroyed and devastated a kingdom more than 100 leagues square, one of the happiest in the way of fertility and population in the world. This same tyrant wrote that it was more populous than the kingdom of Mexico, and he told the truth. He and his brothers, together with the others, have killed more than 4 or 5 million people in 15 or 16 years, from the year 1525 until 1540, and they continue to kill and destroy those who are still left, and so they will kill the remainder. 84. Alvarado, of course, was but one among many engaged in this genocidal enterprise. Nuno Beltrán de Guzmán was one of those who led armies to the north, torturing and burning at the stake native leaders, such as the Tarascan king, while seizing or destroying enormous native stores of food. Guzmán later was followed by Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca, by Francisco Vázquez de Coronado, by Francisco de Ibarra, and countless other conquerors and marauders. As elsewhere, disease, depredation, enslavement, and outright massacres combined to extinguish entire Indian cultures in Mexico's northwest. Among the region's Serrano culture groups, in barely more than a century the Tepehuan people were reduced in number by 90%, the Iritilla people by 93%, the Acaqui people by 95%. It took a little longer for the various Yaqui peoples to reach this level of devastation, but they too saw nearly 90% of their numbers perish, while for the varied Mayo peoples the collapse was 94%. Scores of other examples from this enormous area followed the same deadly pattern. 85. To the south the story was the same and worse. By 1542 Nicaragua alone had seen the export of as many as 500,000 of its people for slave labor in distant areas whose populations had been destroyed. In Honduras about 150,000 were enslaved. In Panama, it was said, between the years of 1514 and 1530 up to 2 million Indians were killed. But again, since numbers such as these are so overwhelming, sometimes it is the smaller incident that best tells what it was like, such as the expedition to Nicaragua in 1527 of López de Salcedo, the colonial governor of Honduras. At the start of his trip Salcedo took with him more than 300 Indian slaves to carry his personal effects. Along the way he killed 2/3 of them, but he also captured 2,000 more from villages that were in his path. By the time he reached his destination in Leon, only 100 of the more than 2,300 Indian slaves he had begun with or acquired during his journey were still alive. 86 All this was necessary to pacify the natives. As Bishop Diego de Landa described the process in his region of the Yucatan, the Spaniards pacified in such a way, that these provinces, which were formerly the thickest settled and most populous, remained the most desolate of all the country. In these besieged provinces, added Fray Lorenzo de Bienvenida, the Indians fled from all this and did not sow their crops, and all died of hunger. I say all, because there were pueblos of 500 and 1,000 houses, and now one which has 100 is large. 87 The Spanish had a saying, recalled Alonso de Zorita, that it was easy to find one's way from province to province, because the paths were marked with the bones of the dead. There are certain birds, he added, that, when an Indian falls, pick out his eyes and kill and eat him. It is well known that these birds appear whenever the Spaniards make an incursion or discover a mine. 88 Indeed, to this day there exist in Yucatan towns and villages Spanish buildings and monuments that celebrate the 16th century slaughter. One example is Montejo House in Merida on the coast, near the sites of the ancient Maya cities of Uxmal and Chichen Itza, whose facade is decorated with two proud and preening conquistadors, each of whom has his feet planted atop the severed heads of Indians. 89. The gratuitous killing and outright sadism that the Spanish soldiers had carried out on Hispaniola and in central Mexico was repeated in the Long March to the south. Numerous reports, from numerous reporters, tell of Indians being led to the mines in columns, chained together at the neck, and decapitated if they faltered. Of children trapped and burned alive in their houses, or stabbed to death because they walked too slowly. Of the routine cutting off of women's breasts, and the tying of heavy cords to their feet before tossing them to drown in lakes and lagoons. Of babies taken from their mothers' breasts, killed, and left as roadside markers. Of stray Indians dismembered and sent back to their villages with their chopped off hands and noses strung around their necks. Of pregnant and confined women, children, old men, as many as they could capture, thrown into pits in which stakes had been embedded and left stuck on the stakes, until the pits were filled. 90 and much, much more. One favorite sport of the conquistadors was dogging. Traveling as they did with packs of armored wolfhounds and mastiffs that were raised on a diet of human flesh and were trained to disembowel Indians, the Spanish used the dogs to terrorize slaves and to entertain the troops. An entire book, Dogs of the Conquest, has been published recently, detailing the exploits of these animals as they accompanied their masters throughout the course of the Spanish depredations. A properly fleshed dog, these authors say, could pursue a savage as zealously and effectively as a deer or a boar. To many of the conquerors, the Indian was merely another savage animal, and the dogs were trained to pursue and rip apart their human quarry with the same zest as they felt when hunting wild beasts. 91. Vasco Núñez de Balboa was famous for such exploits and, like others, he had his own favorite dog Leoncico, or Little Lion, a reddish-colored cross between a greyhound and a mastiff that was rewarded at the end of a campaign for the amount of killing it had done. On one much celebrated occasion, Leoncico tore the head off an Indian leader in Panama while Balboa, his men, and other dogs completed the slaughter of everyone in a village that had the ill fortune to lie in their journey's path. Heads of human adults do not come off easily, so the authors of Dogs of the Conquest seem correct in calling this a remarkable feat, although Balboa's men usually were able to do quite well by themselves. 92 As one contemporary description of this same massacre notes, the Spaniards cut off the arm of one, the leg or hip of another, and from some their heads at one stroke, like butchers cutting up beef and mutton for market. 600, including the cacique, were thus slain like brute beasts. Vasco ordered 40 of them to be torn to pieces by dogs. 93. Just as the Spanish soldiers seem to have particularly enjoyed testing the sharpness of their yard-long rapier blades on the bodies of Indian children, so their dogs seemed to find the soft bodies of infants especially tasty, and thus the accounts of the invading conquistadors and the padres who traveled with them are filled with detailed descriptions of young Indian children routinely taken from their parents and fed to the hungry animals. Men who could take pleasure in this sort of thing had little trouble with less sensitive matters, such as the sacking and burning of entire cities and towns, and the destruction of books and tablets containing millennia of accumulated knowledge, wisdom, and religious belief. Even when supposedly undoing the more extreme acts of violence perpetrated by their compatriots, the conquistadors seemed unable to restrain themselves from one last act of savagery. For a number of years Indians who were enslaved had their chattel status burned into their faces with branding irons that stamped them with the initials of their owners. When sold from one Spaniard to another, a replacement brand was made. Consequently, some slaves' faces were scarred with 2 or 3 or 4 branding mutilations identifying them as transferable pieces of property. Once, however, Writes William Sherman, when a ship put in at a Nicaraguan port loaded with illegally enslaved Encomienda Indians, the governor freed them and sent them home. But first the natives, some of whom were women and suckling children, had their face brands cancelled. Fresh letters spelling Libra were burned into their scarred faces. 94. The treatment of Indian females is particularly revealing, in light of the Catholic machismo ideology of the Spanish that celebrated the purity of their own women. The tone for such treatment was set at the start, with the first description that exists of a sexual encounter between a European and an Indian woman. It occurred during Columbus's second voyage and was described by the protagonist himself, not a Spaniard in this case, but the Italian nobleman Michel de Cuneo. While I was in the boat I captured a very beautiful Carib woman, whom the said Lord Admiral gave to me, and with whom, having taken her into my cabin, she being naked according to their custom, I conceived desire to take pleasure. I wanted to put my desire into execution, but she did not want it and treated me with her fingernails in such a manner that I wished I had never begun. But seeing that, I took a rope and thrashed her well, for which she raised such unheard of screams that you would not have believed your ears. Finally we came to an agreement in such manner that I can tell you she seemed to have been brought up in a school of harlots. 95. Cuneo here expresses an attitude toward raped women that soon would become a staple of violent pornography and male sadistic fantasy. She enjoyed it. While still in the Caribbean, a report to the King's Minister by a group of Dominicans provides a different, but equally vivid, example of the other classic function and fantasy of rape: the demonstration of power and the degradation of both the victim and her loved ones. Typically, when an enslaved workman returned from the mines at the end of a day, the friars reported, not only was he beaten or whipped because he had not brought up enough gold, but further, most often, he was bound hand and foot and flung under the bed like a dog, before the foreman lay down, directly over him, with his wife. 96. These were just precursors to the open trade in enslaved women that the Spanish delighted in as the decades wore on. Native women or Indias were gambled away in card games and traded for other objects of small value, while stables of them were rented out to sailors who desired sexual accompaniment during their travels up and down the coast. If an India attempted to resist, she was whipped or tortured or burned alive. Even when laws were passed to curb the more extreme of such atrocities, the penalties were a joke. When, for example, an uncooperative Nicaraguan Indian woman was burned to death in her hut by a Spaniard who tried to rape her, he was prosecuted by the governor and fined 5 pesos. 97. Those women who were not valued as enslaved concubines were forced to do back-breaking work. Writes one modern historian. Some of the Indias even as late as the 1580s were being broken physically, their insides literally bursting in some instances from the heavy loads they had to carry. Unable to endure more, some of them committed suicide by hanging, starving themselves, or by eating poisonous herbs. Encomenderos forced them to work in open fields where they tried to care for their children. They slept outside and there gave birth to and reared their babies, who were often bitten by poisonous insects. Mothers occasionally killed their offspring at birth to spare them future agonies. Working mothers present a poignant image when we hear of them returning home after weeks or months of separation from their children, only to find that they had died or had been taken away. 98. Concludes this writer, all of those factors help explain the fact that on tribute rolls married couples were frequently entered as having no children at all or only one, and seldom more than 299. In even the most healthful of environments, birth rates of this level will mean zero population growth at first, and then increasingly precipitous decline. In an environment of such enormous mortality from genocide and firestorms of disease, as was the rule in the Americas during the Spanish conquest, birth rates this low were a blueprint for extinction. And that is precisely what happened in community after community. Almost everyone was killed. There were, of course, exceptions. But overall in central Mexico the population fell by almost 95% within 75 years following the Europeans' first appearance, from more than 25 million people in 1519 to barely 1,300,000 in 1595. and central Mexico was typical. Even using moderate estimates of the pre-1492 population, in southeastern Mexico the number of inhabitants dropped from 1,700,000 to less than 240,000 in a century and a half. In northern Mexico, over a somewhat longer period, the native population fell from more than 2,500,000 to less than 320,000. Wherever the invaders went, the pattern was the same. On the island of Cozumel, off the eastern coast of Mexico, more than 96% of the population had been destroyed less than 70 years after the Spaniards' first arrival. In the Cucumatan highlands of Guatemala the population fell by 82% within the first half-century following European contact, and by 94% from 260,000 to 16,000 in less than a century and a half. In western Nicaragua 99% of the people were dead before 60 years had passed from the time of the Spaniards' initial appearance. In western and central Honduras 95% of the people were exterminated in half a century. In Córdoba, near the Gulf of Mexico, 97% of the population was extinguished in little more than a century, while simultaneously, in neighboring Jalapa, the same lethal pattern held. 97% of the Jalapa population was destroyed, falling from 180,000 people in 1520 to 5,000 in 1626. With dreary regularity, in countless other locales across the length and breadth of Mexico and down into Central America, the European intrusion meant the sudden and near total disappearance of populations that had lived and flourished there for thousands upon thousands of years. 100. Those natives who survived remembered, however, and in poetry they passed on to posterity the dreadful tale of what had happened. Recalled an Aztec poet. Broken spears lie in the roads. We have torn our hair in grief. The houses are roofless now, and their walls are red with blood. Worms are swarming in the streets and plazas. And the walls are splattered with gore. The water has turned red, as if it were dyed. And when we drink it, it has the taste of brine. We have pounded our hands in despair against the adobe walls. For our inheritance, our city, is lost and dead. 101. The Maya Book of Kilambalam adds what the White Lords did when they came to our land. They taught fear and they withered the flowers. So that their flower should live, they maimed and destroyed the flower of others. Marauders by day, offenders by night, murderers of the world. 102. Then the Spanish, joined now by other European adventurers and their military escorts, pushed on into South America. 4. Peru and Chile, home of the Incas and one of the wealthiest and largest empires anywhere, covering virtually the entire western coast of the South American continent, had contained at least 9 million people only a few years before the Europeans arrived, possibly as many as 14 million or more. As elsewhere, the conquistadors' diseases preceded them. Smallpox, and probably other epidemics swept down through Mexico and across the Andes in the early 1520s, even before Pizarro's first foray into the region, but also as elsewhere the soldiers and settlers who followed wreaked terrible havoc and destruction themselves. Long before the close of the century, barely 1 million Peruvians remained alive. A few years more and that fragment was halved again. At least 94% of the population was gone. Somewhere between 8,500,000 and 13,500,000 people had been destroyed. 103. Here, as in the Caribbean and Mexico and Central America, one could fill volumes with reports of murderous European cruelties, reports derived from the Europeans' own writings. As in those other locales, Indians were flogged, hanged, drowned, dismembered, and set upon by dogs of war as the Spanish and others demanded more gold and silver than the natives were able to supply. One ingenious European technique for getting what they wanted involved burying Indian leaders in earth up to their waists after they had given the Spanish all the goods that they possessed. In that helpless position they then were beaten with whips and ordered to reveal the whereabouts of the rest of their treasure. When they could not comply, because they had no more valuable possessions, more earth was piled about them and the whippings were continued. Then more earth. And more beating. At last, Says the Spanish informant on this particular matter, they covered them to the shoulders and finally to the mouths. He then adds as an afterthought, I even believe that a great number of natives were burned to death. 104. Pedro de Cesar de Leon, in what is justly regarded as the best first-hand account of the conquest of the Incas, describes in page after page the beautiful valleys and fields of this part of the world, the marvelous cities, the kind and generous native people and the wholesale slaughter of them by the Spanish as though a fire had gone, destroying everything in its path. 105. Cesar de Leon was himself a conquistador, a man who believed in the right of the Spaniards to seize Indians and set them to forced labor, but only, he wrote, when it is done in moderation. He explains, I would not condemn the employment of Indian carriers. But if a man had need of 1 pig, he killed 20, if 4 Indians were wanted, he took a dozen. And there were many Spaniards who made the poor Indians carry their whores in hammocks borne on their shoulders. Were one ordered to enumerate the great evils, injuries, robberies, oppression, and ill-treatment inflicted on the natives during these operations, there would be no end of it. For they thought no more of killing Indians than if they were useless beasts. 106. But, like many others, Cesar de Leon's point is better made in incidentals of detail than with grand pronouncements, as in the offhand reference, in his immediately succeeding sentence, to a Portuguese named Roque Martin, who had the quarters of Indians hanging on a porch to feed his dogs with, as if they were wild beasts. Despite all the savage face-to-face cruelties, however, it was enslavement on the Spaniards' plantations and in their silver mines, in addition to the introduced diseases and starvation, that killed the most Indians directly. Immediately upon entering this region, the conquistadors laid waste the Incas' roads and bridges, agricultural terraces, and canals. They looted heavily stocked storehouses and granaries, and gratuitously slaughtered llamas by the thousands. It is said, wrote one later Spanish official, that killed great numbers of llamas simply to eat the marrow fat, and the rest was wasted. Others described the Spaniards' almost unbelievable destruction of agriculture and animal life, and in this way, wrote one, all the food, the vegetables, llamas, and alpacas that were in that valley and district were totally consumed. Added Pascual de Andagoya as early as 1539, the Indians are being totally destroyed and lost. They with a cross to be given food for the love of God. Killing all the llamas they want for no greater need than to make tallow candles. The Indians are left with nothing to plant, and since they have no cattle and can never obtain any, they cannot fail to die of hunger. 107. Believing that El Dorados existed in the Amazon, the conquistadors drove thousands of natives before them in their desperate searches for gold mines in the jungles. Some 200 or 300 Spaniards go on these expeditions, wrote Domingo de Santo Tomas, but they take 2,000 or 3,000 Indians to serve them and carry their food and fodder. Few or no Indians survive, because of lack of food, the immense hardships of the long journeys through wastelands, and from the loads themselves. Added Diego de Almagro in an account that was typical of countless others. Hernando Pizarro would take Indians in chains to carry what had pillaged. When the Indians grew exhausted, they cut off their heads without untying them from the chains, leaving the roads full of dead bodies, with the utmost cruelty. Entire towns and provinces were wiped out by these and similar practices. 108. Those who did survive the Spanish gifts of plague and famine and massacre, and who were not force-marched into jungles as the conquistadors enslaved beasts of burden, were subject to being herded together and driven from their highland residences in the Andes to coca plantations on the sweltering peripheries of low-lying tropical rainforests. There, their lungs long adapted to the cool, thin air of mountain altitudes were assaulted by a barrage of still more strange, debilitating, and murderous diseases, including Uta or mal de los Andes, which ate away at noses, mouths, and throats before bringing on terrifyingly painful death. So many were succumbing at such a rapid rate, in fact, that even the Spanish crown began worrying about the long-term success of their enterprise should too many Indians be destroyed. Because an infinite number of Indians perish, observed King Philip himself in a belated imperial decree, and others emerge so sick and weak that they never recuperate. The coca trade, he urged, must be moderated or discouraged. The Spanish on the scene, trying for more precision than their king regarding the matter of Indian mortality, estimated that between a third and half of the annual quota of coca workers died as a result of their 5-month service in the fields. And those who did survive, and the fewer still who lived out the remainder of the year, had only the next round of lethal work to face in the coming season ahead. Still, despite the urgings of the crown, the trade in coca grew because, as Hernando de Santillan put it, down there is one disease worse than all the rest, the unrestrained greed of the Spaniards. 109. Work in the silver mines, if anything, was worse. Dropped down a shaft bored as far as 750 feet into the earth, taking with them only some bags of roasted maize for their sustenance, observed Rodrigo de Loaiza, the miners remained below ground for a week at a time. There, in addition to the dangers of falling rocks, poor ventilation, and the violence of brutal overseers, as the Indian laborers chipped away at the rock faces of the mines they released and inhaled the poisonous vapors of cinnabar, arsenic anhydride, and mercury. If 20 healthy Indians enter on Monday, wrote Loaiza, half may emerge crippled on Saturday. Crippled, if they were lucky. To enter a mine, wrote Santo Tomas, was to enter a mouth of hell. 110. For as long as there appeared to be an unending supply of brute labor, it was cheaper to work an Indian to death, and then replace him or her with another native, than it was to feed and care for either of them properly. It is probable, in fact, that the life expectancy of an Indian engaged in forced labor in a mine or on a plantation during these early years of Spanish terror in Peru was not much more than 3 or 4 months, about the same as that of someone working at slave labor in the synthetic rubber manufacturing plant at Auschwitz in the 1940s. 111. So immense was the indigenous population of the Andes that the Spanish seemed to think at first that the supply of labor was infinite and inexhaustible. Whole valleys, once filled with thriving villages and hundreds of thousands of native people, were picked clean of human life. But at last the friars and some settlers began writing to their king in Spain, asking him to use his influence to moderate the Holocaust, lest the absence of any Indians, a prospect that was beginning to seem imminent, served to shut their enterprises down. 112. The crown consented. On Christmas Day in 1551, the king decreed that henceforth all Indian labor in the mines must be voluntary. The mine owners countered by using forced Indian laborers to carry supplies to the remote and isolated mining regions, and then trying to coax those laborers into working voluntarily in the mines. Others rented out Indian workers from Spanish labor overlords. But still the supply of workers, along with all the native people, continued to disappear. Finally, in the 1560s, the Spanish viceroy on the scene countermanded the royal decree and declared that for the good of the realm 1/7 of the native tributary population living within approximately 150 miles of a mine would be drafted to labor in the mine pits. After 4 months that group would be replaced by another collection of conscripts from the same area. Although such draftees were treated better than the earlier slaves, and were allowed to spend each night above ground rather than in the mines, they were, after all, now a much scarcer and thus more valuable commodity. Conditions during the day below ground were as bad as they had always been. Indeed, even the trek up the mountains to reach the mines remained a murderous journey. One Spaniard described a march he witnessed of more than 7,000 souls from the province of Chukaido to the silver mountain of Potosi. It covered a distance of about 100 leagues. Takes 2 months, he wrote, because the cattle which were driven up the mountain alongside the people cannot travel quicker, nor their children of 5 and 6 years whom they take with them. He continues. Of all this mankind and commonwealth which they take away from Chukaido, no more than 2,000 souls ever return, and the remainder, about 5,000, in part, they die, and in part they remain in Potosi. And for this, and the work, so excessive that, of 6 months, 4 in the mines, working 12 hours a day, going down 420 and at times 700 feet, down to where night is perpetual, for it is always necessary to work by candle light, the air thick and ill-smelling, being enclosed in the entrails of the earth, the going up and down most dangerous, for they come up loaded with their small sack of metal tied up to their backs, taking quite 4 to 5 hours, step by step, and if they make the slightest false step they may fall 700 feet, and when they arrive at the top out of breath, find as shelter a mine owner who scolds them because they did not come quickly enough or because they did not bring enough load, and for the slightest reason makes them go down again. 113. These were the improved conditions in the Spaniards' Andean silver mines, where still 2/3 of those who ascended the mountain soon died or withered away. Even the initial survivors' lives were brief, however, since most of them soon developed mal de la mina, or mine sickness, which before it killed began with ulcers on the gums and soon progressed to rotting and destruction of the mouth and jaw, while its victims coughed up sputum mixed with mercury and blood. Understandably, before too long, likely draftees started moving out of the conscription zones around the mining regions, which only heightened the Spaniards' need for more recruits whose terms of labor then also necessarily grew longer, which in turn drove still more of them to migrate from the area. As Felipe Guaman Poma de Ayala explained, some absent themselves from their communities to avoid going to the mines where they would suffer agony and martyrdom, and in order to avoid experiencing such hell, hardship, and torment of the devils, others flee the mines, and still others take to the roads to avoid the mines and would rather chance dying suddenly than to suffer a slow death. They say that they reach such a state because contracting mercury sickness one dries up as a stick and has asthma, and cannot live day or night. It goes on in this manner a year or two and they die. 114. But by moving away from the reach of the Spanish mine recruiters, Indians had to break up their families and communities and move down to the lowlands where the Europeans' epidemic diseases such as measles, mumps, typhus, influenza, diphtheria, scarlet fever, and hemorrhagic smallpox, to mention only those diseases that are known to have broken out here during these years, spread more easily in the warm and muggy air. The would-be conscripts, therefore, were trapped. They could either be drafted and destroyed in the torture of the mines, or they could move down to a hot and humid seething pest house where, recent research has shown, the population was disintegrating at about twice the speed that it was even in the mining regions. 115. Whether or not to migrate from the highland regions, then, was an agonizing individual and family decision. For Andean society as a whole, however, no alternatives were afforded. Within a century following their first encounter with the Spanish, 94 to 96% of their once enormous population had been exterminated. Along their 2,000 miles of coastline, where once 6,500,000 people had lived, everyone was dead. And then there was Brazil. Here, the Englishman Anthony Knivet once had said, you could travel from the Atlantic coast across the continent to Potosi in the Andes, and all the way as you go, you shall have great towns of Indians. You shall have 500 of these Indians by the way as you travel, ready with nets to carry you. So thick with a vast variety of cultures and peoples were Brazil's coastal and riverine areas that the first Portuguese governor of the region, Tomé de Sousa, declared that it was impossible for there ever to be a lack of natives, even if we were to cut them up in slaughterhouses. 116. It was one of those rare statements that was both prescient and wrong. The effect of European conquest in Brazil was indeed as damaging as if the people had been cut up in slaughterhouses, but the number of natives was not inexhaustible. The Portuguese governorship of Brazil was established with Sousa's arrival in the Bay of Bahia in March of 1549. Within just 20 years, when, in 1570, King Sebastião emptily declared that natives should not be enslaved unless they were captured in just wars, the native peoples of Brazil already were well along the road to extinction. From the first days of the colony, in 1549 and on into the 1550s, as Pero de Magalhães Gondavo wrote at the time, the governors and captains of the land destroyed little by little and killed many, and others fled into the interior. In 1552, and again in 1554, and again in 1556, and again in 1559 through 1561, epidemic diseases brought by the Europeans swept the coasts and countryside, preying heavily on the weakened bodies of enslaved Indians whose ancestors had never encountered such pestilences. In 1552, wrote Francisco Pires, of those natives who came down with the fever almost none of these has survived. In 1554 an epidemic of bloody fluxes, reported Simão de Vasconcelos, struck with such violence that as soon as it appeared it laid them low, unconscious, and within 3 or 4 days it carried them to the grave. In 1556 another epidemic destroyed an infinite number of savages, recalled André Thevet. And for 2 years, from 1559 to 1561, horrifying hemorrhagic fevers, dysentery, and influenza or whooping cough, raked the populace that remained. The natives everywhere were terrified and almost stunned by what was happening to them, wrote Antonio Blasques. They no longer performed their songs and dances. Everything was grief. There was nothing to be heard but weeping and groaning by the dying. 117. In the midst of all this the enslavement and forced labor continued. King João III had earlier divided the 2,500 miles of the Indians' Brazilian coastline into 14 so-called captaincies, or private grants of land, each one extending inland from a coastal strip that might be anywhere from 100 to 400 miles long. 118 In the captaincy with the best existing records, the Bahia Captaincy, at least 40,000 Indians toiled in forced plantation labor as the decade of the 1560s began. Other captaincies had similar numbers of Indian slaves. Meanwhile, in Europe, bubonic plague and smallpox both were raging once again. With case mortality rates as high as 60% and more for either of the scourges by itself, and with most deaths occurring within a week of first infection, even among people with centuries of exposure and thus a measure of resistance, the continent was reeling. 119 About 40,000 people died in Lisbon alone from this single epidemic. People with no history of the maladies, of course, would succumb at an even greater rate. The 100,000 natives who had died in the Rio de la Plata 2 years earlier were mute testament to that. And so, in January of 1563, the plague and smallpox left a ship that was anchored off the coast and accompanied their human hosts onto the mainland of Brazil. The resulting carnage beggared all description. The plague was first. It seemed as though everyone was infected. At least everyone who was a native. As is common when a contagion invades a people with no previous exposure to it, the first generation of symptoms are like nothing anyone, even anyone with long experience with the infection, has ever seen. The disease began with serious pains inside the intestines, wrote Simão de Vasconcelos, which made the liver and the lungs rot. It then turned into pox that were so rotten and poisonous that the flesh fell off them in pieces full of evil-smelling beasties. Thousands died in a matter of days, at least 30,000 within 3 months. Then, among the plague survivors, the smallpox was discovered. Wrote Leonardo Duval. When this tribulation was past and they wanted to raise their heads a little, another illness engulfed them, far worse than the other. This was a form of smallpox or pox so loathsome and evil-smelling that none could stand the great stench that emerged from them. For this reason many died untended, consumed by the worms that grew in the wounds of the pox and were engendered in their bodies in such abundance and of such great size that they caused horror and shock to any who saw them. 120. As had been the case in the Caribbean and Mexico and Central America and Peru before, the secondary consequences of the epidemic were as bad or worse than the monstrous diseases themselves. With no one healthy enough to prepare food or to draw water or even to comfort the others, multitudes starved to death, died of dehydration, or of outright despair, even before the infection could run its deadly course. Children were the worst afflicted. In the end, recalled Vale, the thing grew so bad that there was no one to make graves and some were buried in dunghills and around the huts, but so badly that the pigs rooted them up. 121. If enslavement had weakened the Indians, increasing their susceptibility to the fatal microbes, the destruction of their ways of life by armadas of disease in turn made them more susceptible to enslavement. For many, whose crops now were gone, because there was no one strong enough to tend them while the epidemic raged, giving themselves over to servitude became the only way they could even hope to eat. They approached plantation masters and begged to be taken in. There are some who were not even wanted as slaves, wrote Vale, so they had themselves shackled so that they would be taken. It seemed less likely that they would be rejected if already in irons. Added Vasconcelos, one man surrendered his liberty for only one gourd of flour to save his life. Others hired themselves out to work all or part of their lives, others sold their own children. Within 3 decades at least 90% of the region's native people had been destroyed. 122. This was, of course, far from the last of it. An unending rhythm of attack from slaving parties, punctuated by furious epidemic disease episodes brought by those same slavers, as well as by missionaries, and then military assault again, became the norm of Brazilian Indian life for most of the next 2 centuries. Even when nominally free, the natives were being systematically destroyed. Thus, for example, by the 1630s those Indians still living in the Municipal Council of Salvador who were able to work for wages earned on average between 1/8 and 1/16 of what black slaves were paid, and often such wages were doled out in flour, cloth, and alcohol, if they were paid at all. Frequently they were not. Even if paid, however, and paid in hard currency, such earnings were far from sufficient for survival. 123 If there is anything that now seems surprising in light of all this, it is the extraordinary level of resistance the natives continued to mount even as they watched their own populations falling rapidly toward non-existence. The story of Ajuricaba, heroic 18th century chief of the powerful Manau tribe, who fought ferociously to preserve his people from abduction and enslavement and who leapt to his own death rather than be captured, is still remembered today among Brazilians who care about such things. But, in fact, Ajuricaba was only one of many. From the very beginning, from at least that day in 1493 when a very beautiful Carib woman fought off the violent advances of Michel de Cuneo, before being thrashed with a rope and then raped by him, the people of the Americas resisted. None did so more successfully than the Maya, who combined retreats into the deep jungle cover of the Yucatan lowlands where, as one historian puts it, the pursuing conquistadors soon found themselves adrift in a green expanse of forest without food to eat, souls to convert, or labor to exploit, with relentless military counterattacks that finally led to temporary expulsion of the Spanish in 1638.124. And neither did any people resist with more symbolism than the Maya, who made a practice of destroying not only Spanish soldiers but whatever foreign things the Spanish had brought with them: horses, cattle, cats, dogs, trees, and plants. 125 In the end, however, the Maya too lost 95 of every 100 of their people, a price for their resistance that most outsiders, if they know of it, can hardly hope to comprehend. 126 By the time the 16th century had ended, perhaps 200,000 Spaniards had moved their lives to the Indies, to Mexico, to Central America, and points further to the south. In contrast, by that time, somewhere between 60 million and 80 million natives from those lands were dead. Even then, the carnage was not over. 127 4. And the area around the town of Barquisimeto, in the lowlands near the northern coast of Venezuela, a mysterious fire like a will-o'-the-wisp sometimes seems to be burning in the marshes. It is, tradition has it, the soul of the traitor Lope de Aguirre wanders in the savannas, like a flame that flies the approach of man. 1. Aguirre's 1561 expedition from Peru, across the Andes and down to the Venezuelan seacoast, has become a byword for sensational horror, writes one historian, adding that no pirates who infested the Caribbean before or since proved more rapacious and merciless, and no military campaign was more notorious for its atrocities than the one driven by Aguirre's mad rage. 2. In fact, Aguirre's rampage through South America was a good deal less destructive than those of any number of long-forgotten conquistadors. What has made it so memorable, so worthy of evocation in books and poems and films, was Aguirre's propensity for killing Spaniards as well as Indians. This is what made him the traitor Aguirre, a traitor to nothing less than his race. For this reason there never has been any doubt that Aguirre was an evil man. For this reason also, when he was captured, Aguirre's fellow Spaniards cut off his head and placed it on display in an iron cage. Beyond Aguirre, however, debate has gone on almost non-stop for 4 centuries about the behavior of other conquistadors, about what in some quarters has come to be called the Black Legend. Proponents of this idea hold that the Spanish have been unduly and unfairly criticized for their behavior in the New World. They base this contention on 2 general principles. First, that the stories of Spanish cruelties toward the Indians, almost entirely traceable, it is said, to the writings of Bartolomé de las Casas, are untrue, or at least are exaggerations, and, second, that the cruelties of other European nations against the native peoples of the Americas were just as condemnable. Point 3. The first of these charges has now largely fallen into disuse, as historian after historian has shown not only that Las Casas's reports were remarkably accurate, but that they were supported by a host of other independent observers who, like Las Casas, spent a good deal of time in the Caribbean, Mexico, and Central and South America during the 16th century. For it is the second of the complaints by Black Legend advocates that remains worthy of consideration, that is, as one supporter of this view puts it, that the Spaniards were no more and no less human, and no more and no less humane than were other Europeans at that time. Point 5. Of particular concern to those who hold this position is the behavior of the British and, later, the Americans. To be sure, on occasion this line of Spanish defense has been stretched to the point of absurdity. One historian, for example, has suggested quite seriously that apart from their murderous treatment of the Indians, the Spaniards' public torture and burning of Jews and other alleged heretics and heathens was simply pageantry, comparable, albeit on a different level, to American 4th of July celebrations. Point 6. But the larger argument that the Spanish were not unique in their murderous depredations, that others of European ancestry were of equally genocidal temperament is, we shall see, both responsible and correct. 2. During the latter half of the 16th century, while the Spanish and Portuguese were busy pacifying the indigenous peoples in Mexico and on to the south, the English were preoccupied with their own pacification of the Irish. From the vantage point of the present, it may seem absurd that the English of this time were accusing anyone of savagery or barbarism. After all, this was a society in which a third of the people lived at the bare margin of subsistence, a society in which conditions of health and sanitation were so appalling that it was rare for an individual to survive into his or her mid-30s. Point 7. As for the superior qualities of the English cast of mind, in the closing years of the 16th century the courts of Essex County alone brought in about 650 indictments for more than 1,500 witchcraft-related crimes. And this, says the historian who has studied the subject most closely, was only the projecting surface of far more widespread suspicions. 8. Still, Britain's people considered themselves the most civilized on earth, and before long they would nod approvingly as Oliver Cromwell declared God to be an Englishman. It is not surprising, then, that English tracts and official minutes during this time described the wild Irish as naked rogues in woods and bogs. Ordinary food is a kind of grass. Less ordinary food for the Irish, some reported, was the flesh of other people, sometimes their own mothers, which, perhaps, was only fair, since still other tall tales had it that Irish mothers ate their children. The Irish were, in sum, unreasonable beasts, said William Thomas, beasts who lived without any knowledge of God or good manners, in common of their goods, cattle, women, children, and every other thing. 9. Such brutishness was beyond the English capacity for tolerance, especially when the vulgarians in question occupied such lovely lands. So, as they had for centuries, the English waged wars to pacify and civilize the Irish. One of the more successful English soldiers in the Irish wars was the Oxford-educated half-brother of Sir Walter Raleigh, one Humphrey Gilbert, himself later knighted for his service to the crown. Gilbert devised a particularly imaginative way of bringing the Irish to heel. He ordered that the heads of all those which were killed in the day should be cut off from their bodies and brought to the place where he encamped at night, and should there be laid on the ground by each side of the way letting into his own tent, so that none could come into his tent for any cause, but commonly he must pass through a lane of heads which he used ad terrorem. Point 10. Needless to say, This lane of heads leading to Gilbert's tent did indeed cause great terror to the people when they saw the heads of their diddy fathers, brothers, children, kinsfolky, and friends laid out on the ground before their faces 11 lest anyone think to quibble over such extreme methods of persuasion. However, the British frequently justified their treatment of the Irish by referring to the Spanish precedent for dealing with unruly natives. 12. In the meantime, a few English expeditions had gone forth to explore the lands of the New World, but they concentrated on areas far to the north of where the Spanish were engaged in their exploits. The first serious attempt by the English to set up a colony in America was on Baffin Island, where they thought they had discovered gold. As it turned out, the mineral they discovered was fool's gold and the colony was abandoned, but not before the leader of the expedition, Martin Frobisher, had captured and kidnapped a handful of the sundry tokens of people he found there. On his first trip to the area, Frobisher seized a native man who approached his ship in a kayak and returned with him and his kayak to England. The man soon died, however, so on his next voyage Frobisher took on board an old woman and a young woman with her child, this, after he and his men had disposed ourselves, contrary to our inclination, something to be cruel, and destroyed an entire native village. After stripping the old woman naked to see if she were cloven-footed, they sent her on her way, but kept the young woman and child, along with a man they also had captured in a separate raid. 13 They then brought the man and woman together, with the crew assembled to behold the manner of their meeting and entertainment, as though they were two animals. The crew was disappointed, however, for instead of behaving in bestial fashion, the captive Indians showed themselves to be more restrained and dignified and sensitive than their captors. At their first encountering, they beheld each the other very wistly a good space, without speechy or wordy uttered, with great change of colour and countenance, as though it seemed the grief and disdain of their captivity had taken away the use of their tongues and utterance. The woman of the first very suddenly, as though she disdained or regarded not the man, turned away and began to sing, as though she minded another matter, but being again brought together, the man brake up the silence first, and with stern and staid countenance began to tell a long solemn tale to the woman, whereunto she gave good hearing, and interrupted him nothing till he had finished, and, afterwards being grown into more familiar acquaintance by speech, were turned together, so that the one would hardly have lived without the comfort of the other. 14. Much to the surprise of the inquiring English, however, the captive Indians maintained their sexual distance. Although they frequently comforted one another, reported a member of the crew, only I think it worth the noting the continence of them both, for the man would never shift himself, except he had first caused the woman to depart out of his cabin, and they both were most shamefast lest any of their privy parts should be discovered, either of themselves or any other body. 15. Upon their arrival in England the kidnapped man unsurprisingly displayed an Anglophobia, reported one observer who disapproved. And when it was discovered that he was seriously ill from broken ribs that had punctured a lung, the presiding physician recommended bloodletting, but the foolish, and only too uncivilized, timidity of this uncivilized man forbade it. He died soon thereafter, as had the man they captured on their previous expedition. This was very upsetting to all concerned. As the physician in charge recalled, I was bitterly grieved and saddened, not so much by the death of the man himself as because the great hope of seeing him which our most gracious Queen had entertained had now slipped through her fingers, as it were, for a second time. 16 His body was dissected and buried, by which time the native woman had also fallen ill. Before long, she was dead as well, and her child followed soon thereafter. If the fate of Indians captured by the English for display and viewing in London was routinely the same as that suffered by natives in Spanish captivity, there also was a similarity in the fate of those Indians, north and south, who remained at home. By the time the English announced the settlement of Jamestown in Virginia, the lands the Spanish and Portuguese had conquered already were an immense and bone-strewn graveyard. Indians in the many tens of millions had died horribly from the blades and germs of their Iberian invaders. As far north as Florida and southern Georgia, for every 10 Timucuan Indians who were alive in 1515 only one was alive in 1607. and by 1617, a short decade later, that number was halved again. According to the most detailed population analysis of this region that ever has been done, in 1520 the number of Timucuan people in the area totaled over 720,000, following a century of European contact they numbered barely 36,000. Two-thirds of a million native people, 95% of the enormous and ancient Timucuan society had been obliterated by the violence of sword and plague. 17. But the Spanish didn't stop at Florida and Georgia. As early as the summer of 1521, while Cortés and his army were still completing the destruction of Tenochtitlan, Spanish ships under the command of Pedro de Cuello and Francisco Gordillo landed on the coast of what is now South Carolina, near Winyah Bay, north of Charleston. Each man independently claimed possession of the land for his particular employer, and each one also denounced the other for doing so. But on one thing, at least, they agreed. Their mission was to find and capture as many Indians as possible and to bring them back to labor in the Bahamas, whose millions of native people by then, less than 30 years after Columbus's first voyage, had largely been exterminated. They did their job well. After 2 weeks of friendly contact with the Indians living around Winyah Bay, Cuello and Gordillo invited them to visit their ships. Once the natives were on board, however, the two captains raised anchor and set sail for Santo Domingo. There is some dispute as to how many Indians were captured that day by the Spanish, somewhere between 60 and 130, but there is no disagreement about what happened next. Upon their arrival in Santo Domingo, the natives were enslaved and put to work on plantations, though for food they had to fend for themselves. They were reduced to scavenging through decaying garbage and eating dead and decomposing dogs and donkeys. By 1526, 4 years after their capture, only one of them was still alive. 18. It was a fitting start for all that was to follow. For the next half-century and beyond, the Spanish and French and English plied the waters off the coast of Florida, Georgia, the Carolinas, and Virginia, with raiding parties marching inland to capture slaves and spread disease and depredation. Before the last of the slaves from the Cuello-Gordillo expedition had been killed, Giovanni de Verrazzano was leading a fleet of French ships into the area, followed by Jacques Cartier in 1534, and numerous others after him. Their impact on the lives of the native peoples they encountered varied, as did their specific intentions. But for most, their intentions were clear in what they brought with them. Thus, in 1539, Hernando de Soto landed with a force of 600 armed men, more than 200 horses, hundreds of wolfhounds, mastiffs, and greyhounds, a huge supply of neck chains for the slaves they planned to capture, and a portable forge in case that supply proved inadequate. 19. By the 1560s and 1570s, European militiamen were traveling throughout the southeast, spreading disease and bloody massacre everywhere they went. Still, in the early 1570s, even after a series of devastating European diseases had attacked the Virginia Indians for more than half a decade, the Jesuit Juan Rogel, generally regarded as the most reliable of all the early Spanish commentators on this region, wrote of coastal Virginia, "There are more people here than in any of the other lands I have seen so far along the coast explored. It seemed to me that the natives are more settled than in other regions I have been." 20. And Father Rogel previously had lived in densely populated Florida. 25 years later, when the British colonizing troops arrived at Jamestown, they found a land, wrote one of them, that promises more than the land of promise. Instead of milk we find a pearl. And gold instead of honey. But by now the people they found were greatly reduced in number from what they had been before the coming of the earlier Europeans. The signs of the previous invaders' calling cards could not be missed, for the great disease reigns in the men generally, noted an anonymous correspondent, full fraught with nuddies, botches and palpable appearances in their foreheads. 21. A decade earlier, in 1596, an epidemic of measles or possibly bubonic plague had swept through Florida, killing many native people. It may have made its way to Virginia as well, since on previous occasions the two locales had been nearly simultaneous recipients of European pestilence. In 1586, for instance, Thomas Harriot's English troops left disease and death throughout Virginia at the same time that Francis Drake had loosed some very foul and frightful diseases among the Indians at St. Augustine, and in 1564, a 6-year siege of disease and starvation began that reduced Virginia's population drastically, at the same time that a devastating plague of some sort was killing large numbers of Florida's Timucuan people. 22. Invariably, in the New World as in the Old, massive epidemics brought starvation in their wake, because the reduced and debilitated populations were unable to tend their crops. As one Jesuit wrote of Virginia in the fall of 1570, we find the land of Don Luis in quite another condition than expected, not because he was at fault in his description of it, but because our Lord has chastised it with 6 years of famine and death, which has brought it about that there is much less population than usual. Since many have died and many also have moved to other regions to ease their hunger, there remain but few of the tribe, whose leaders say that they wish to die where their fathers have died. They seem to think that Don Luis had risen from the dead and come down from heaven, and since all who remained are his relatives, they are greatly consoled in him. Thus we have felt the goodwill which this tribe is showing. On the other hand, as I have said, they are so famished that all believe they will perish of hunger and cold this winter. 23. It was not likely an exaggeration, then, when the British settlers in Jamestown were told in 1608, by the elderly leader of the Indians whose land they were there to take, that he had witnessed the death of all my people thrice, and not one living of those 3 generations, but myself. 24. England's formal contribution to this holocaust was next. Despite the horrors they had endured in recent decades, the Indians' continuing abilities to produce enormous amounts of food impressed and even awed many of the earliest British explorers. Beans, pumpkins, and many other vegetables, especially corn, which was greatly superior in its yield and in its variety of uses to anything Europeans had ever seen, were grown in fields tended with such care that they looked more like huge gardens, it was said, than farmlands. So too did at least some British, despite their general disdain for the Indians, initially praise their technological ingenuity, marveling as well at their smooth functioning but complex machineries of government that was commonly under the control of democratic councils, but that also produced individual leaders of dignity and civility. As one historian has noted, the contrast in regal manner between the Indian and British leaders was especially extreme at the time of the British settlement of Virginia, because England was then ruled by King James I, who was notorious for his personal filthiness, his excessive and slobbering ways of eating and drinking, and his vulgar and boorish style of speech and overall behavior. 25. Admiration of Indian ways of living, particularly their peacefulness, generosity, trustworthiness, and egalitarianism, all of which were conspicuously absent from English social relations of the time, led to some eloquent early praise of Virginia's native people, albeit from a distinct minority of British observers. But if those who spoke with their pens are sometimes regarded skeptically, those who voted with their feet cannot be. And it is especially telling that throughout the 17th and on into the 18th and 19th centuries, while almost no Indians voluntarily lived among the colonists, the number of whites who ran off to live with the Indians was a problem often remarked upon. After a century and a half of permanent British settlement in North America, Benjamin Franklin joined numerous earlier commentators in lamenting that, when an Indian child has been brought up among us, taught our language and habituated to our customs, yet if he goes to see his relations and make one Indian ramble with them, there is no persuading him ever to return. When white persons of either sex have been taken prisoners young by the Indians, and lived a while among them, though ransomed by their friends, and treated with all imaginable tenderness to prevail with them to stay among the English, yet in a short time they become disgusted with our manner of life, and the care and pains that are necessary to support it, and take the first good opportunity of escaping again into the woods, from whence there is no reclaiming them. 26. Children brought up among the Indians were not the only problem. Adult men and women also turned their backs on Western culture, leading J. Hector St. John de Crevecoeur to exclaim, "Thousands of Europeans are Indians, and we have no examples of even one of these aborigines having from choice become Europeans." 27 After surveying and analyzing this literature and the narratives of those Europeans who wrote about their experiences with the Indians, James Axtell has concluded that the whites who chose to remain among the natives stayed because they found Indian life to possess a strong sense of community, abundant love, and uncommon integrity, values that the European colonists also honored, if less successfully. But Indian life was attractive for other values, for social equality, mobility, adventure, and, as two adult converts acknowledged, the most perfect freedom, the ease of living, the absence of those cares and corroding solicitudes which so often prevail with us. 28. The first colonial leaders, however, would have none of this. Most of them were military men, trained in the Irish wars. Whatever they thought of the Indian way of life, they never failed to regard the Indians themselves as peoples fated for conquest. As a counterweight to that relative handful of writers who were praising the native peoples and their governments, these British equivalents of the conquistadors viewed the Indians as, in John Smith's words, crafty, time-rouse, quick of apprehension, and very ingenious. Some, he added, are of disposition fearful, some bold, most cautelous, all savage. Their chief god they worship is the devil. 29 For men like Smith, having learned how to deal with what they regarded as the savage people of Ireland was a lesson of importance when they turned their attention to the Indians, as Howard Mumford Jones once put it. The English experience with one wild race conditioned their expectation of experience with another 30. And so, based on that experience, founding colonial leaders like Smith and Ralph Lane routinely carried out a policy of intimidation as the best means of garnering their hosts' cooperation. Observing the closeness of Indian parents and children, for example, and the extraordinary grief suffered by Indian mothers and fathers when separated from their offspring, Smith and Lane made it a practice to kidnap and hold hostage Indian children whenever they approached a native town. 31 As for those Englishmen among them who might be tempted to run off and live with the Indians, the colonial governors made it clear that such behavior would not be tolerated. For example, when in the spring of 1612, some young English settlers in Jamestown, being idle, did run away unto the Indians, Governor Thomas Dale had them hunted down and executed, some he appoint to be hanged, some burned, some to be broken upon wheels, others to be staked, and some to be shot to death. 32. This was the treatment for those who wished to act like Indians. For those who had no choice in the matter, because they were the native people of Virginia, the tone had been set decades earlier in the lost colony of Roanoke. There, when an Indian was accused by an Englishman of stealing a cup and failing to return it, the English response was to attack the natives in force, burning the entire community and the fields of corn surrounding it. 33. Such disproportionate responses to supposed affronts was to mark English dealings with the Indians throughout the 17th century. Thus, in Jamestown in the summer of 1610, Governor Thomas West Delaware requested of the Indian chief Powhatan that he return some runaway Englishmen presumably to be hanged, burned, broken upon wheels, staked, and shot to death, whom Delaware thought Powhatan was harboring. Powhatan responded in a way that Delaware considered unsatisfactory, giving no other than proudy and disdainful answers. So Delaware launched a military campaign against Powhatan headed by George Percy, the brother of the Earl of Northumberland and Delaware's second in command. Here is Percy's own description of what he did. Drawing my soldiers into battalio, placing a captain or lieutenant att every file, we marched towards the town. And then we fell in upon them, put some 15 or 16 to the sword and almost all the rest to flight. My lieutenant Bringing with him the Kenny and her children and one Indian prisoners, for the which I taxed him because he had spared them. His answer was that having them now in my custody I might do with them what I pleased. Upon the same I caused the Indians' head to be cut of, and then dispersed my files, appointing my soldiers to burn their houses and to cut down their corn growing about the town. 34. With the Indians thus dead or dispersed, their village destroyed, and their food supplies laid waste, Percy sent out another raiding party to do the same to another Indian town, and then marched back to his boats with the Indian queen and her children in tow. There, however, his soldiers did begin to murmur because the Queen and her children were spared. This seemed a reasonable complaint to Percy, so he called a council together and it was agreed upon to put the children to death, which was effected by throwing them overboard, shooting their brains in the water. Upon his return to Jamestown, however, Percy was informed that Governor de la Warr was unhappy with him because he had not yet killed the Queen. Advised by his chief lieutenant that it would be best to burn her alive, Percy decided instead to end his day of so much bloodshed with a final act of mercy. Instead of burning her, he had the Queen quickly killed by stabbing her to death. 35. From this point on there would be no peace in Virginia. Indians who came to the English settlements with food for the British were captured, accused of being spies, and executed. On other occasions Indians were enticed into visiting the settlements on the pretense of peace and the sharing of entertainment, whereupon they were attacked by the English and killed. Peace treaties were signed with every intention to violate them. When the Indians grow secure upon the treaty, advised the Council of State in Virginia, we shall have the better advantage both to surprise them, and cut down their corn. And when at last the Indians retaliated strongly, killing more than 300 settlers, the attack, writes Edmund S. Morgan, released all restraints that the company had hitherto imposed on those who thirst for the destruction or enslavement of the Indians. 36. Not that the restraints had ever been particularly confining, but from now on the only controversy was over whether it was preferable to kill all the native peoples or to enslave them. Either way, the point was to seize upon the right of war, invade the country and destroy them who sought to destroy us, wrote a rejoicing Edward Waterhouse at the time, whereby we shall enjoy their cultivated places. Their cleared grounds in all their villages shall be inhabited by us. 37. Hundreds of Indians were killed in skirmish after skirmish. Other hundreds were killed in successful plots of mass poisoning. They were hunted down by dogs, bloodhounds to draw after them, and mastiffs to seize them. Their canoes and fishing weirs were smashed, their villages and agricultural fields burned to the ground. Indian peace offers were accepted by the English only until their prisoners were returned. Then, having lulled the natives into false security, the colonists returned to the attack. It was the colonists' expressed desire that the Indians be exterminated, rooted out from being longer a people upon the face of the earth. In a single raid the settlers destroyed corn sufficient to feed 4,000 people for a year. Starvation and the massacre of non-combatants was becoming the preferred British approach to dealing with the natives. By the end of the winter of 1623 the Indians acknowledged that in the past year alone as many of their number had been killed as had died since the first arrival of the British a decade and a half earlier. 38. The slaughter continued. In 1624 in a single battle 60 heavily armed Englishmen cut down 800 defenseless Indian men, women, and children in their own village. And, of course, as elsewhere, British diseases were helping to thin out whatever resistance the Indians could hope to muster. Long before the middle of the century was reached the region's largest and most powerful Indian confederation, known to historians retrospectively as Powhatan's Empire, was so routed, slain and dispersed, wrote one British colonist, that they are no longer a nation. At the end, Powhatan's successor chief, Opechancanough, was captured. An old man now, grown so decrepit that he was not able to walk alone. His flesh all macerated, his sinews slackened, and his eyelids become so heavy that he could not see, Opechancanough was thrown into a cell in Jamestown and displayed like the captive beast that the colonists thought he was. But not for long. Within 2 weeks a British soldier shot him in the back and killed him. 39. When the first 104 English settlers arrived at Jamestown in April of 1607, the number of Indians under Powhatan's control was probably upwards of 14,000, a fraction of what it had been just a few decades earlier, because of English, French, and Spanish depredations and disease. By the time the 17th century had passed, those 104 settlers had grown to more than 60,000 English men and women who were living in and harvesting Virginia's bounty, while Powhatan's people had been reduced to about 600, maybe less. 40 More than 95% of Powhatan's people had been exterminated, beginning from a population base in 1607 that already had been drastically reduced, perhaps by 75% or more, as a result of prior European incursions in the region. Powhatan's empire was not the only Indian nation in Virginia, of course, but his people's fate was representative of that of the area's other indigenous societies. In 1697, Virginia's Lieutenant Governor Andros put the number of Indian warriors in the entire colony at just over 360, which suggests a total Indian population of less than 1,500, while John Lawson, in his New Voyage to Carolina, claimed that more than 80% of the colony's native people had been killed off during the previous 50 years alone. In time, a combination plan of genocide and enslavement, as initially proposed by the colony's governor William Berkeley, appeared to quiet what had become a lingering controversy over whether it was best to kill all the Indians or to capture them and put them to forced labor. Berkeley's plan was to slaughter all the adult Indian males in a particular locale, but to spare the women and children and sell them, says Edmund Morgan. This way the war of extermination would pay for itself, since it was likely that a sufficient number of female and child slaves would be captured to defray the whole cost. 41. By the time this clever enterprise was underway in Virginia, the British had opened colonies in New England as well. As usual, earlier visits by Europeans already had spread among the Indians a host of deadly plagues. The Patuxet peoples, for example, were effectively exterminated by some of these diseases, while other tribes disappeared before they were even seen by any white men. Others were more fortunate, suffering death rates of 50 and 60%, a good deal greater than the proportion of Europeans killed by the Black Death pandemic of the 14th century, but still far short of total liquidation. These were rates, however, for any given single epidemic, and in New England's 16th and 17th centuries few epidemics traveled by themselves. 42 The extant descriptions of what life and death were like at times like these are rare, but the accounts we do have of the viral and bacteriological assaults are sobering indeed, reminiscent of the earlier Spanish and Portuguese accounts from Mesoamerica and Brazil. Wrote Plymouth Colony's Governor William Bradford, for instance, of a smallpox epidemic from which huge numbers of Indians died most miserably. For want of bedding and linen and other helps they fall into a lamentable condition as they lie on their hard mats, the pox breaking and mattering and running one into another, their skin cleaving by reason thereof to the mats they lie on. When they turn them, a whole side will flay off at once as it were, and they will be all of a gore blood, most fearful to behold. And then being very sore, what with cold and other distempers, they die like rotten sheep. The condition of this people was so lamentable and they fell down so generally of this disease as they were in the end not able to help one another, no not to make a fire nor to fetch a little water to drink, nor any to bury the dead. But would strive as long as they could, and when they could procure no other means to make fire, they would burn the wooden trays and dishes they ate their meat in, and their very bows and arrows. And some would crawl out on all fours to get a little water, and sometimes die by the way and not be able to get in again. 43. While very few of the Indians escaped this scourge, including the chief sachem, and almost all his friends and kindred, Bradford reported, by the marvelous goodness and providence of God, not one of the English was so much as sick or in the least measure tainted with this disease. Time and again Old World epidemics such as this coursed through the veins of the native peoples of the North Atlantic coast, even before the arrival of the first great waves of British settlers, leaving in their wake so many dead that they could not be buried, so many piles of skeletal remains that one early colonist referred to the land as a new-found Golgotha. 44 But it was a Golgotha the Puritans delighted in discovering, not only because the diseases they brought with them from England left the Puritans themselves virtually unaffected, but because the destruction of the Indians by these plagues was considered an unambiguous sign of divine approval for the colonial endeavor. As the first governor of the Massachusetts Bay Colony wrote in 1634, the Puritan settlers, numbering at the time in all about 4,000 souls and upward, were in remarkably good health, through the Lord's special providence. There hath not died above 2 or 3 grown persons and about so many children all the last year, it being very rare to hear of any sick of agues or other diseases. But, he noted in passing, as for the natives, they are near all dead of the smallpox, so as the Lord hath cleared our title to what we possess. 45. God, however, was not enough. At some point the settlers would have to take things into their own hands. For, terribly destructive though the old world diseases were, some Indians remained alive. The danger posed by these straggling few natives was greatly exaggerated by the English, not only because their numbers had been so drastically reduced, but because their attitudes toward the colonists and their very means of warfare were so comparatively benign. We have seen in an earlier chapter that the native peoples of this region combined in their everyday lives a sense of individual autonomy and communal generosity that the earliest Europeans commented on continuously. This was a great cultural strength, so long as the people they were dealing with shared those values and accepted the array of culturally correct reciprocal responses to them. However, just as their isolation from old world diseases made the Indians an exceptionally healthy people as long as they were not contacted by disease-bearing outsiders, once Europeans invaded their lands with nothing but disdain for the native regime of mutual respect and reciprocity, the end result was doomed to spell disaster. This probably is seen most dramatically in the comparative Indian and European attitudes toward warfare. We already have observed one consequence of the differing rituals that were conventional to Europe and the Americas in Montezuma's welcoming Cortés into Tenochtitlan, in part because Cortés claimed he was on a mission of peace, and one inviolable code of Mesoamerican warfare was that it was announced, with its causes enumerated, in advance. Cortés's declared intentions of peace, therefore, were supposed by Montezuma to be his true intentions. A similar attitude held among Indians in much of what is now the United States. Thus, as a 17th-century Lenape Indian explained in a discussion with a British colonist, "We are minded to live at peace. If we intend at any time to make war upon you, we will let you know of it, and the reasons why we make war with you, and if you make us satisfaction for the injury done us, for which the war is intended, then we will not make war on you. And if you intend at any time to make war on us, we would have you let us know of it, and the reasons for which you make war on us, and then if we do not make satisfaction for the injury done unto you, then you may make war on us, otherwise you ought not to do it." 46. The simplicity of this seems naive and even quaint to modern observers, as it did to 17th-century Britishers, but it made perfect sense to native peoples who simply did not wage war for the same reasons that Europeans did. Given ample land and a system of values by and large indifferent to material accumulation, writes a scholar of military law, the New England tribes rarely harbored the economic and political ambitions that fueled European warfare. Instead, an Indian war usually was a response to personal insults or to individual acts of intertribal violence. As such, it could be avoided by making satisfaction for the injury done, but even when carried out, native hostilities generally aimed at symbolic ascendancy, a status conveyed by small payments of tribute to the victors, rather than the dominion normally associated with European-style conquest. Moreover, given the relative lack of power that Indian leaders had over their highly autonomous followers, Indian warriors might choose not to join in battle for this or that cause, and it was even common for an Indian war party on the march to melt away as individual warriors had second thoughts and returned home. 47. Prior to the European assaults on their lands, Indians throughout the continent held similar attitudes toward the proper conduct of war. "The idea of large-scale battle," wrote Ruth Benedict more than half a century ago, "was alien to all these peoples." Of the California Indians, even long after they had almost been exterminated by white malevolence, Benedict wrote, "Their misunderstanding of warfare was abysmal. They did not have the basis in their own culture upon which the idea could exist." 48. As for the Indians of the plains, who have been turned into the very portrait of aggression and ferocity by purveyors of American popular culture, wrote George Bird Grinnell, Among the Plains tribes with which I am well acquainted, and the same is true of all the others of which I know anything at all, coming in actual personal contact with the enemy by touching him with something held in the hand or with a part of the person was the bravest act that could be performed. To count coup on to touch or strike a living unhurt man and to leave him alive, and this was frequently done. It was regarded as an evidence of bravery for a man to go into battle carrying no weapon that would do any harm at a distance. It was more creditable to carry a lance than a bow and arrows, more creditable to carry a hatchet or war club than a lance, and the bravest thing of all was to go into a fight with nothing more than a whip, or a long twig sometimes called a coup stick. I have never heard a stone-headed war club called coup stick. 49. Commenting on this passage, and on the generality of its application to indigenous warfare, anthropologist Stanley Diamond has noted that to people such as the American Indians taking a life was an occasion, whereas warfare of the type described is a kind of play. No matter what the occasion for hostility, it is particularized, personalized, ritualized. In contrast, by the time of the invasion of the Americas, European warfare had long since been made over into what Diamond describes as an abstract, ideological compulsion resulting in indiscriminate, casual, unceremonious killing. 50. Not surprisingly, then, the highly disciplined and ideologically motivated British expressed contempt for what Captain John Mason called the Indians' feeble manner. Did hardly deserve the name of fighting. Warfare among the native peoples had no discipline about it, complained Captain Henry Spellman, so that when Indians fought there was no great slaughter of neither side. Instead, once having shot away most of their arrows, both sides commonly were glad to retire. Indeed, so comparatively harmless was intertribal fighting, noted John Underhill, that they might fight 7 years and not kill 7 men. 51 Added Roger Williams, their wars are for less bloody, and devouring than the cruel wars of Europe, and seldom 20 slain in a pitched field. When they fight in a plain, they fight with leaping and dancing, that seldom an arrow hits, and when a man is wounded, unless he that shot follows upon the wounded, they soon retire and save the wounded. In addition, the Indians' code of honor ordinarily spared the women and children of their adversaries. 52. In contrast, needless to say, the British did very little in the way of leaping and dancing on the field of battle, and more often than not Indian women and children were consumed along with everyone and everything else in the conflagrations that routinely accompanied the colonists' assaults. Their purpose, after all, was rarely to avenge an insult to honor, although that might be the stipulated rationale for a battle, but rather, when the war was over, to be able to say what John Mason declared at the conclusion of one especially bloody combat, that the Lord was pleased to smite our enemies in the hinder parts, and to give us their land for an inheritance. 53 Because of his readers' assumed knowledge of the Old Testament, it was unnecessary for Mason to remind them that this last phrase is derived from Deuteronomy, nor did he need to quote the words that immediately follow in that biblical passage, "Thou shalt save alive nothing that breatheth, but thou shalt utterly destroy them." The brutish and genocidal encounter to which Mason was referring was the Pequot War. Its first rumblings began to be heard in July of 1636, 2 years after a smallpox epidemic had devastated the New England natives as far as any Indian plantation was known to the west, said John Winthrop, when the body of a man named John Oldham was found, apparently killed by Narragansett Indians on Block Island, off the Rhode Island coast. 54 Although he held positions of some importance, Oldham was not held in high regard by many of the English settlers. He had been banished from Plymouth colony and described by its governor Bradford as more like a furious beast than a man, and those whites who found his body had proceeded to murder more than a dozen Indians who were found at the scene of the crime, whether or not they were individually responsible. 55 Even in light of the colonists' grossly disproportionate sense of retribution when one of their own had been killed by Indians, this should have been sufficient revenge, but it was not. The colonists simply wanted to kill Indians. Despite the pledge of the Narragansett's chief to mete out punishment to Oldham's murderers, a pledge he began to fulfill by sending 200 warriors to Block Island in search of the culprits, New England's Puritan leaders wanted more. Led by Captain John Endicott, A heavily armed and armored party of about 100 Massachusetts militiamen soon attacked the Block Island Indians. Their plan was to kill the island's adult males and make off with the women and children. As with Governor Berkeley's later scheme in Virginia, the venture would pay for itself since, as Francis Jennings puts it, the captured women and children of Block Island would fetch a tidy sum in the West Indies slave markets. 56 The Indians scattered, however, realizing they had no hope against the colonists' weapons and armor, so the frustrated soldiers, able to kill only an odd few Narragansetts here and there, had to content themselves with the destruction of deserted villages. "We burnt and spoiled both houses and corn in great abundance," recalled one participant. 57. From Block Island the troops headed back to the mainland where, following the directions of their colony's governor, they sought out a confrontation with some Pequot Indians. The Pequots, of course, had nothing to do with Oldham's death, so when the soldiers first appeared along the Pequot's coastline the Indians ran out to greet them. As Underhill recalled, the Indians spying of us came running in multitudes along the waterside, crying, "What cheer, Englishmen, what cheer, what do you come for?" They, not thinking we intended war, went on cheerfully until they come to Pequot River. 58 It soon became evident to the Pequots what the soldiers had come for, even if the cause of their coming remained a mystery. So after some protracted efforts at negotiation, the Pequots melted back into the forest to avoid a battle. As they had on Block Island, the troops then went on a destructive rampage, looting and burning the Indians' villages and fields of corn. Once the Massachusetts troops left the field and returned to Boston, the Pequots came out of the woods, made a few retaliatory raids in the countryside, and then attacked nearby Fort Saybrook. Casualties were minimal in all of this, as was normal in Indian warfare, and at one point, presumably feeling that their honor had been restored, the Pequots fell back and asked the fort's commander if he felt he had fought enough. The commander, Lieutenant Hillgartner, made an evasive reply, but its meaning was clear: from that day forward there would be no peace. Next, the Pequots asked if the English planned to kill Indian women and children. Gardner's reply was that they should see that hereafter. 59. For a time small troubles continued in the field, while in Hartford the Connecticut General Court met and declared war against the Pequots. John Mason was appointed commander of the Connecticut troops. Rather than attack frontally, as the Massachusetts militia had, Mason led his forces and some accompanying Narragansetts in a clandestine assault on the main Pequot village just before dawn. Upon realizing that Mason was planning nothing less than a wholesale massacre, the Narragansetts dissented and withdrew to the rear. Mason regarded them with contempt, saying that they could stand at what distance they pleased, and see whether Englishmen would now fight or not. Dividing his forces in half, Mason at the head of one party, Underhill leading the other, under cover of darkness they attacked the unsuspecting Indians from two directions at once. The Pequots, Mason said, were taken entirely by surprise, there being in a dead indeed their last sleep. 60. The British swarmed into the Indian encampment, slashing and shooting at anything that moved. Caught off guard, and with apparently few warriors in the village at the time, some of the Pequots fled, others crept under their beds, while still others fought back most courageously, but this only drove Mason and his men to greater heights of fury. "We must burn them," Mason later recalled himself shouting, whereupon he brought out a firebrand, and putting it into the mats with which they were covered, set the wigwams on fire. 61 At this, Mason says, the Indians ran as men most dreadfully amazed. And indeed such a dreadful terror did the Almighty let fall upon their spirits, that they would fly from us and run into the very flames, where many of them perished. God was above them, who laughed his enemies and the enemies of his people to scorn, making them as a fiery oven. Thus were the stout-hearted spoiled, having slept their last sleep, and none of their men could find their hands. Thus did the Lord judge among the heathen, filling the place with dead bodies. 62. It was a ghastly sight, especially since we now know, as Francis Jennings reminds us, that most of those who were dying in the fires, and who were crawling under beds and fleeing from Mason's dripping sword, were women, children, and feeble old men. 63 Underhill, who had set fire to the other side of the village with a train of powder intended to meet Mason's blaze in the center, recalled how great and doleful was the bloody sight to the view of young soldiers that never had been in war, to see so many souls lie gasping on the ground, so thick, in some places, that you could hardly pass along. Yet, distressing though it may have been for the youthful murderers to carry out their task, Underhill reassured his readers that sometimes the scripture declareth women and children must perish with their parents 64 just because they were weak and helpless and unarmed, in short, did not make their deaths any less a delight to the Puritans' God. For as William Bradford described the British reaction to the scene, it was a fearful sight to see them thus frying in the fire and the streams of blood quenching the same, and horrible was the stink and scent thereof, but the victory seemed a sweet sacrifice, and they gave the praise thereof to God, who had wrought so wonderfully for them, thus to enclose their enemies in their hands and give them so speedy a victory over so proud and insulting an enemy. 65. Added the Puritan divine Cotton Mather, as he celebrated the event many years later in his Magnolia Christi Americana, in a little more than 1 hour, 500 or 600 of these barbarians were dismissed from a world that was burdened with them. Mason himself counted the Pequot dead at 600 or 700, with only 7 taken captive and 7 escaped. It was, he said joyfully, the just judgment of God. 66. The Narragansetts who had accompanied the Puritans on their march did not share the Englishmen's joy. This indiscriminate carnage was not the way warfare was to be carried out. Mock it, Underhill reports their shouting, that is, he translates, it is not, because it is too furious, and slays too many men. 67 Too many Indians, that was. Only 2 of the English died in the slaughter. From then on the surviving Pequots were hunted into near extermination. Other villages were found and burned. Small groups of warriors were intercepted and killed. Pockets of starving women and children were located, captured, and sold into slavery. If they were fortunate. Others were bound hand and foot and thrown into the ocean just beyond the harbor. And still more were buried where they were found, such as one group of 300 or so who tried to escape through a swampland, but could make little haste, by reason of their children, and want of provision, said Mason. When caught, as Richard Drennan puts it, they were literally run to ground, murdered, and then tramped into the mud or buried in swamp mires. 68. The comparative handful of Pequots who were left, once the series of massacres finally ended, were parceled out to live in servitude. John Endicott and his pastor, for example, wrote to the governor asking for a share of the captives, specifically a young woman or girl and a boy if you think he good. 69 The last of them, 15 boys and 2 women, were shipped to the West Indies for sale as slaves, the ship captain who carried them there returning the next year with what he had received in exchange, some cotton, some salt, some tobacco, and negroes, etc. The word Pequot was then removed from New England's maps, the river of that name was changed to the Thames and the town of that name became New London. 70 Having virtually eradicated an entire people, it now was necessary to expunge from historical memory any recollection of their past existence. 71. Some, however, remembered all too well. John Mason rode the honor of his butchery to the position of Major General of Connecticut's armed forces. And Underhill, as Drennan notes, put his experience to good use in selling his military prowess to the Dutch. On one subsequent occasion with his company of Dutch troops, Underhill surrounded an Indian village outside Stamford, set fire to the wigwams, drove back in with saber thrusts and shots those who sought to escape, and in all burned and shot 500 with relative ease, allowing only about 8 to escape, statistics comparable to those from the Pequot Fort. 72. Meanwhile, the Narragansetts, who had been the Pequot's rivals, but who were horrified at this inhuman carnage, quietly acknowledged the English domination of the Pequot's lands, their widowed lands, to borrow a phrase from Jennings. That would not, however, prove sufficient. The English towns continued to multiply, the colonists continued to press out into the surrounding fields and valleys. The Narragansetts' land, and that of other tribes, was next. To recount in detail the story of the destruction of the Narragansetts and such others as the Wampanoags, in what has come to be known as King Philip's War of 1675 and 1676, is unnecessary here. Thousands of native people were killed, their villages and crops burned to the ground. In a single early massacre 600 Indians were destroyed. It was, says the recent account of two historians, a 17th-century lie in which the English soldiers ran amok, killing the wounded men, women, and children indiscriminately, firing the camp, burning the Indians alive or dead in their huts. A delighted Cotton Mather, revered pastor of the Second Church in Boston, later referred to the slaughter as a barbecue. 73 more butchery was to follow. Of these, one bloodbath alongside the Connecticut River was typical. It is described by an eyewitness. Our soldiers got thither after an hard march just about break of day, took most of the Indians fast asleep, and put their guns even into their wigwams, and poured in their shot among them, whereupon the Indians that durst and were able did get out of their wigwams and did fight a little. Others of the Indians did enter the river to swim over from the English, but many of them were shot dead in the waters, others wounded were therein drowned, many got into canoes to paddle away, but the paddlers being shot, the canoes overset with all therein, and the stream of the river being very violent and swift in the place near the great falls, most that fell overboard were borne by the strong current of that river, and carried upon the falls of water from those exceeding high and steep rocks, and from thence tumbling down were broken in pieces. The English did afterwards find of their bodies, some in the river and some cast ashore, above 200.74. The pattern was familiar, the only exception being that by the latter 17th century the Indians had learned that self-defense required an understanding of some English ideas about war, namely, in Francis Jennings's words, that the Englishman's most solemn pledge would be broken whenever obligation conflicted with advantage, that the English way of war had no limit of scruple or mercy, and that weapons of Indian making were almost useless against weapons of European manufacture. These lessons the Indians took to heart, so for once the casualties were high on both sides. 75 There was no doubt who would win, however, and when raging epidemics swept the countryside during the peak months of confrontation it only hastened the end. Once the leader of the Indian forces, a doleful, great, naked, dirty beast, the English called him, was captured and cut in pieces. The rest was just a mop-up operation. As one modern celebrant of the English puts it, hunting redskins became for the time being a popular sport in New England, especially since prisoners were worth good money, and the personal danger to the hunters was now very slight. 76 Report after report came in of the killing of hundreds of Indians, with the loss only of one man of ours, to quote a common refrain. Equally common were accounts such as that of the capture of about 26 Indians, most women and children brought in by our scouts, as they were ranging the woods about Dedham, almost starved. All this, of course, was God's will, says the British reporter of these events, which will at last give us cause to say, how great is his goodness, and how great is his beauty. 77 As another writer of the time expressed the shared refrain, thus doth the Lord Jesus make them to bow before him, and to lick the dust. 78. Typical of those being made to bow and lick the dust by this time was a very decrepit and harmless Indian, too old and too weak to walk, who was captured by the Puritan troops. For a time, says the eyewitness account of John Easton, the soldiers contented themselves with merely tormenting the old man. Finally, however, they decided to kill him. Some would have had him devoured by dogs, wrote Easton, but the tenderness of some of them prevailed to cut off his head. 79. The only major question remaining as King Philip's War drew to its inevitable close was how to deal with the few natives who still were alive. So many Indians had been consumed by the sword and by famine and by sickness, wrote Cotton Mather's father Increase, it being no unusual thing for those that traverse the woods to find dead Indians up and down. There hath been none to bury them, that there now were not above 100 men left of them who last year were the greatest body of Indians in New England. 80 As to what to do with that handful of survivors, only two choices as always enjoyed any support among the English colonists, annihilation or enslavement. Both approaches were tried. Allegedly dangerous Indians were systematically executed, while women and children were either shipped off to the slave markets of Spain or the West Indies, or were kept as servants of the colonists themselves. The terms of captured child slaves within Connecticut were to end once they reached the age of 26. But few saw their day of liberation. Either they died before reaching their 26th birthday, or they escaped. And those who escaped and were caught usually then were sold into foreign slavery, with the blessing of the Connecticut General Court that had passed specific post-war legislation with this end in mind. One final bit of business that required clearing up concerned the fates of those scattered Indians who had been able to hide out on islands in Narragansett Bay that were under the colonial jurisdiction of Rhode Island. Rhode Island had remained neutral during the war, and both the Indians and the leaders of the other colonies knew there was less likelihood of homicidal or other barbarous treatment for native refugees found in Rhode Island's domain. This infuriated the colonists in Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Plymouth, not only because of their continuing bloodlust, but because the Rhode Islanders were themselves reducing escaped Indians to servitude, even if they were not methodically executing them. The other colonies, mindful of the cash value of prisoners, writes Douglas Edward Leach, felt that the Rhode Islanders were thus unfairly now reaping the benefits which others had sowed in blood and treasure. Rhode Island's response was that the number of Indians within their territory was greatly exaggerated. And it appears that they were right, so successful had been the extermination campaign against the native people. 81. By the beginning of the 18th century the indigenous inhabitants of New England, and of most other northeastern Indian lands, had been reduced to a small fraction of their former number and were living in isolated, squalid enclaves. Cotton Mather called these defeated and scattered people tawny pagans whose inaccessible homes were now nothing more than kennels. 82 And Mather's views, on this at least, were widely shared among the colonists. The once proud native peoples, who had shown the English how to plant and live in the difficult environs of New England, were now regarded as animals, or at most, to quote one Englishwoman who traveled from Boston to New York in 1704, as the most salvage of all the salvages of that kind that I have ever seen. 83. It had started with the English plagues and ended with the sword and musket. The culmination, throughout the larger region, has been called the Great Dispersal. Before the arrival of the English, to choose an example further north from the area we have been discussing, the population of the western Abenaki people in New Hampshire and Vermont had stood at about 12,000. Less than half a century later approximately 250 of these people remained alive, a destruction rate of 98%. Other examples from this area tell the same dreary tale. By the middle of the 17th century, the Mahican people 92% destroyed, the Mohawk people 75% destroyed, the Eastern Abenaki people 78% destroyed, the Maliseet Passamaquoddy people 67% destroyed. And on, and on. Prior to European contact the Pecumtuck people had numbered more than 18,000, 50 years later they were down to 920, 95% destroyed. The Quirripi Unquachog people had numbered about 30,000, 50 years later they were down to 1,500, 95% destroyed. The Massachusetts people had numbered at least 44,000, 50 years later they were down to barely 6,000, 81% destroyed. 84. This was by mid-century. King Philip's War had not yet begun. Neither had the smallpox epidemics of 1677 and 1678 occurred yet. The devastation had only started. Other wars and other scourges followed. By 1690, according to one count, the population of Norridgewock men was down to about 100, by 1726 it was down to 25. The same count showed the number of Androscoggin men in 1690 reduced to 160, by 1726 they were down to 10. And finally, the Pigwacket people, by 1690 only 100 men were left, by 1726 there were 7. These were the last ones, those who had fled to Canada to escape the English terrors. Once hostilities died down, they were allowed to return to the fragments of their homelands that they still could say were theirs. But they hesitated and expressed concern, reports a recent history of the region, lest the English fall upon them while they were hunting near the Connecticut and Kennebec rivers. 85 The English, who earlier had decorated the seal of the Massachusetts Bay Colony with an image of a naked Indian plaintively urging the colonists to come over and help us, had taught the natives well. 3. The European habit of indiscriminately killing women and children when engaged in hostilities with the natives of the Americas was more than an atrocity. It was flatly and intentionally genocidal. For no population can survive if its women and children are destroyed. Consider the impact of some of the worst instances of modern warfare. In July of 1916, at the start of the First World War, General Douglas Haig sent his British troops into combat with the Germans at the Battle of the Somme. He lost about 60,000 men the very first day, 21,000 in just the first hour, including half his officers. By the time that battle finally ended, Haig had lost 420,000 men. 86 And the war continued for 2 more years. This truly was, far and away, the worst war in Britain's history. To make matters worse, since the start of the decade England had been experiencing significant outmigration, and at the end of the decade it was assaulted by a deadly influenza pandemic. Yet, between 1911 and 1921, Britain's population increased by about 2 million people. 87. Or take Japan. Between 1940 and 1950, despite the frenzy of war in the Pacific, capped by the nuclear destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the population of Japan increased by almost 14%. Or take Southeast Asia. Between 1960 and 1970, while B-52s were raining destruction from the sky and a horrific ground war was spilling across every national boundary in the region, Southeast Asia's population increased at an average rate of almost 2.5% each year. 88. The reason these populations were able to increase, despite massive military damage, was that a greatly disproportionate ratio of men to women and children was being killed. This, however, is not what happened to the indigenous people in the Caribbean, in Mesoamerica, in South America, or in what are now the United States and Canada during the European assault against them. Neither was the slaughter of innocents anything but intentional in design, nor did it end with the close of the colonial era. As Richard Drennan has shown, in his book Facing West, The Metaphysics of Indian Hating and Empire Building, America's revered founding fathers were themselves activists in the anti-Indian genocide. George Washington, in 1779, instructed Major General John Sullivan to attack the Iroquois and lay waste all the settlements around. That the country may not be merely overrun but destroyed, urging the general not to listen to any overture of peace before the total ruin of their settlements is effected. Sullivan did as instructed, he reported back, destroying everything that contributes to their support and turning the whole of that beautiful region, wrote one early account, from the character of a garden to a scene of drear and sickening desolation. The Indians, this writer said, were hunted like wild beasts in a war of extermination, something Washington approved of since, as he was to say in 1783, the Indians, after all, were little different from wolves, both being beasts of prey, though they differ in shape. 89. And since the Indians were mere beasts, it followed that there was no cause for moral outrage when it was learned that, among other atrocities, the victorious troops had amused themselves by skinning the bodies of some Indians from the hips downward, to make boot tops or leggings. For their part, the surviving Indians later referred to Washington by the nickname Town Destroyer, for it was under his direct orders that at least 28 out of 30 Seneca towns from Lake Erie to the Mohawk River had been totally obliterated in a period of less than 5 years, as had all the towns and villages of the Mohawk, the Onondaga, and the Cayuga. As one of the Iroquois told Washington to his face in 1792, to this day, when that name is heard, our women look behind them and turn pale, and our children cling close to the necks of their mothers. 90. They might well have clung close to the necks of their mothers when other names were mentioned as well, such as Adams or Monroe or Jackson or Jefferson, for example, who in 1807 instructed his Secretary of War that any Indians who resisted American expansion into their lands must be met with the hatchet. And, "If ever we are constrained to lift the hatchet against any tribe," he wrote, "we will never lay it down till that tribe is exterminated, or is driven beyond the Mississippi," continuing, "In war, they will kill some of us, we shall destroy all of them." These were not offhand remarks, for 5 years later, in 1812, Jefferson again concluded that white Americans were obliged to drive the backward Indians with the beasts of the forests into the Stony Mountains, and 1 year later still, he added that the American government had no other choice before it than to pursue to extermination, or drive them to new seats beyond our reach. Indeed, Jefferson's writings on Indians are filled with the straightforward assertion that the natives are to be given a simple choice to be extirpate from the earth or to remove themselves out of the Americans' way. 91 Had these same words been enunciated by a German leader in 1939, and directed at European Jews, they would be engraved in modern memory. Since they were uttered by one of America's founding fathers, however, the most widely admired of the South slave-holding philosophers of freedom, they conveniently have become lost to most historians in their insistent celebration of Jefferson's wisdom and humanity. In fact, however, to the majority of white Americans by this time the choice was one of expulsion or extermination, although these were by no means mutually exclusive options. Between the time of initial contact with the European invaders and the close of the 17th century, most Eastern Indian peoples had suffered near annihilation levels of destruction. Typically, as in Virginia and New England, 95% or more of their populations had been eradicated. But even then the carnage did not stop. One recent study of population trends in the Southeast, for instance, shows that east of the Appalachians in Virginia the native population declined by 93% between 1685 and 1790, that is, after it already had declined by about 95% during the preceding century, which itself had followed upon the previous century's whirlwind of massive destruction. In eastern North and South Carolina the decline between 1685 and 1790 was 97% again, following upon 2 earlier centuries of genocidal devastation. In Louisiana the 1685 to 1790 figure for population collapse was 91%, and in Florida 88%. As a result, when the 18th century was drawing to its close, less than 5,000 native people remained alive in all of eastern Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Louisiana combined, while in Florida, which alone contained more than 700,000 Indians in 1520, only 2,000 survivors could be found. 92. Overwhelmingly, these disasters were the result of massively destructive epidemics and genocidal warfare, while a small portion of the loss in numbers derived from forced expulsion from the Indians' traditional homelands. How these deadly phenomena interacted can be seen clearly by examining the case of the Cherokee. After suffering a calamitous measure of ruination during the time of their earliest encounters with Europeans, the Cherokee population continued to decline steadily and precipitously as the years unfolded. During the late 17th and major part of the 18th century alone, for example, the already devastated Cherokee Nation endured the loss of another 3/4 of its population. 93 Then, just as the colonies were going to war in their quest for liberation from the British, they turned their murderous attention one more time to the quest for Indian liquidation. The result for the Cherokee was that their towns is all burned, wrote one contemporary, their corn cut down and themselves drove into the woods to perish, and a great many of them killed. 94 Before long, observed James Mooney, the Cherokee were on the verge of extinction. Over and over again their towns had been laid in ashes and their fields wasted. Their best warriors had been killed and their women and children had sickened and starved in the mountains. 95 Thus, the attempt at straightforward extermination. Next came expulsion. From the precipice of non-existence, the Cherokee slowly struggled back. But as they did, more and more white settlers were moving into and onto their lands. Then, in 1828 Andrew Jackson was elected president. The same Andrew Jackson who once had written that the whole Cherokee Nation ought to be scourged. The same Andrew Jackson who had led troops against peaceful Indian encampments, calling the Indians savage dogs, and boasting that I have on all occasions preserved the scalps of my killed. The same Andrew Jackson who had supervised the mutilation of 800 or South Creek Indian corpses, the bodies of men, women, and children that he and his men had massacred, cutting off their noses to count and preserve a record of the dead, slicing long strips of flesh from their bodies to tan and turn into bridle reins. The same Andrew Jackson who after his presidency was over still was recommending that American troops specifically seek out and systematically kill Indian women and children who were in hiding, in order to complete their extermination. To do otherwise, he wrote, was equivalent to pursuing a wolf in the hammocks without knowing first where her den and whelps were. 96. Almost immediately upon Jackson's ascension to the presidency, the state of Georgia claimed for itself enormous chunks of Cherokee property, employing a fraudulent legal technique that Jackson himself had once used to justify dispossession. The Cherokee and other Indian nations in the region, principally the Chickasaw, the Choctaw, and the Creek, stood fast, even taking their case to the United States Supreme Court. But all the while that they were trying to hold their ground, a flood tide of white immigrants swarmed over the hills and meadows and woods, their numbers continuing to swell as gold was discovered in one section of the territory. 97. The white settlers, in fact, were part of the government's plan to drive the Indians off their land. As Michael Paul Rajan has demonstrated, the intruders entered Indian country only with government encouragement, after the extension of state law. And once on the Indians' land, they overran it. Confiscating the farms of wealthy and poor Indians alike, says Rajan, they took possession of Indian land, stock, and improvements, forced the Indians to sign leases, drove them into the woods, and acquired a bonanza in cleared land. They then destroyed the game, which had supplemented the Indians' agricultural production, with the result, as intended, that the Indians faced mass starvation. 98. Still, the Cherokee resisted. And by peaceful means. They won their case before the U.S. Supreme Court, with a ruling written by Justice John Marshall, a ruling that led to Jackson's famous remark, "John Marshall has made his decision, now let him enforce it." The court, of course, had no direct means of enforcement, so the drive against the Cherokee and the other Indians of the region continued unabated. Finally, a treaty was drawn up, ceding the Cherokee lands to the American government in exchange for money and some land in what had been designated Indian Territory far to the west. Knowing that neither the Cherokee elders, nor the majority of the Cherokee people, would approve the treaty, the U.S. government held the most influential Cherokee leader in jail and shut down the tribal printing press while negotiations took place between American officials and a handful of cooperative Indians. Even the American military official who was on hand to register the tribe's members for removal protested to the Secretary of War that that paper, called a treaty, is no treaty at all, because not sanctioned by the great body of the Cherokee and made without their participation or assent. I solemnly declare to you that upon its reference to the Cherokee people it would be instantly rejected by 9/10 of them, and I believe by 19/20 of them. 99. But the president had what he wanted: someone's signature on a piece of paper. This was what the great French observer of American life, Alexis de Tocqueville, was speaking of when he remarked sarcastically that, in contrast with the 16th century Spanish, in the 19th century and, we might add here, the 20th, the conduct of the United States Americans toward the natives was inspired by the most chaste affection for legal formalities. It is impossible to destroy men with more respect to the laws of humanity. 100. Soon the forced relocation, what was to become known as the Trail of Tears, began under the direction of General Winfield Scott. In fact, the relocation was nothing less than a death march, a presidentially ordered death march that, in terms of the mortality rate directly attributable to it, was almost as destructive as the Bataan Death March of 1942, the most notorious Japanese atrocity in all of the Second World War. 101 About 22,000 Cherokee then remained in existence, 4,000 of whom had already broken under the pressures of white oppression and left for Indian Territory. Another 1,000 or so escaped and hid out in the Carolina Hills. The remaining 17,000 were rounded up by the American military and herded into detention camps holding pens, really where they waited under wretched and ignominious conditions for months as preparations for their forced exile were completed. James Mooney, who interviewed people who had participated in the operation, described the scene. Under Scott's orders, the troops were disposed at various points throughout the Cherokee country, where stockade forts were erected for gathering in and holding the Indians preparatory to removal. From these, squads of troops were sent to search out with rifle and bayonet every small cabin hidden away in the coves or by the sides of mountain streams, to seize and bring in as prisoners all the occupants, however or wherever they might be found. Families at dinner were startled by the sudden gleam of bayonets in the doorway and rose up to be driven with blows and oaths along the weary miles of trail that led to the stockade. Men were seized in their fields or going along the road, women were taken from their wheels and children from their play. In many cases, on turning for one last look as they crossed the ridge, they saw their homes in flames, fired by the lawless rabble that followed on the heels of the soldiers to loot and pillage. So keen were these outlaws on the scent that in some instances they were driving off the cattle and other stock of the Indians almost before the soldiers had fairly started their owners in the other direction. Systematic hunts were made by the same men for Indian graves, to rob them of the silver pendants and other valuables deposited with the dead. A Georgia volunteer, afterward a colonel in the Confederate service, said, "I fought through the Civil War and have seen men shot to pieces and slaughtered by thousands, but the Cherokee removal was the crudest work Lever knew." 102. An initial plan to carry the Cherokee off by steamboat, in the hottest part of the summer, was called off when so many of them died from disease and the oppressive conditions. After waiting for the fall season to begin, they were then driven overland, in groups upwards of about 1,000, across Tennessee, Kentucky, Illinois, and Missouri. One white traveler from Maine happened upon several detachments from the Death March, all of them suffering extremely from the fatigue of the journey, and the ill health consequent upon it. The last detachment which we passed on the 7th embraced rising 2,000 Indians. He found the road literally filled with the procession for about 3 miles in length. The sick and feeble were carried in wagons about as comfortable for traveling as a New England ox cart with a covering over it. A great many ride on horseback and multitudes go on foot. Even aged females, apparently nearly ready to drop into the grave, were traveling with heavy burdens attached to the back on the sometimes frozen ground, and sometimes muddy streets, with no covering for the feet except what nature had given them. We learned from the inhabitants on the road where the Indians passed, that they buried 14 or 15 at every stopping place, and they make a journey of 10 miles per day only on an average. 103. Like other government-sponsored Indian death marches, this one intentionally took native men, women, and children through areas where it was known that cholera and other epidemic diseases were raging. The government sponsors of this march, again as with the others, fed the Indians spoiled flour and rancid meat, and they drove the native people on through freezing rain and cold. Not a day passed without numerous deaths from the unbearable conditions under which they were forced to travel. And when they arrived in Indian territory, many more succumbed to fatal illness and starvation. All told, by the time it was over, more than 8,000 Cherokee men, women, and children died as a result of their expulsion from their homeland. That is, about half of what then remained of the Cherokee Nation was liquidated under presidential directive, a death rate similar to that of other southeastern peoples who had undergone the same process, the Creeks and the Seminoles in particular. Some others who also had been expelled from the lands of their ancestors, such as the Chickasaw and the Choctaw, fared better, losing only about 15% of their populations during their own forced death marches. 104. For comparative purposes, however, that only 15% is the approximate equivalent of the death rate for German combat troops in the closing year of World War II, when Germany's entire southern front was collapsing and its forces in the field everywhere were being overwhelmed and more than decimated. The higher death rate of the Creeks, Seminoles, and Cherokee was equal to that of Jews in Germany, Hungary, and Romania between 1939 and 1945. 105. And all these massacres of Indians took place, of course, only after many years of preliminary slaughter, from disease and military assault, that already had reduced these people's populations down to a fragment of what they had been prior to the coming of the Europeans. The story of the southeastern Indians, like that of the northeastern tribes, was repeated across the entire expanse of the North American continent, as far south as Mexico, as far north as Canada and the Arctic, as far west as the coasts of Washington, Oregon, and California. Just as we have had to overlook many native peoples in Maryland, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and elsewhere, who regularly suffered depopulation rates of 90 to 95% and more, as well as numerous New England and Southern tribes who passed into total extinction with less drama than did those we have surveyed here, our references to the Holocaust that swept the rest of the continent can be little more than suggestive of the devastation that occurred. We can speak of small but illustrative incidents. For example, the total destruction in 1792 of a far northwest coast Nootka Indian village called Apatata, half a mile in diameter and containing more than 200 elaborately carved homes under the command of a man who later said he was in no ways tenacious of carrying out such mass murder, and that he was grieved to think that his commander should let his passions go so far. But he did it anyway, because he was ordered to. Every door the American killers entered, he said, was in resemblance to a human and beast's head, the passage being through the mouth, besides which there was much more rude carved work about the dwellings, some of which by no means inelegant. This fine village, the work of ages, was in a short time totally destroyed. 106. Or there is the case of the Moravian Delaware Indians who had converted to Christianity, as demanded by their white conquerors, in order to save their lives. It didn't matter. After destroying their corn and reducing them to starving scavengers, American troops under Colonel David Williamson rounded up those tribal members who were still clinging to life and, as reported after the events, assured them of sympathy in their great hunger and their intention to escort them to food and safety. Without suspicion, the Christians agreed to go with them and after consultations, hastened to the Salem fields to bring in their friends. The militia relieved the Indians of their guns and knives, promising to restore them later. The Christians felt safe with these friendly men whose interest in their welfare seemed genuine. Too late they discovered the Americans' treachery. Once defenseless, they were bound and charged with being warriors, murderers, enemies, and thieves. After a short night of prayer and hymns, 29 men, 27 women, and 34 children were ruthlessly murdered. Pleas, in excellent English, from some of the kneeling Christians, failed to stop the massacre. Only 2 escaped by feigning death before the butchers had completed their work of scalping. 107. Massacres of this sort were so numerous and routine that recounting them eventually becomes numbing and, of course, far more carnage of this sort occurred than ever was recorded. So no matter how numbed or even, shamefully, bored we might become at hearing story after story after story of the mass murder, pillage, rape, and torture of America's native peoples, we can be assured that, however much we hear, we have heard only a small fragment of what there was to tell. The tale of the slaughter at Wounded Knee in South Dakota is another example too well known to require detailed repeating here, but what is less well known about that massacre is that, a week and a half before it happened, the editor of South Dakota's Aberdeen Saturday Pioneer, a gentle soul named L. Frank Baum, who later became famous as the author of The Wizard of Oz, urged the wholesale extermination of all America's native peoples. The nobility of the redskin is extinguished, and what few are left are a pack of whining curs who lick the hand that smites them. The whites, by law of conquest, by justice of civilization, are masters of the American continent, and the best safety of the frontier settlements will be secured by the total annihilation of the few remaining Indians. Why not annihilation? Their glory has fled, their spirit broken, their manhood effaced. Better that they should die than live the miserable wretches that they are. 108. Baum reflected well the attitudes of his time and place, for 10 days later, after hundreds of Lakota men, women, and children at Wounded Knee had been killed by the powerful Hotchkiss guns of the 7th Cavalry, the survivors were tracked down for miles around and summarily executed because, and only because, the blood running in their veins was Indian. Fully 3 miles from the scene of the massacre we found the body of a woman completely covered with a blanket of snow, wrote one eyewitness to the butchery, and from this point on we found them scattered along as they had been relentlessly hunted down and slaughtered while fleeing for their lives. When we reached the spot where the Indian camp had stood, among the fragments of burned tents and other belongings we saw the frozen bodies lying close together or piled one upon another. 109 other women were found alive, but left for dead in the snow. They died after being brought under cover, as did babies who were found alive under the snow, wrapped in shawls and lying beside their dead mothers. 110 women and children accounted for more than 2/3 of the Indian dead. As one of the Indian witnesses, a man named American Horse, who had been friendly to the American troops for years, recalled, "They turned their guns, Hotchkiss guns, etc., upon the women who were in the lodges standing there under a flag of truce, and of course as soon as they were fired upon they fled. There was a woman with an infant in her arms who was killed as she almost touched the flag of truce, and the women and children of course were strewn all along the circular village until they were dispatched. Right near the flag of truce a mother was shot down with her infant, the child, not knowing that its mother was dead, was still nursing, and that especially was a very sad sight. The women as they were fleeing with their babes were killed together, shot right through, and the women who were very heavy with child were also killed. After most all of them had been killed, a cry was made that all those who were not killed or wounded should come forth and they would be safe. Little boys who were not wounded came out of their places of refuge, and as soon as they came in sight a number of soldiers surrounded them and butchered them there. Of course it would have been all right if only the men were killed, we would feel almost grateful for it. But the fact of the killing of the women, and more especially the killing of the young boys and girls who are to go to make up the future strength of the Indian people, is the saddest part of the whole affair, and we feel it very sorely. 111. 4 days after this piece of work the Aberdeen Saturday Pioneer's editor Baum sounded his approval, asserting that we had better, in order to protect our civilization, follow it up and wipe these untamed and untamable creatures from the face of the earth. 112. Some native people did survive at Wounded Knee, however, including a baby of about a year old warmly wrapped and entirely unhurt, recalled an Indian witness to the carnage. I brought her in, and she was afterward adopted and educated by an army officer. 113. This was the child named Zinkalanuni or Lost Bird, who in fact was taken by General William Colby against the other survivors' objections, not to educate her but to display her thereafter for profit as a genuine Indian war curio. When Colby first showed off his newly acquired possession, reported his hometown newspaper, not less than 500 persons called at his house to see it. Finally put on display in Buffalo Bill's Wild West show, Lost Bird died at age 29 in Los Angeles. In July 1991, the Lakota had her remains moved from Los Angeles back to Wounded Knee, where she was interred, 100 years after the massacre, next to the mass grave that still marks the killing field where the rest of her family lies buried. 114. Sometimes it was raw slaughter, sometimes it was the raging fire of exotic introduced disease. But, year in and year out, in countless places across the length and breadth of the continent, the scene of desolation described by one observer of events in Western Canada was repeated over and over again. In whatever direction you turn, nothing but sad wrecks of mortality meet the eye, lodges standing on every hill, but not a streak of smoke rising from them. Not a sound can be heard to break the awful stillness, save the ominous croak of ravens, and the mournful howl of wolves fattening on the human carcasses that lie strewed around. It seems as if the very genius of desolation had stalked through the prairies, and wreaked his vengeance on everything bearing the shape of humanity. 115. Or we can speak of statistics. They are, on the surface, less emotional evidence, and are simple to enumerate. Take Illinois, for example. Between the late 17th and late 18th century the number of Illinois Indians fell by about 96%, that is, for every 100 Illinois Indians alive in 1680, only 4 were alive a century later. That massive destruction was the result of war, disease, and despair in the face of apparently imminent extinction from a siege the likes of which cannot be imagined by those who have not endured it. A fragmentary selection of examples from every corner of the continent in addition to the instances already discussed tells the same depressing tale over and over again. The Kansa people of northeast Kansas suffered about the same level of devastation as the Illinois, though stretched over a somewhat longer period of time. It took a bit more than a century and a half from the early 18th century to the late 19th century for the Kansa population to fall to 4% of its former size. A higher rate of collapse has been calculated for the 10 tribes of Kalapuya Indians of Oregon's Willamette Valley. For every 100 Kalapuya alive prior to Western contact, about 25 or 30 remained alive in the late 18th century, only 5 were left by the late 1830s, and only 1 was left at the close of the 19th century. In Baja, California, up to 60,000 Indians were alive at the end of the 17th century. By the middle of the 19th century there were none. Further north in California, the Toloa people's population had collapsed by 92% after 50 years of Western contact. In less than half a century, between 1591 and 1638, 2 out of 3 people in northwestern Mexico died. In western Arizona and eastern New Mexico, within 50 years following European contact, at least half of the Zuni, 2/3 of the Acoma, and 80% of the Hopi people had been liquidated. In Delaware, half the Munsee tribe was wiped out in the 35 years between 1680 and 1715. 2/3 of New York's Huron Nation were killed in a single decade. In Oklahoma, 50% of the Kiowa people died in a period of just 2 years. 90% of the upper Missouri River Mandan died in less than a year. From a population of up to 20,000 in 1682, the Quapaw people of the lower Mississippi and Arkansas River valleys were reduced in number to 265 by 1865, a 99% destruction rate. In Alaska, in part because of its vastness and the relative remoteness of its population centers, statistics are less clear. However, as a detailed recent study shows, from the earliest days of Western contact, Aleut and other native peoples were systematically exterminated, first by Russians, later by Americans when they weren't being destroyed by introduced epidemics of smallpox, typhoid, measles, or influenza, and by the lethal gifts of syphilis and tuberculosis, which rotted away more slowly from within. 116. Controlled studies of tribal populations across the lower Mississippi Valley, central New York, and the middle Missouri region replicate these patterns. Drastic and often catastrophic population crashes, occasionally plunging to extinction levels, occurred repeatedly. 117 In all these cases, and in literally hundreds more of equal magnitude, the observed population collapses occurred after previous population declines that are known to have happened, but whose numbers went unrecorded. Thus, even figures of 95 and 98 and 99% destruction may time and again be too low. For this same reason, many entire tribes will never even be mentioned in lists of Indian population decline, because they disappeared before any whites were around to record their existence for posterity. In 1828, for example, the French biologist Jean-Louis Berlandier traveled through Texas and noted that of 52 Indian nations recorded by members of the La Salle expedition a century and a half earlier, only 3 or 4 nations remained. But we will never know how many of Texas's native peoples or tribes were wiped out by the swarms of violence and deadly infectious disease that arrived from Europe, by way of Spanish troops, before La Salle's expedition appeared upon the scene. For when he was in Louisiana in 1682, La Salle repeatedly questioned whether the maps and chronicles he had inherited from the earlier De Soto expedition were accurate, since they referred to the presence of large numbers of Indian peoples and populations that La Salle could not find, because they already had long since been destroyed. 118. Among all these instances of horror visited upon America's native peoples, however, one episode perhaps stands out. It occurred in eastern Colorado in November of 1864, at a small and unarmed Cheyenne and Arapaho village known as Sand Creek. It is not that so many Indians died there. Rather, it is how they died and the political and cultural atmosphere in which they died that is so historically revealing. It is, moreover, representative in its savagery of innumerable other events that differ from it only because they left behind less visible traces. Colorado at this time was the quintessence of the frontier West. Various incidents had earlier raised tensions between the Indians there and the seemingly endless flow of white settlers who came as squatters on Cheyenne and Arapaho lands. As tempers flared, so did the settlers' rhetoric, which became inflamed with genocidal threats and promises. During the year preceding the incident that has come to be known as the Sand Creek Massacre, a local newspaper, the Rocky Mountain News, launched an incendiary campaign that urged the Indians' extermination. They are a dissolute, vagabondish, brutal, and ungrateful race, and ought to be wiped from the face of the earth, wrote the News's editor in March of 1863. In that year, of 27 stories having anything at all to do with Indians, 10 went out of their way to urge extermination. 119. The following year was election time in Colorado. In addition to political offices that were up for grabs, a constitution was on the ballot that would have opened the door for statehood, something that was not especially popular with most settlers. The faction allied with the Rocky Mountain News supported statehood and apparently perceived political gain to be had in whipping up hatred for the Indians. As a rival newspaper put it, the pro-statehood forces believed that if they cooked up enough settler fear of the Indians they would be able to prove that only as a state could Colorado get sufficient troops to control her Indians. While the election year wore on, stories in the news continued to stir those fears. Wild rumors of Indian conspiracies were heralded as fact. Any violence at all between whites and Indians was reported as an Indian massacre. 120. The public and the military began taking up the chant. After a skirmish between Indians and soldiers in which 2 soldiers died, the military replied by killing 25 Indians. "Though I think we have punished them pretty severely in this affair," stated the troop's commander, "yet I believe now is but the commencement of war with this tribe, which must result in exterminating them." More skirmishes followed. Groups of Indians, including women and children, were killed here and there by soldiers and bands of vigilantes. To many whites it had become abundantly clear, as the news proclaimed in August of 1864, that the time was at hand when the settlers and troops must go for them, their lodges, squaws and all. 121. Then, at last, the excuse was at hand. A family of settlers was killed by a group of Indians, which Indians, no one knew, nor did anyone care. The governor issued an emergency proclamation. Regiments of citizen soldiers were authorized to form and to kill any and all hostile Indians they could find. Their compensation would be whatever horses and other property they may capture, and, in addition, promises to use his influence to procure their payment by the general government. In effect, this was an official government license to kill any and all Indians on sight, to seize their horses and other property, and then after the fact to claim they had been hostiles. In the event that this point might be missed by some, the governor's journalistic ally, the News, urged all-out extermination against the Red Devils, making no distinction between those Indians who were friendly and those who were not. With identical intent the governor issued another proclamation, a clarification. The evidence was now conclusive, he declared, that most of the Indians on the plains were indeed hostile. It was, therefore, the citizens' and the military's right and obligation for which they would be duly paid to pursue, kill, and destroy them all. 122. This, then, was the mood and the officially sanctioned setting when about 700 heavily armed soldiers, under the command of a former Methodist missionary, Colonel John Chivington, rode into Sand Creek Village. Several months earlier Chivington, who that year was also a candidate for Congress, had announced in a speech that his policy was to kill and scalp all, little and big. "Nits make lice," he was fond of saying. Indeed, the phrase became a rallying cry of his troops. Since Indians were lice, their children were nits, and the only way to get rid of lice was to kill the nits as well. Clearly, Colonel Chivington was a man ahead of his time. It would be more than half a century, after all, before Heinrich Himmler would think to describe the extermination of another people as the same thing as debusing 123. The air was cold and crisp, the early morning darkness just beginning to lift, when they entered the snowy village on November 29. The creek was almost dry, the little water in it crusted over with ice, untouched yet by the dawn's first rays of sun. The cavalrymen paused and counted well over 100 lodges in the encampment. Within them, the native people were just stirring, as had been the case with the Pequots in Connecticut, more than 200 years earlier, and with countless other native peoples across the continent since then. The village was filled almost entirely with women and children who had no inkling of what was about to happen. Most of the men were away on a buffalo hunt. One of the colonel's guides, Robert Bent, later reported that there were about 600 Indians in camp that morning, including no more than 35 braves and some old men, about 60 in all. The rest were women and children. 124. A few days before riding into the Indian camp, Colonel Chivington had been informed that the village at Sand Creek could be taken with a small fraction of the troops at his command, not only because most of the Cheyenne men were away on the hunt, but because the people had voluntarily disarmed themselves to demonstrate that they were not hostile. They had turned in all but their essential hunting weapons to the commander at nearby Fort Leon. Technically, the colonel was informed, the government considered the Indians at Sand Creek to be harmless and disarmed prisoners of war. Witnesses later reported that Chivington, who just then had been going on at length about his desire for taking Indian scalps, dismissed this news, drew himself up in his chair, and replied, "Well, I long to be waiting in Gore." 125. His wish was soon fulfilled. As Chivington and his 5 battalions moved into the village that morning, 2 whites who were visiting the camp tied a tanned buffalo hide to a pole and waved it to signal the troops that this was a friendly town. They were met with a fusillade of gunfire. Then old Chief Black Kettle, the principal leader of the Cheyenne, tied a white flag to a lodgepole, and above that he tied an American flag that had been given him by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. He gathered his family around him and he held the pole high again, in an effort to show the American soldiers that his was not a hostile camp. He kept calling out to his people not to be frightened. Robert Bent's brother George recalled, that the camp was under protection and there was no danger. Then suddenly the troops opened fire on this mass of men, women, and children, and all began to scatter and run. 126. The massacre was on. Chivington ordered that cannons be fired into the panicked groups of Indians first, then the troops charged on horseback and on foot. There was nowhere for the native people to hide. The few Cheyenne and Arapaho men in camp tried to fight back, and Robert Bent says they all fought well, but by his own count they were outnumbered 20 to 1 and had virtually no weapons at their disposal. Some women ran to the riverbank and clawed at the dirt and sand, frantically and hopelessly digging holes in which to conceal themselves or their children. From this point on it is best simply to let the soldiers and other witnesses tell what they did and what they saw, beginning with the testimony of Robert Bent. 127. After the firing the warriors put the squaws and children together, and surrounded them to protect them. I saw 5 squaws under a bank for shelter. When the troops came up to them they ran out and showed their persons, to let the soldiers know they were squaws, and begged for mercy, but the soldiers shot them all. There were some 30 or 40 squaws collected in a hole for protection. They sent out a little girl about 6 years old with a white flag on a stick. She had not proceeded but a few steps when she was shot and killed. All the squaws in that hole were afterwards killed, and 4 or 5 bucks outside. The squaws offered no resistance. Every one I saw dead was scalped. I saw one squaw cut open with an unborn child, as I thought, lying by her side. Captain Soule afterwards told me that such was the fact. I saw quite a number of infants in arms killed with their mothers. I went over the ground soon after the battle. I should judge there were between 400 and 500 Indians killed. Nearly all, men, women, and children were scalped. I saw one woman whose privates had been mutilated. The bodies were horribly cut up, skulls broken in a good many. I judge they were broken in after they were killed, as they were shot besides. I do not think I saw any but what was scalped, saw fingers cut off, saw several bodies with privates cut off, women as well as men. Next morning after the battle, I saw a little boy covered up among the Indians in a trench, still alive. I saw a major in the 3rd Regiment take out his pistol and blow off the top of his head. I saw some men unjointing fingers to get rings off, and cutting off ears to get silver ornaments. I saw a party with the same major take up bodies that had been buried in the night to scalp them and take off ornaments. I saw a squaw with her head smashed in before she was killed. Next morning, after they were dead and stiff, these men pulled out the bodies of the squaws and pulled them open in an indecent manner. I heard men say they had cut out the privates, but did not see it myself. I saw some Indians that had been scalped, and the ears were cut off of the body of white antelope. One Indian who had been scalped had also his skull all smashed in, and I heard that the privates of white antelope had been cut off to make a tobacco bag out of. I heard some of the men say that the privates of one of the squaws had been cut out and put on a stick. The dead bodies of women and children were afterwards mutilated in the most horrible manner. I saw only 8. I could not stand it, they were cut up too much. They were scalped and cut up in an awful manner. White antelope's nose, ears, and privates were cut off. All manner of depredations were inflicted on their persons, they were scalped, their brains knocked out, the men used their knives, ripped open women, clubbed little children, knocked them in the head with their guns, beat their brains out, mutilated their bodies in every sense of the word. Worse mutilated than any I ever saw before, the women all cut to pieces. Children 2 or 3 months old, all ages lying there, from sucking infants up to warriors. In going over the battleground the next day I did not see a body of man, woman, or child but was scalped, and in many instances their bodies were mutilated in the most horrible manner, men, women, and children's privates cut out, and I heard one man say that he had cut out a woman's private parts and had them for exhibition on a stick. I heard another man say that he had cut the fingers off an Indian to get the rings on the hand. I also heard of numerous instances in which men had cut out the private parts of females and stretched them over the saddle bows, and wore them over their hats while riding in the ranks. I heard one man say that he had cut a squaw's heart out, and he had it stuck up on a stick. Once the carnage was over, and the silence of death had descended on the killing field, Colonel Chivington sent messages to the press that he and his men had just successfully concluded one of the most bloody Indian battles ever fought, in which one of the most powerful villages in the Cheyenne Nation was destroyed. There was exultation in the land. Cheyenne scalps are getting as thick here now as toads in Egypt, joked the Rocky Mountain News. Everybody has got one and is anxious to get another to send east 128. Outside of Colorado, however, not everyone was pleased. Congressional investigations were ordered, and some among the investigators were shocked at what they found. One of them, a senator who visited the site of the massacre and picked up skulls of infants whose milk teeth had not yet been shed, later reported that the concerned men of Congress had decided to confront Colorado's governor and Colonel Chivington openly on the matter, and so assembled their committee and the invited general public in the Denver Opera House. During the course of discussion and debate, someone raised a question: would it be best, henceforward, to try to civilize the Indians or simply to exterminate them? Whereupon, the senator wrote in a letter to a friend, "There suddenly arose such a shout as is never heard unless upon some battlefield, a shout almost loud enough to raise the roof of the opera house. Exterminate them! Exterminate them!" 129. The committee, apparently, was impressed. Nothing ever was done to Chivington, who took his fame and exploits on the road as an after-dinner speaker. After all, as President Theodore Roosevelt said later, the Sand Creek Massacre was as righteous and beneficial a deed as ever took place on the frontier. 130. 4. Meanwhile, there was California to the west, the last stop before the Holocaust that had begun on Hispaniola in 1492 would move out across the Pacific, in the wake of 18th-century voyages to Australia, Polynesia, and beyond by Captains Cook, Wallis, Bougainville, and others. Spanish troops had entered California overland early in the 16th century, while Cortés and Pizarro were still alive and basking in the glory of their conquests of the Aztecs and the Incas. Indeed, Juan Rodríguez Cabrillo, who heard stories of Spanish troops and violence in California while he was sailing off the coast in 1542, probably had been with Cortés at the fall of Tenochtitlan and with the infamous Alvarado further south. 131 In any case, wherever there was Spanish violence there was bound to be disease. In raping native women and merely breathing on native men, the marching Spanish soldiers spread syphilis and gonorrhea, smallpox, and influenza, everywhere they went. And Cabrillo was not likely innocent himself. His crews were mostly conscripts, the dregs of the Spanish settlements in Mexico. There can be little doubt that diseases festered in those men that became explosive epidemics when spread among the natives. It once was thought that syphilis did not arrive in California until Don Juan Bautista de Anza's introduction of the putrid and contagious plague in 1777, but there is no longer any doubt that the disease was present throughout the region well before de Anza's visit. 132 As for smallpox, influenza, and other lethal infections, they spread early and they spread far. Martin de Aguilar explored the northern California and Oregon coasts for Spain in 1603, following by 24 years Sir Francis Drake, who had sailed up the Pacific coast and landed with his crews on the Oregon shore in 1579. And Drake may not have been the first European to venture that far north. But whoever was the first among the 16th century adventurers, 18th century explorers found old smallpox scars on the bodies of the native people there. 133. In 1602 and 1603 Sebastian Vizcaino led an expedition of 3 ships up and down the California coast, with frequent stops on shore where his men spent time with various Indian peoples. There was sickness on Vizcaino's ships from the moment they set sail, and before the voyage was complete it combined with scurvy to literally shut the voyage down. Scores of men were incapacitated. At one point Vizcaino wrote, all the men had fallen sick, so that there were only 2 sailors who could climb to the main topsail. The ship that he was on, Vizcaino later added, seemed more like a hospital than a ship of an armada. Fray Antonio de la Ascension, one of 3 clergymen who made the voyage with Vizcaino, feared the whole crew was close to death. But fortunately for the Spanish and unfortunately for the natives, the Indians helped the crippled sailors, offering them fish, game, hazelnuts, chestnuts, acorns, and other things. For though but 6 of our men remained in the said frigate, the rest having died of cold and sickness, the Indians were so friendly and so desirous of our friendship, that they not only did them no harm, but showed them all the kindness possible. 134 There can be no doubt that for their kindness the Indians were repaid by plagues the likes of which nothing in their history had prepared them. The earliest European mariners and explorers in California, as noted in a previous chapter's discussion of Cabrillo, repeatedly referred to the great numbers of Indians living there. In places where Vizcaino's ships could approach the coast or his men could go ashore, the captain recorded, again and again, that the land was thickly filled with people. And where he couldn't approach or go ashore because the coast was wild, the Indians signaled greetings by building fires that made so many columns of smoke on the mainland that at night it looked like a procession and in the daytime the sky was overcast. In sum, as Father Ascension put it, this realm of California is very large and embraces much territory, nearly all inhabited by numberless people. 135. But not for very long. Throughout the late 16th and the 17th and 18th centuries, Spanish disease and Spanish cruelty took a large but mostly uncalculated toll. Few detailed records of what happened during that time exist, but a wealth of research in other locales has shown the early decades following Western contact to be almost invariably the worst for native people, because that is when the fires of epidemic disease burn most freely. Whatever the population of California was before the Spanish came, however, and whatever happened during the first few centuries following Spanish entry into the region, by 1845 the Indian population of California had been slashed to 150,000 by swarming epidemics of influenza, diphtheria, measles, pneumonia, whooping cough, smallpox, malaria, typhoid, cholera, tuberculosis, dysentery, syphilis, and gonorrhea, along with everyday settler and explorer violence. 136 As late as 1833 a malaria epidemic brought in by some Hudson's Bay Company trappers killed 20,000 Indians by itself, wiping out entire parts of the Great Central Valleys. A decade later, writes one historian, there still remained macabre reminders of the malaria epidemic: collapsed houses filled with skulls and bones, the ground littered with skeletal remains. 137. Terrible as such deaths must have been, if the lives that preceded them were lived outside the Spanish missions that were founded in the 18th century, the victims might have counted themselves lucky. 2 centuries earlier, the Puritan minister John Robinson had complained to Plymouth's William Bradford that although a group of massacred Indians no doubt deserved to be killed, oh, how happy a thing had it been, if you had converted some before you had killed any. 138 That was probably the only thing the New England Puritans and California's Spanish Catholics would have agreed upon. So, using armed Spanish troops to capture Indians and herd them into the mission stockades, the Spanish padres did their best to convert the natives before they killed them. And kill they did. First there were the Jesuit missions, founded early in the 18th century, and from which few vital statistics are available. Then the Franciscans took the Jesuits' place. At the mission of Nuestra Señora de Loreto, reported the Franciscan chronicler Father Francisco Palou, during the first 3 years of Franciscan rule 76 children and adults were baptized, while 131 were buried. At the mission of San Jose Cumaná during the same time period 94 were baptized, while 241 died. At the mission of Purísima de Quitagomo, meanwhile, 39 were baptized, 120 died. At the mission of Nuestra Señora de Guadalupe the figures were similar, 53 baptisms, 130 deaths. The same held true at others, from the mission of Santa Rosalia de Mulegé, with 48 baptisms and 113 deaths, to the mission of San Ignacio, with 115 baptisms and 293 deaths, all within the same initial 3-year period. 139. For some missions, such as those of San Jose del Cabo and Santiago de las Corras, no baptism or death statistics were reported, because there were so few survivors that there was no reason to do any counting. Overall, however, during those 3 years alone, between a quarter and a third of the California Indians died who were under Franciscan control. We will never know how many died during the earlier decades when the Jesuits were in charge. However, if it goes on at this rate, lamented Father Palou, in a short time Old California will come to an end. 140. Old California, perhaps, but not the missions. Not if anything within the Padres' power could be done. And what was done was that they simply brought more natives in, under military force of arms. Although the number of Indians within the Franciscan missions increased steadily from the close of those first 3 disastrous years until the opening decade or so of the 19th century, this increase was entirely attributable to the masses of native people who were being captured and force-marched into the mission compounds. Once thus confined, the Indians' annual death rate regularly exceeded the birth rate by more than 2 to 1. This is an overall death-to-birth ratio that, in less than half a century, would completely exterminate a population of any size that was not being replenished by new conscripts. The death rate for children in the missions was even worse. Commonly, the child death rate in these institutions of mandatory conversion ranged from 140 to 170 per thousand, that is, 3 to 4 times the birth rate, and in some years it climbed to 220 and 265 and even 335 per thousand. Year in and year out, then, from 1 of every 6 to 1 of every 3 Indian children who were locked up in the missions perished. 141. In fact, it may have been even worse than that. The figures above were generated from available resources in the late 1930s. Recently, an analysis has been conducted on data from more than 11,000 Chumash Indians who passed through the missions of Santa Barbara, La Purísima, and Santa Ynez in the late 18th and early 19th century. Perhaps the most complete data set and detailed study ever done on a single mission Indian group's vital statistics, this analysis shows that 36% of those Chumash children who were not yet 2 years old when they entered the mission died in less than 12 months. 2/3 died before reaching the age of 5. 3 of 4 died before attaining puberty. At the same time, adolescent and young adult female deaths exceeded those of males by almost 2 to 1, while female fertility rates steadily spiraled downward. Similar patterns, slightly better in some categories, slightly worse in others, have been uncovered in another study of 14,000 mission Indians in 8 different Franciscan missions. 142. In short, the missions were furnaces of death that sustained their Indian population levels for as long as they did, only by driving more and more natives into their confines to compensate for the huge numbers who were being killed once they got there. This was a pattern that held throughout California and on out across the Southwest. Thus, for example, one survey of life and death in an early Arizona mission has turned up statistics showing that at one time an astonishing 93% of the children born within its walls died before reaching the age of 10, and yet the mission's total population did not drastically decline. 143. There were various ways in which the mission Indians died. The most common causes were the European-introduced diseases which spread like wildfire in such cramped quarters, and malnutrition. The personal living space for Indians in the missions averaged about 7 feet by 2 feet per person for unmarried captives, who were locked at night into sex-segregated common rooms that contained a single open pit for a toilet. It was perhaps a bit more space than was allotted a captive African in the hold of a slave ship sailing the Middle Passage. Married Indians and their children, on the other hand, were permitted to sleep together in what Russian visitor V.M. Golovnin described in 1818 as specially constructed cattle pens. He explained, "I cannot think of a better term for these dwellings that consist of a long row of structures not more than 1 sagin high and 1/2 sagins wide, without floor or ceiling, each divided into sections by partitions, also not longer than 2 sagins, with a correspondingly small door and a tiny window in each. Can one possibly call it anything but a barnyard for domestic cattle and fowl? Each of these small sections is occupied by an entire family. Cleanliness and tidiness are out of the question. A thrifty peasant usually has a better kept cattle pen." 144. Under such conditions, Spanish-introduced diseases ran wild. Measles, smallpox, typhoid, and influenza epidemics occurred and reoccurred, while syphilis and tuberculosis became, as Sherburne F. Cook once said, totalitarian diseases. Virtually all the Indians were afflicted by them. 145. As for malnutrition, despite agricultural crop yields on the Indian-tended mission plantations that Golovnin termed extraordinary and unheard of in Europe, along with large herds of cattle and the easily accessible bounty of seafood, the food given the Indians, according to him, was a kind of gruel made from barley meal, boiled in water with maize, beans, and peas. Occasionally they are given some beef, while some of the more diligent catch fish for themselves. 146 on average, according to Cook's analyses of the data. The caloric intake of a field laboring mission Indian was about 1,400 calories per day, falling as low as 715 or 865 calories per day in such missions as San Antonio and San Miguel. To put this in context, the best estimate of the caloric intake of 19th-century African American slaves is in excess of 4,000 calories per day, and almost 5,400 calories per day for adult male field hands. This seems high by modern Western standards, but is not excessive in terms of the caloric expenditure required of agricultural laborers. As the author of the estimate puts it, a diet with 4,206 calories per slave per day, while an upper limit neither excessive nor generous, but merely adequate to provide sufficient energy to enable one to work like a slave. Of course, the mission Indians also worked like slaves in the Padres' agricultural fields, but they did so with far less than half the caloric intake, on average, commonly provided a black slave in Mississippi, Alabama, or Georgia. 147. Even the military commanders at the missions acknowledged that the food provided the Indians was grossly insufficient, especially, said one, given the arduous strain of the labors in which they are employed. Labors, said another, which last from morning to night, and labors, noted a third, which are added to the other hardships to which they are subjected. 148 caloric intake, of course, is but one part of the requirement for a sufficient diet. The other part is nutritional value. And the most thorough study of the composition of the Mission Indians' diets reveals them to have been seriously deficient in high-quality protein, and in vitamins A and C, and riboflavin. 149 The resulting severe malnutrition, of course, made the natives all the more susceptible to the bacterial and viral infections that festered in the filthy and cramped living conditions they were forced to endure, just as it made them more likely to behave lethargically, something that would bring more corporal punishment down upon them. Not surprisingly, osteological analyses of California Mission Indian skeletal remains, compared with those of Indians who lived in the same regions prior to European contact, show the long bones of the Mission Indians to be significantly smaller than those of their prehistoric and protohistoric predecessors, leading to the conclusion that such differences reflect retarded growth, possibly attributable to the nutritional deficiency of the mission diet or the combined effects of poor nutrition and infectious disease. 150. When not working directly under the mission fathers' charge, the captive natives were subject to forced labor through hiring out arrangements the missions had with Spanish military encampments. The only compensation the natives received for this, as for all their heavy daily labors, was the usual inadequate allotment of food. As one French visitor commented in the early 19th century, after inspecting life in the missions, the relationship between the priest and his flock would be different only in name. If a slaveholder kept them for labor and rented them out at will, he too would feed them. But, we now know, he would have fed them better. 151. In short, the Franciscans simultaneously starved and worked their would-be converts to death, while the diseases they and others had imported killed off thousands more. The similarity of this outcome to what had obtained in the slave labor camps of Central and South America should not be surprising, since California's Spanish missions, established by Father Junipero Serra, were directly modeled on the genocidal encomienda system that had driven many millions of native peoples in Central and South America to early and agonizing deaths. 152. Others died even more quickly, not only from disease, but from grotesque forms of punishment. To be certain that the Indians were spiritually prepared to die when their appointed and rapidly approaching time came, they were required to attend Mass in chapels where, according to one mission visitor, they were guarded by men with whips and goads to enforce order and silence, and were surrounded by soldiers with fixed bayonets who were on hand in case any unruliness broke out. These were the same soldiers, complained the officially celibate priests, who routinely raped young Indian women. If any neophytes were late for Mass, they would have a large leathern thong, at the end of a heavy whipstaff, applied to their naked backs. 153 More serious infractions brought more serious torture. And if ever some natives dared attempt an escape from the Padres' efforts to lead them to salvation, as, according to the Franciscans' own accounts, the Indians constantly did, there would be little mercy shown. From the time of the mission's founding days, Junipero Serra traveled from pulpit to pulpit preaching fire and brimstone, scourging himself before his incarcerated flock, pounding his chest with heavy rocks until it was feared he would fall down dead, burning his breast with candles and live coals in imitation of San Juan Capistrano. 154 After this sort of self-flagellating exertion, Father Serra had no patience for Indians who still preferred not to accept his holy demands of them. Thus, on at least one occasion when some of his Indian captives not only escaped, but stole some mission supplies to support them on their journey home, his lordship was so angered, recalled Father Palou, that it was necessary for the fathers who were there to restrain him in order to prevent him from hanging some of them. He shouted that such a race of people deserved to be put to the knife. 155. It was not necessary for starving and desperate Indians to steal food or supplies, however, to suffer the perverse punishments of the mission fathers. The Padres also were concerned about the continuing catastrophic decline in the number of babies born to their neophyte charges. At some missions the priests decided the Indians intentionally were refraining from sex, as the natives of the Caribbean supposedly had done, in an effort to spare their would-be offspring the tortures of life as a slave. Some of the Indians may indeed have been purposely avoiding sex, although by themselves the starvation-level diets, along with the disease and enormous stress of the Indians' mission existence, were more than sufficient to cause a collapse in the birth rate. 156 In either case, here is a first-hand account of what happened at Mission Santa Cruz when a holy and ascetic padre named Ramon Albays came to the conclusion that one particular married couple was behaving with excessive sexual inhibition, thereby depriving him of another child to enslave and another soul to offer up to Christ. He sent for the husband and he asked him why his wife hadn't borne children. The Indian pointed to the sky to signify that only God knew the cause. They brought an interpreter. This repeated the question of the father to the Indian, who answered that he should ask God. The father asked through the interpreter if he slept with his wife, to which the Indian said yes. Then the father had them placed in a room together so that they would perform coitus in his presence. The Indian refused, but they forced him to show them his penis in order to affirm that he had it in good order. The father next brought the wife and placed her in the room. The husband he sent to the guardhouse with a pair of shackles. Father Albays asked her if her husband slept with her, and she answered that, yes. The father repeated his question, why don't you bear children? Who knows, answered the Indian woman. He had her enter another room in order to examine her reproductive parts. At this point the woman resisted the padre's attempted forced inspection. For that impertinence she received 50 lashes, was shackled, and locked in the nunnery. He then gave her a wooden doll and ordered her to carry it with her, like a recently born child, wherever she went. Meanwhile, her husband remained in jail, only leaving once each day to attend mass, and during all the time he was outside the guardhouse he was required to undergo the public humiliation of wearing on his head cattle horns affixed with leather. 157. From time to time some missions permitted certain of their captives to return home for brief visits, under armed guard. This short time is the happiest period of their existence, wrote one foreign observer, and I myself have seen them going home in crowds, with loud rejoicings. He continues. The sick, who cannot undertake the journey, at least accompany their happy countrymen to the shore, where they embark and sit there for days together, mournfully gazing on the distant summits of the mountains which surround their homes. They often sit in this situation for several days, without taking any food, so much does the sight of their lost home affect these new Christians. Every time some of those who have the permission run away, and they would probably all do it, were they not deterred by their fears of the soldiers. 158. There was, of course, good reason for the Indians to fear the consequences of running away and being caught. Since even the most minor offenses in the missions carried a punishment of 15 lashes, while middling infractions, including fighting, brought 100 lashes and a set of shackles at the guardhouse, those who were captured while trying to break free of mission captivity might count themselves lucky to be whipped 100 times and clapped in irons affixed to a heavy log. For as one traveler described the condition of some attempted escapees he had seen, they were all bound with rawhide ropes, and some were bleeding from wounds, and some children were tied to their mothers. He went on. Some of the runaway men were tied on sticks and beaten with straps. One chief was taken out to the open field, and a young calf which had just died was skinned, and the chief was sewed into the skin while it was yet warm. He was kept tied to a stake all day, but he died soon, and they kept his corpse tied up. 159. If this was early California's version of what Spanish defenders later would disingenuously dismiss as merely another black legend, it did not last as long as did its counterpart on the continent to the south. In 1846 the United States militarily occupied California, and 2 years later, at Guadalupe Hidalgo, Mexico ceded the land over to American control. In addition to the 2 centuries of previous evidence adducing the genocidal practices of Britain and the United States toward America's native peoples across the length and breadth of the continent, we therefore have in California a unique opportunity to test informally one part of the Spaniards' black legend defense, the part alleging that other whites treated Indians just as badly as did the Spanish. And what we find is that, on this point at least difficult though it may be to believe the Spanish are correct. By 1845 the Indian population of California was down to no more than a quarter of what it had been when the Franciscan missions were established in 1769. That is, it had declined by at least 75% during 75 years of Spanish rule. In the course of just the next 25 years, under American rule, it would fall by another 80%. The gold rush brought to California a flood of American miners and ranchers who seemed to delight in killing Indians, miners, and ranchers who rose to political power and prominence and from those platforms not only legalized the enslavement of California Indians, but, as in Colorado and elsewhere, launched public campaigns of genocide with the explicitly stated goal of all-out Indian extermination. Governmentally unsanctioned enslavement of the Indians began as soon as California became an American possession and continued for many years. It seemed an excellent idea in a land where free labor was in short supply and white wages were high. Moreover, as whites who had lived in the southern United States repeatedly asserted, California's Indians who already had suffered a savage population loss at the hands of the Spanish make as obedient and humble slaves as the Negroes in the South, wrote one former New Orleans cotton broker. In fact, they were even better than blacks, claimed a ranch owner in 1846, because they accepted flagellation with more humility than Negroes 160. Indian docility was believed to be particularly assured when caught young. So a thriving business in hunting and capturing Indian children developed. Newspapers frequently reported sightings of men driving Indian children before them on backcountry roads to the slave markets in Sacramento and San Francisco. As with black slaves in the South, prices varied according to quality, said the Ukiah Herald, but they sometimes climbed as high as $200 each. Bargains could be had in some areas, however, as in Colusa County in 1861 Indian boys and girls aged 3 and 4 years were sold at $50 apiece. Especially good little Indians or, as the Sacramento Daily Union described them, bright little specimens might even fetch a straight trade for a horse. Given the shortage of women in California during these early years of white settlement, a likely young girl might cost almost double that of a boy, because, as the Marysville Appeal phrased it, girls served the double duty of labor and of lust 161. Not surprisingly, the parents of these valuable children could be a problem. The prospect of losing their beloved offspring to slave traders, said the Humboldt Times, has the effect of making Indians very shy of coming into the reservations, as they think it is a trick to deprive them of their children 162 and, indeed, it often was. Thus inconvenienced, the slave traders had to pursue their prey into the hills. There, when they cornered the objects of their desire, reported the California Superintendent of Indian Affairs in 1854, they frequently murdered the troublesome parents as they were gathering up the children, a tactic that allowed the slavers to sell their little charges as orphans without possibility of contradiction. 163. Should Indian adults attempt to use the California courts to bring such killers to justice, they invariably were frustrated because the law of the land prohibited Indians from testifying against whites. Even some otherwise unsympathetic settler newspapers observed and protested the situation, since in consequence it encouraged and legalized the open season hunting of Indians. As one San Francisco newspaper put it in 1858, following the unprovoked public murder of an Indian, and the release of the known killer because the only eyewitnesses to the event were native people, the Indians are left entirely at the mercy of every ruffian in the country, and if something is not done for their protection, the race will shortly become extinct. 164. Nothing was done, however, and so enslavement and murder, carried out by entrepreneurial and genocide-minded whites, continued on for many years. One of the more well-known incidents, described in Theodora Kroeber's popular issue in Two Worlds, occurred in 1868. Part of a series of massacres of Yahi Indians, in which ultimately all but one member of this tiny fragment of a tribe were scalped and murdered. This particular assault is distinguished by the perverse concern shown by one of the attackers for the bodies of his victims, as he explained afterwards, changed guns during the slaughter, exchanging his .56, caliber Spencer rifle for a .38, caliber Smith & Wesson revolver, because the rifle tore them up so bad, particularly the baby's 165. It would be a mistake, however, to think of the destruction of California's Indians or most of the Indians of the Americas as the work of renegades. As early as 1850, the first session of the California legislature passed a law entitled Act for the Government and Protection of Indians that in fact did little more than give the imprimatur of legality to the kidnapping and enslavement of native people. Among other provisions, the law provided for the forced indenture of any Indian child to any white person who could convince a justice of the peace that the child in his possession had not been obtained by force. Justices of the peace were easily convinced, especially if the abducted child's parents had been murdered or terrorized into silence and were therefore not on hand to provide contradictory testimony. In 1860 the legislature expanded the law, extending the duration of terms of forced service and permitting the law's use to cover adult Indians as well as children. The problem the whites were facing by this time, and that the new legislation was intended to address, was a shortage of Indian labor. About 10,000 of the rapidly dwindling numbers of Indians had been put to forced labor legally, under the provisions of the 1850 and 1860 laws, but this was nothing compared with the thousands who had been killed. 166 The shortage of menial workers, despite large numbers of Mexican, Hawaiian, and Asian contract laborers in California, led the Humboldt Times to champion the 1860 enslavement law while exclaiming in an editorial, "What a pity the provisions of the law are not extended to greasers, Canucks, and Asiatics. It would be so convenient to carry on a farm or mine, when all the hard and dirty work is performed by apprentices." 167. Considering the California legislature's concern for cheap indeed, slave labor in the 1850s, it would in retrospect seem mindless for the lawmakers simultaneously to encourage the destruction of that same Indian labor force. But that is precisely what happened. Because some Indians, who in the late 1840s had been driven into the mountains by marauding slave catchers, were thereby forced to poach on white-owned livestock for their existence, the Governor of California in his 1851 message to the legislature announced the necessity for a total eradication of the natives. The white man, to whom time is money, and who labors hard all day to create the comforts of life, cannot sit up all night to watch his property, Governor Peter Burnett said. After being robbed a few times he becomes desperate, and resolves upon a war of extermination. Such a war to annihilate the Indians had already begun by then, Burnett recognized, but, he added, it must continue to be waged between the races until the Indian becomes extinct. A year later the governor's successor to that office, John McDougall, renewed the charge. If the Indians did not submit to white demands to relinquish their land, he said, the state would make war upon the which must of necessity be one of extermination to many of the tribes. 168. This straightforward advocacy of genocide by the highest American officials in the land emerged in a cultural milieu that habitually described the California Indians as ugly, filthy, and inhuman beasts, swine, dogs, wolves, snakes, pigs, baboons, gorillas, and orangutans, to cite only a few of the press's more commonly published characterizations. Some whites gave the Indians the benefit of the doubt and declared them to be not quite animals, but merely the nearest link, of the sort, to the quadrupeds in North America, while others not inclined to such lofty speculations said that simply touching an Indian created a feeling of repulsion just as if I had put my hand on a toad, tortoise, or huge lizard. 169 The eradication of such abominable creatures could cause little trouble to most consciences. Between 1852 and 1860, under American supervision, the indigenous population of California plunged from 85,000 to 35,000, a collapse of about 60% within 8 years of the first gubernatorial demands for the Indians' destruction. By 1890 that number was halved again. Now 80% of the natives who had been alive when California became a state had been wiped out by an official policy of genocide. Fewer than 18,000 California Indians were still living, and the number was continuing to drop. In the late 1840s and 1850s, one observer of the California scene had watched his fellow American whites begin their furious assault upon, shooting them down like wolves, men, women, and children, wherever they could find them, and had warned that this war of extermination against the aborigines, commenced in effect at the landing of Columbus, and continued to this day, gradually and surely tending to the final and utter extinction of the race. While to most white Californians such a conclusion was hardly lamentable, to this commentator it was a major concern, but only because the extermination policy proved so injurious to the interests of the whites. That was because the Indians' labor, once very useful, and, in fact, indispensable in a country where no other species of laborers were to be obtained at any price, and which might now be rendered of immense value by pursuing a judicious policy, has been utterly sacrificed by this extensive system of indiscriminate revenge. 170. 300 years earlier, writing from Peru, the Dominican priest Santo Tomas had expressed exactly the same concern. The ongoing slaughter of the Incas and other Andean peoples was so intense, he warned his sovereign, that unless orders were given to reduce the genocide, the natives will come to an end, and once they are finished, your Majesty's rule over will cease. Explained Diego de Robles Cornejo, from the same region a few years later, if the natives cease, the land is finished. I mean its wealth, for all the gold and silver that comes to Spain is extracted by means of these Indians. 171. Like the 16th century Spanish in Peru, then, to some critics the genocidal Californians were simply bad businessmen, liquidating their own best draft animals in an unceasing peak of racist passion. In time, however, these critics turned out to be wrong. Other labor was found. And by the end of the 19th century, California's population was surging past 1.5 million persons, of whom only 15,000 or 1% were Indians, most of them stored safely away on remote and impoverished reservations, suffering from disease, malnutrition, and despair. As had happened in Virginia 200 years earlier, and as happened across the entire continent during the intervening years, between 95 and 98% of California's Indians had been exterminated in little more than a century. And even this ghastly numerical calculation is inadequate, not only because it reveals nothing of the hideous suffering endured by those hundreds of thousands of California native peoples, but because it is based on decline only from the estimated population for the year 1769, a population that already had been reduced savagely by earlier invasions of European plague and violence. Nationwide by this time only about 1/3 of America's population, 250,000 out of 76 million people, were natives. The worst human holocaust the world had ever witnessed, roaring across 2 continents non-stop for 4 centuries and consuming the lives of countless tens of millions of people, finally had leveled off. There was, at last, almost no one left to kill. Genocide. During the course of 4 centuries, from the 1490s to the 1890s, Europeans and white Americans engaged in an unbroken string of genocide campaigns against the native peoples of the Americas. Pictured on the following pages are the results of the first of these slaughters, the Spanish depredations in the West Indies and Mesoamerica under the initial command of Christopher Columbus, and what conventionally, though incorrectly, is regarded as the last of them, the United States Army's massacre of Sioux Indians near a creek called Wounded Knee in South Dakota. These scenes are representative of thousands of other such incidents that occurred in the Indies and in South, Central, and North America, most of them bloodbaths that have gone unnamed and are long forgotten. The illustrations of the Spanish cruelties are by Jean Theodore and Jean Israel de Bry, from a 1598 edition of Bartolomé de las Casas's brief account of the destruction of the Indies. The accompanying captions are drawn from Las Casas's descriptions of the events he witnessed. With 2 exceptions, the photographs from the Wounded Knee massacre are printed here with the permission of the Nebraska State Historical Society. The exceptions are the photograph of Bigfoot, from the National Anthropological Archives of the Smithsonian Institution, and the photograph of General Colby and Zintka Lanuni, which is printed by courtesy of the Denver Public Library's Western History Collection. Quotations in the captions for the Wounded Knee photographs are from Richard E. Jensen, R. Eli Paul, and John E. Carter, eyewitness at Wounded Knee, took babies from their mothers' breasts, grabbing them by the feet and smashing their heads against rocks. They built a long gibbet, low enough for the toes to touch the ground and prevent strangling, and hanged 13 at a time in honor of Christ our Savior and the 12 apostles. Then, straw was wrapped around their torn bodies and they were burned alive. As the Spaniards went with their war dogs hunting down Indian men and women, it happened that a sick Indian woman who could not escape from the dogs, sought to avoid being torn apart by them. In this fashion, she took a cord and tied her year-old child to her leg, and then she hanged herself from a beam. But the dogs came and tore the child apart. Before the creature expired, however, a friar baptized it. They would cut an Indian's hands and leave them dangling by a shred of skin. They would test their swords and their manly strength on captured Indians and place bets on the slicing off of heads or the cutting of bodies in half with one blow. Cruel Captain traveled over many leagues, capturing all the Indians he could find. Since the Indians would not tell him who their new lord was, he cut off the hands of some and threw others to the dogs, and thus they were torn to pieces. The Spanish treated the Indians with such rigor and inhumanity that they seemed the very ministers of hell, driving them day and night with beatings, kicks, lashes and blows, and calling them no sweeter names than dogs. Women who had just given birth were forced to carry burdens for the Christians and thus could not carry their infants because of the hard work and weakness of hunger. Infinite numbers of these were cast aside on the road and thus perished. They threw into those holes all the Indians they could capture of every age and kind. Pregnant and confined women, children, old men left stuck on the stakes, until the pits were filled. The rest they killed with lances and daggers and threw them to their war dogs who tore them up and devoured them. Because he did not give the great quantity of gold asked for, they burned him and a number of other nobles and caciques, with the intention of leaving no prince or chieftain alive in the entire country. When the Spaniards had collected a great deal of gold from the Indians, they shut them up in 3 big houses, crowding in as many as they could, then set fire to the houses, burning alive all that were in them, yet those Indians had given no cause nor made any resistance. With my own eyes I saw Spaniards cut off the nose, hands, and ears of Indians, male and female, without provocation, merely because it pleased them to do it. Likewise, I saw how they summoned the caciques and the chief rulers to come, assuring them safety, and when they peacefully came, they were taken captive and burned. Bigfoot lay in a sort of solitary dignity, wrote Carl Smith, a reporter for the Chicago Inter-Ocean. He was shot through and through. A wandering photographer propped the old man up, and as he lay there defenseless his portrait was taken. In 1 square of less than half an acre there were 48 bodies stiffened by the frost, observed reporter Carl Smith. One had a face which was hideous to view. He had originally fallen on his face, and he must have lain in that position for some time, as it was flattened on one side. His hands were clenched, his teeth were clenched. One hand was raised in the air. Frozen in that position. A rifle was placed as a prop at the dead medicine man's side, to suggest that a battle, rather than a massacre, had occurred. The photograph later was retouched to conceal the dead man's genitals, exposed when his trousers were shot away. I was badly wounded and pretty weak too, recalled Dewey Beard, a Miniconjo Indian. While I was lying on my back, I looked down the ravine and saw a lot of women coming up and crying. When I saw these women, girls, and little girls and boys coming up, I saw soldiers on both sides of the ravine shoot at them until they had killed every one of them. The photograph shows a burial party collecting corpses from that ravine. Mass burials followed the carnage. 146 bodies were thrown into this pit, dug on the same hillside from which the Army's Hotchkiss guns, with their exploding shells, had been fired. Survivors were placed in a makeshift hospital, a pitiful array of young girls and women and babes in arms, little children, and a few men, all pierced with bullets, recalled Elaine Goodale Eastman in her memoirs. Observed the wife of a correspondent who was on the scene, there was a little boy with his throat apparently shot to pieces. and when they feed him now the food and water come out the side of his neck. Still, wrote Dr. Charles Eastman, they objected very strenuously to being treated by army surgeons. And they never wanted to see a uniform again. In the wake of the carnage, whites descended on Wounded Knee in search of souvenirs. In this photograph, the seated man in the middle is wearing what appears to be a sacred ghost dance shirt, while the standing man is modeling a woman's beaded dress. It is not known whether the seated man on the left kept the trophy he is holding in his lap. General Leonard W. Colby showing off his Lac de Sioux war curio, Zinkalanuni, or lost bird. After privately putting her on display for personal profit, Colby eventually released her to Buffalo Bill's Wild West show. She died in Los Angeles at age 29. In 1991 the Lakota people had Zinkalanuni's remains moved back to Wounded Knee for interment with the rest of her family. 3. Sex, Race, and Holy War. 5. Here is a moment in Toni Morrison's moving novel, Beloved, when Stampede, a black man in the mid-19th century American South, notices something red stuck to the bottom of his flatbed boat as he is tying it up alongside a river bank. It was a particularly bad time for black people in a century of particularly bad times for them. White folks were still on the loose, writes Morrison, whole towns wiped clean of Negroes, 87 lynchings in 1 year alone in Kentucky, 4 colored schools burned to the ground, grown men whipped like children, children whipped like adults, black women raped by the crew, property taken, necks broken. And the smell of skin, and hot blood, cooked in a lynch fire was everywhere. At first when he saw the red thing stuck to his boat, Stampede thought it was a feather. Reaching down to retrieve it, he tugged, and what came loose in his hand was a red ribbon knotted around a curl of wet woolly hair, clinging still to its bit of scalp. He untied the ribbon and put it in his pocket, dropped the curl in the weeds. On the way home, he stopped, short of breath and dizzy. He waited until the spell passed before continuing on his way. A moment later, his breath left him again. This time he sat down by a fence. Rested, he got to his feet, but before he took a step he turned to look back down the road he was traveling and said, to its frozen mud and the river beyond, "What are these people? You tell me, Jesus. What are they?" 1. It is a question many have asked, many times, during the course of the past millennium. What were those people whose minds and souls so avidly fueled genocides against Muslims, Africans, Indians, Jews, Gypsies, and other religious, racial, and ethnic groups? What are they who continue such wholesale slaughter still today? It is tempting, when discussing the actions described in the 2 preceding chapters, as well as genocides from other times and places, to describe the behavior of the crime's perpetrators as insane. But as Terence Deprez once pointed out with regard to the Nazis' attempted mass extermination of Europe's Jews, demonic seems a better word than insane to characterize genocidal behavior. Deprez's semantic preference here, he said, was based upon his sense that insanity is without firm structure, not predictable, something you cannot depend upon. And while what went on in the killing centers was highly organized and very dependable indeed, thereby not qualifying as insanity, at least according to Deprez's informal definition, the dedication of life's energies to the production of death is a demonic principle of the first degree too. Deprez continued on in this essay to distinguish between the Nazi effort to extinguish from the earth Europe's Jewish population and other examples of genocide from the thick history of mankind's inhumanity, including the slaughter of the American Indians. The difference he found was that the destruction of the European Jews had no rational motive whatsoever, neither politics nor plunder, neither military strategy nor the moment's blind expediency. This was genocide for the sake of genocide. 3. Had Deprez pursued these distinctions further, however, that is, had he been as concerned with the mass destruction of native peoples as he was with Europeans, he may well have realized that his posited contrasts were more apparent than they were real. On the one hand, much of the European and American slaughter of American Indians from 15th century Hispaniola to 16th century Peru to 17th century New England to 18th century Georgia to 19th century California was not driven by reasons of politics or plunder, nor by military strategy or blind expediency, but by nothing more than, to use Deprez's phraseology, genocide for the sake of genocide. On the other hand, much of the Nazi slaughter of Europe's Jews was driven by what the perpetrators of that Holocaust regarded as rational motives, however perverse or bizarre or sick or hateful those motives appear to others. Point 4. To say this is not to say that the Jewish Holocaust, the inhuman destruction of 6 million people, was not an abominably unique event. It was. So, too, for reasons of its own, was the mass murder of about 1 million Armenians in Turkey a few decades prior to the Holocaust. Point 5. So, too, was the deliberately caused terror famine in Stalin's Soviet Union in the 1930s, which killed more than 14 million people. Point 6. So, too, have been each of the genocidal slaughters of many millions more, decades after the Holocaust, in Burundi, Bangladesh, Kampuchea, East Timor, the Brazilian Amazon, and elsewhere. Point 7. Additionally, within the framework of the Holocaust itself, there were aspects that were unique in the campaign of genocide conducted by the Nazis against Europe's Romani people, which resulted in the mass murder of perhaps 1,500,000 men, women, and children. Point 8. Of course, there also were the unique horrors of the African slave trade, during the course of which at least 30,000,000 and possibly as many as 40 million to 60,000,000 Africans were killed, most of them in the prime of their lives, before they even had a chance to begin working as human chattel on plantations in the Indies and the Americas. Point 9. And finally, there is the unique subject of this book, the total extermination of many American Indian peoples and the near extermination of others, in numbers that eventually totaled close to 100 million. Each of these genocides was distinct and unique, for one reason or another, as were others that go unmentioned here. In one case the sheer numbers of people killed may make it unique. In another case, the percentage of people killed may make it unique. In still a different case, the greatly compressed time period in which the genocide took place may make it unique. In a further case, the greatly extended time period in which the genocide took place may make it unique. No doubt the targeting of a specific group or groups for extermination by a particular nation's official policy may mark a given genocide as unique. So too might another group's being unofficially targeted for elimination by the actions of a multinational phalanx bent on total extirpation. Certainly the chilling utilization of technological instruments of destruction, such as gas chambers, and its assembly line, bureaucratic, systematic methods of destruction makes the Holocaust unique. On the other hand, the savage employment of non-technological instruments of destruction, such as the unleashing of trained and hungry dogs to devour infants, and the burning and crude hacking to death of the inhabitants of entire cities, also makes the Spanish anti-Indian genocide unique. A list of distinctions marking the uniqueness of one or another group that has suffered from genocidal mass destruction or near extermination could go on at length. Additional problems emerge because of a looseness in the terminology commonly used to describe categories and communities of genocidal victims. A traditional Eurocentric bias that lumps undifferentiated masses of Africans into one single category and undifferentiated masses of Indians into another, while making fine distinctions among the different populations of Europe, permits the ignoring of cases in which genocide against Africans and American Indians has resulted in the total extermination purposefully carried out of entire cultural, social, religious, and ethnic groups. A secondary tragedy of all these genocides, moreover, is that partisan representatives among the survivors of particular afflicted groups not uncommonly hold up their people's experience as so fundamentally different from the others that not only is scholarly comparison rejected out of hand, but mere cross-referencing or discussion of other genocidal events within the context of their own flatly is prohibited. It is almost as though the preemptive conclusion that one's own group has suffered more than others is something of a horrible award of distinction that will be diminished if the true extent of another group's suffering is acknowledged. Compounding this secondary tragedy is the fact that such insistence on the incomparability of one's own historical suffering, by means of what Irving Louis Horowitz calls moral bookkeeping, invariably pits one terribly injured group against another, as in the all too frequent contemporary disputes between Jews and African Americans, or the recent controversy over the U.S. Holocaust Memorial. In that particular struggle, involving the inclusion or exclusion of gypsies from the memorial program, tensions reached such a pitch that the celebrated Jewish Nazi hunter Simon Wiesenthal was driven to write to the Memorial Commission in protest over the omission of gypsies from the program, arguing that they too deserved commemorative recognition since the gypsies had been murdered in a proportion similar to the Jews, about 80% of them in the area of the countries which were occupied by the Nazis. 10. Although Wiesenthal's willingness to extend a hand of public recognition and commiseration to fellow victims of one of history's most monstrous events was typical of him, it was an unusual act in the context of these sorts of controversies. Denial of massive death counts is common and even readily understandable, if contemptible, among those whose forefathers were the perpetrators of the genocide. Such denials have at least two motives: first, protection of the moral reputations of those people and that country responsible for the genocidal activity, and second, on occasion, the desire to continue carrying out virulent racist assaults upon those who were the victims of the genocide in question. But for those who have themselves been victims of extermination campaigns, to proclaim uniqueness for their experiences only as a way of denying recognition to others who also have suffered massive genocidal brutalities is to play into the hands of the brutalizers. 11 Rather, as Michael Birnbaum has wisely put it, we should let our sufferings, however incommensurate, unite us in condemnation of inhumanity rather than divide us in a calculus of calamity. 12. Noam Chomsky once observed that if you take any two historical events and ask whether there are similarities and differences, the answer is always going to be both yes and no. At some sufficiently fine level of detail, there will be differences, and at some sufficiently abstract level, there will be similarities. The key question for most historical investigations, however, is whether the level at which there are similarities is, in fact, a significant one. 13 Among all the cases of genocide mentioned above, there were, we have noted, important differences. Indeed, in most technical particulars, the differences among them may well outweigh the similarities. But there were and are certain similarities of significance, and between the Jewish Holocaust and the Euro-American genocide against the Indians of the Americas, one of those similarities involves the element of religion, where Deprez's preference for the word demonic resides most appropriately. And here, in considering the role of religion in these genocides, there is no better place to begin than with the words of Elie Wiesel, a fact that is not without some irony, since for years Wiesel has argued passionately for the complete historical uniqueness of the Jewish Holocaust. In seeking at least a partial answer to the question posed at the start of this chapter, what are these people? An observation of Wiesel's regarding the perpetrators of the Jewish Holocaust is an equally apt beginning for those who would seek to understand the motivations that ignited and fanned the flames of the mass destruction of the America's native peoples. All the killers were Christian. The Nazi system was the consequence of a movement of ideas and followed a strict logic. It did not arise in a void, but had its roots deep in a tradition that prophesied it, prepared for it, and brought it to maturity. That tradition was inseparable from the past of Christian, civilized Europe. 14. Indeed, despite an often expressed contempt for Christianity, in Mein Kampf Hitler had written that his plan for a triumphant Nazism was modeled on the Catholic Church's traditional tenacious adherence to dogma and its fanatical intolerance, particularly in the Church's past when, as Arno J. Meyer has noted, Hitler observed approvingly that in building its own altar, Christianity had not hesitated to destroy the altars of the heathen. 15 Had Hitler required supporting evidence for this contention, he would have needed to look no further than the Puritans' godly justifications for exterminating New England's Indians in the 17th century, or, before that, the sanctimonious Spanish legitimation of genocide, as ordained by Christian truth, in 15th and 16th century Meso and South America. 16. But the roots of the tradition run far deeper than that, back to the High Middle Ages and before, when at least part of the Christians' willingness to destroy the infidels who lived in what was considered to be a spiritual wilderness was rooted in a rabid need to kill the sinful wilderness that lived within themselves. To understand the horrors that were inflicted by Europeans and white Americans on the Indians of the Americas, it is necessary to begin with a look at the core of European thought and culture, Christianity, and in particular its ideas on sex and race and violence. 2. Popular thought long has viewed pre-Christian Rome as a bacchanalian Eden of the unrepressed, in one historian's words, and a similar impression often is held of ancient Greece as well. Neither view is correct. In Greece, virginity was treasured, and a young, unmarried woman discovered in the act of sex could legally be sold into slavery. Given that this is the only situation in which Solonian law allows a free Athenian to be reduced to slavery, writes Julius Sissa, it is clear that premarital sexual activity constituted an extremely serious threat to the laws governing relationships within and among families. 17. Athena herself, it is worth recalling, was not only a goddess of war, but also a virgin, a symbolic juxtaposition of characteristics that, as we shall see, was destined to resonate through many centuries of Western culture. And in Rome, no less a light than Cicero observed that since the great excellence of man's nature, above that of the brutes and all other creatures, is founded on the fact that brutes are insensible to everything but pleasure, and they will risk everything to attain it. From this we are to conclude, that the mere pursuits of sensual gratifications are unworthy the excellency of man's nature, and that they ought therefore to be despised and rejected, but that if a man shall have a small propensity for pleasure, he ought to be extremely cautious in what manner he indulges it. We, therefore, in the nourishment and dress of our bodies, ought to consult not our pleasure, but our health and our strength, and should we examine the excellency and dignity of our nature, we should then be made sensible how shameful man's life is, when it melts away in pleasure, in voluptuousness and effeminacy, and how noble it is to live with abstinence, with modesty, with strictness and sobriety. 18. The idea is hardly a Christian invention, then, that immoderate enjoyment of the pleasures of the flesh belongs to the world of the brute, and that abstinence, modesty, strictness, and sobriety are to be treasured above all else. Still, it is understandable why subsequent European thought would regard Greece and Rome as realms of carnal indulgence, since subsequent European thought was dominated by Christian ideology. And as the world of the Christian fathers became the world of the Church triumphant, while fluid and contested mythologies hardened into dogmatic theology, certain fundamental characteristics of Christianity, often derived from the teachings of Paul, came to express themselves in fanatical form. Not the least of these was the coming to dominance of an Augustinian notion of sex as sin, along with a larger sense, as Elaine Pagels puts it, that all of humanity was hopelessly sick, suffering, and helpless. As late antiquity in Europe began falling under the moral control of Christians, there occurred what historian Jacques-Élie Goff has called la déroute du corporel, the rout of the body. Not only was human flesh thenceforward to be regarded as corrupt, but so was the very nature of humankind, and, indeed, so was nature itself, so corrupt, in fact, that only a rigid authoritarianism could be trusted to govern men and women who, since the fall of Adam and Eve, had been permanently poisoned with an inability to govern themselves in a fashion acceptable to God. 19. At its heart, Christianity expressed a horror at the tainting of godliness with sexuality. Some early Christian fathers, such as Origen, had taken literally the prophet Matthew's charge that there be eunuchs, which have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven, and castrated themselves. Such self-mutilating behavior finally was condemned by the Church in the 4th century as being excessive and unnecessary, thenceforward celibacy would be sufficient. But then this too was carried to extremes. St. Paul had written that it is good for a man not to touch a woman. But if they cannot contain, let them marry, for it is better to marry than to burn. Even marital sex invariably was infected with lust, however, so there developed in Christian culture the anachronistic institution of sexless so-called chaste marriage, and it endured with some popularity for nearly 1,000 years. 20. As Peter Brown has pointed out, however, Perhaps the most remarkable thing about what he calls this Gran Refuto, or Great Renunciation, was the way it quickly became the basis for male leadership in the Church. One key to understanding this phenomenon is located in the contrast between Judaism at the time and its radical offshoot of Christianity. For as Brown notes, in the very centuries when the rabbinate rose to prominence in Judaism by accepting marriage as a near-compulsory criterion of the wise, the leaders of the Christian communities moved in the diametrically opposite direction. Access to leadership became identified with near-compulsory celibacy. The Christian leader, then, stood apart from all others by making a public statement that in fact focused enormous attention on sexuality. Indeed, sexuality became a highly charged symbolic marker exactly because its dramatic removal as a central activity of life allowed the self-proclaimed saintly individual to present himself as the ideal of the single-hearted person, the person whose heart belonged only to God. 21. Of course, such fanatically aggressive opposition to sex can only occur among people who are fanatically obsessed with sex, and nowhere was this more ostentatiously evident than in the lives of the early Christian hermits. Sometime around the middle of the 3rd century, the holiest of Christian holy men decided that the only way to tame their despicable sexual desires was to remove themselves completely from the world of others. Moving to the desert, they literally declared war on their sexual selves, first by reducing their intake of food to near starvation levels. When one wants to take a town, one cuts off the supply of water and food, wrote a sainted monastic named John the Dwarf. The same military strategy, he continued, applies to the passions of the flesh. If a man lives a life of fasting and hunger, the enemies of his soul are weakened. 22. Weakened, perhaps, but never, it seems, defeated. On the contrary, the more these godly hermits tried to drive out thoughts of sex, the more they were tortured by desire. Thus, when one young monk, Palladius, reported to an older one, Pacon, that he was thinking of leaving the desert because, no matter what he did, desire filled his thoughts night and day, and he was increasingly tormented by visions of women, the old man replied that after 40 years of exile and isolation in the desert he too still suffered the same intolerable urges. He said that between the ages of 50 and 70 he had not spent a single night or day without desiring a woman. 23. But try he and the others did, with maniacal obsessiveness. Aline Roussel provides a few examples. Ammonius used to burn his body with a red-hot iron every time. Pacon shut himself in a hyena's den, hoping to die sooner than yield, and then he held an asp against his genital organs. Evagrius spent many nights in a frozen well. Philoromus wore irons. One hermit agreed one night to take in a woman who was lost in the desert. He left his light burning all night and burned his fingers on it to remind himself of eternal punishment. A monk who had treasured the memory of a very beautiful woman, when he heard that she was dead, went and dippled his coat in her decomposed body and lived with the smell to help him fight his constant thoughts of beauty. 24. But let Saint Jerome describe for himself the masochistic joys of desert exile. There I sat, solitary, full of bitterness, my disfigured limbs shuddered away from the sackcloth, my dirty skin was taking on the hue of the Ethiopian's flesh, every day tears, every day sighing, and if in spite of my struggle sleep would tower over and sink upon me, my battered body ached on the naked earth. Of food and drink I say nothing, since even a sick monk uses only cold water, and to take anything cooked is a wanton luxury. Yet that same I, who for fear of hell condemned myself to such a prison, I, the comrade of scorpions and wild beasts, was there, watching the maidens in their dances, my face haggard with fasting, my mind burnt with desire in my frigid body, and the fires of lust alone leaped before a man prematurely dead. So, destitute of all aid, I used to lie at the feet of Christ, watering them with my tears, wiping them with my hair, struggling to subdue my rebellious flesh with 7 days fasting. 25. Extreme though such thoughts and behavior may seem today, in the early centuries of Christianity, when the seeds of faith were being nurtured into dogma, such activities characterized the entire adult lives of thousands of the most saintly and honored men. During the 4th century about 5,000 holy ascetics lived in the desert of Nitria, with thousands more tormenting themselves around Antino in the Thebaid, at Hermopolis, and elsewhere. Indeed, so popular did the life of the sex-denying hermit become among Christian men that in time it was difficult to find sufficient isolation to live the true hermit's life. They began to live in small groups, and then eventually in organized monasteries. Here, because of the closeness of other bodies, carnal temptation was more difficult to suppress. The institution did what it could to assist. However, rules were instituted prohibiting the locking of cell doors to discourage masturbation. It was forbidden for 2 monks to speak together in the dark, to ride a donkey together, or to approach any closer than an arm's length away. They were to avoid looking at each other as much as possible. They were required to keep their knees covered when sitting in a group, and they were admonished against lifting their tunics any higher than was absolutely necessary when washing their clothes. 26. Although sex was at the core of such commitments to self-denial, it was not all that the saintly Christian rejected. Indeed, what distinguished the Christian saint from other men, said the early church fathers, was the Christian's recognition of the categorical difference and fundamental opposition between things of the spirit and things of the world. The two realms were utterly incompatible, with the result, says the Epistle to Dionysius, that the flesh hates the soul, and wages war upon it, though it has suffered no evil, because it is prevented from gratifying its pleasures, and the world hates the Christians though it has suffered no evil, because they are opposed to its pleasures. 27. In demonstrating their opposition to the world's proffered pleasures, some monks wrapped themselves in iron chains in order that they might never forget their proper humility, while others adopted the life of animals, writes Henry Chadwick, and fed on grass, living in the open air without shade from the sun and with the minimum of clothing. Still others, such as Saint Simeon Stylites, displayed his asceticism by living his life on top of a column. By so doing, he not only won the deep reverence of the country people, but he also inspired later imitators like Daniel, who spent 33 years on a column near Constantinople. 28. During those same first centuries of the Church's existence, some paragons of the faith took to literal extremes the scriptural charge to love not the world, neither the things that are in the world, by flinging themselves into what Augustine was to call the daily sport of suicide, and by searching for ways to become Ignatius's longed-for fodder for wild beasts. 29. Suicide, like castration, in time was discouraged by the Church as at best institutionally counterproductive, but the idea of flesh as corruption and of the physical pleasures of the world as sin continued to evolve over the centuries, by the Middle Ages flourishing into a full-fledged ideology that came to be known as the contemptus mundi, or contempt for the world tradition. All of life on earth was properly seen as a vale of tears, as a desert, an exile. As one medieval saint, Jean de Ficamp, exclaimed, human life was and should be viewed as miserable life, decrepit life, impure life, sullied by humors, exhausted by grief, dried by heat, swollen by meats, mortified by fasts, dissolved by pranks, consumed by sadness, distressed by worries, blunted by security, bloated by riches, cast down by poverty. 30. The torment of life lay, therefore, not only in its pains, but equally in its pleasures that systematically had to be both resisted and condemned. Thus, an anonymous 12th century poet confronted himself with the riddle, evil life of this world, then / why do you please me so? And answered piously with the following litany. Fugitive life, more harmful than any beast. Worldly life, evil thing, never worthy of love. Life which should be called death, which one should hate, not love. Worldly life, foul life, pleasing only to the impious. Worldly life, sickly thing, more fragile than the rose. Life, stupid thing, accepted only by fools. Worldly life, source of labors, anguished, full of suffering. I reject you with all my heart, for you are full of filth. Worldly life, future death, permanent ruin. With all my heart I reject you. I prefer to undergo death, O life, rather than serve you. 31. A century later the poet and Franciscan monk Jacomino de Verona expressed the matter of humanity's proper Christian understanding of itself in similar, if even more pithy terms. In a very dirty and vile workroom, you were made out of slime, so foul and so wretched, that my lips cannot bring themselves to tell you about it. But if you have a bit of sense, you will know that the fragile body in which you lived, where you were tormented 8 months and more, was made of rotting and corrupt excrement. You came out through a foul passage, and you fell into the world, poor and naked. Other creatures have some use, meat and bone, wool and leather. But you, stinking man, you are worse than dung. From you, man, comes only pus. From you comes no virtue. You are a sly and evil traitor. Look in front of you and look behind. For your life is like your shadow, which quickly comes and quickly goes. Point 32. In response to learned and saintly medieval urgings of this sort, the efforts of good Christians to purge themselves of worldly concerns and carnal impulses became something truly to behold, something that had its roots in the asceticism of the early church fathers of almost 1,000 years earlier, and something that would persist among the faithful for centuries yet to come. Norman Cohn has provided us with one vivid though not untypical example by quoting an account from the 14th century when, on a winter's night, a devout friar shut himself up in his cell and stripped himself naked, and took his scourge with the sharp spikes, and beat himself on the body and on the arms and legs, till blood poured off him as from a man who has been cupped. One of the spikes on the scourge was bent crooked, like a hook, and whatever flesh it caught it tore off. He beat himself so hard that the scourge broke into 3 bits and the points flew against the wall. He stood there bleeding and gazed at himself. It was such a wretched sight that he was reminded in many ways of the appearance of the beloved Christ, when he was fearfully beaten. Out of pity for himself he began to weep bitterly. And he knelt down, naked and covered in blood, in the frosty air, and prayed to God to wipe out his sin from before his gentle eyes. 33. Monks and other males were not the only devout souls of this time who tried to work their way to heaven with self-flagellation and other forms of personal abasement. In fact, if anything, women showed more originality than men in their undertakings of humiliation. In addition to the routine of self-flagellation and the commitment of themselves to crippling and sometimes fatal bouts of purposeful starvation, would-be female saints drank pus or scabs from lepers' sores, eating and incorporating disease, reports a recent student of the subject, and in the frenzy of trance or ecstasy, pious women sometimes mutilated themselves with knives. One such holy woman displayed her piety by sleeping on a bed of paving stones, whipping herself with chains, and wearing a crown of thorns. As Caroline Walker Bynum dryly remarks, reading the lives of 14th and 15th century women saints greatly expands one's knowledge of Latin synonyms for whip, thong, flail, chain, etc. Ascetic practices commonly reported in these vitae include wearing hair shirts, binding the flesh tightly with twisted ropes, rubbing lice into self-inflicted wounds, denying oneself sleep, adulterating food and water with ashes or salt, performing thousands of genuflections, thrusting nettles into one's breasts, and praying barefoot in winter. Among the more bizarre female behaviors were rolling in broken glass, jumping into ovens, hanging from a gibbet, and praying upside down. 34. Such behavior was motivated primarily by the now traditional Christian compulsion to deny and to rout the pleasures of the flesh, and by so doing to accentuate the importance of the spirit, for by this time the sundering of the mundane from the spiritual, the profane from the sacred, was a well-established characteristic of European Christian culture. But by listening closely, Bynum has shown that the sounds of other promptings to asceticism can be discerned as well. These additional explanations for such extreme performances included straightforward efforts to escape the restrictions and menial activities dictated by life in authoritarian Christian families and communities. This was a motive particularly likely among women living in a harshly misogynist world, Women who by becoming acknowledged saints and mystics were able to use the institution of chaste marriage to negotiate non-sexual relationships for themselves during an era when sexual marriage could be an extraordinarily brutal institution, and women who, when all else failed, sometimes were able accidentally to drop an unwanted infant into the fire during a trance of mystical ecstasy. 35. To be sure, much as its priesthood fondly wanted it to be, Christianity never was able to become an entirely totalitarian religion. During the 13th and 14th centuries in particular, some citizens of Europe found for themselves cultural pockets of at least some sensual freedom. What these exceptions almost invariably demonstrate, however, is that once European sexual mores and attitudes toward the body had been shaped on the anvil of early Christian asceticism, whatever variations those mores and attitudes underwent during the course of time, they always were variations that remained partially embedded in that repressive ideal. As a culture, the Christian West never was at ease with sexuality. Thus, even on those short-lived occasions when erotic repression relaxed for a time, the emerging liberatory impulse indulged in by a relative few invariably had about it an almost desperate quality of both flamboyance and risk. When a few women of prominence in certain parts of Europe during the 14th century felt free for a time to express themselves sexually, for example, no doubt, as part of the breakdown in Christian morality that came in the aftermath of the Black Death, they did it by ostentatiously exposing their breasts, applying rouge or jewel-studded caps to their nipples, and sometimes piercing their nipples so as to hang gold chains from them. If this fashion was a bit extreme for some, an alternative was to cover as little as possible of one's breasts and then to push them up and out. The result, according to one observer, was to make two horns on their bosom, very high up and artificially projected toward the front, even when nature has not endowed them with such important advantages. 36. Such determinately or frantically erotic fashion statements were never the rule for many, of course, and for those few who did indulge in them, the lifespan of the vogue was short. For constantly lurking everywhere was the dominant moral code of the Church. As John Bromyard, an approximate contemporary of those rouge-nippled 14th century would-be libertines and their male companions, warned, "In place of scented baths, their body shall have a narrow pit in the earth, and there they shall have a bath more foul than any bath of pitch and sulphur. In place of a soft couch, they shall have a bed more grievous and hard than all the nails and spikes in the world. Instead of wives, they shall have toads, instead of a great retinue and a throng of followers, their body shall have a throng of worms and their soul a throng of demons." 37. Bromyard's reference to scented baths is also telling. Inspired by the example of Muslims living in Spain during the 12th and 13th centuries, public baths slowly spread throughout Europe during the course of the next 200 years. By the turn of the 14th century, Paris, for instance, had about 24 public baths. In some of them a visitor might encounter what the Italian writer Poggio did on a visit to Zurich in the early 15th century, partially clad men and women singing and drinking, and young girls, already ripe for marriage, in the fullness of their nubile forms, standing and moving like goddesses. Their garments form a floating train on the surface of the waters. 38. By the end of the 15th century, however, the baths were being closed throughout Europe. Within half a century more they were gone. 39-40. Similarly, brothels had been tolerated and even given municipal institutional status in some European communities during the 14th and early 15th century. But, just as bathhouses began being closed by authorities in the 1470s, so too were the brothels. Like the public baths, open brothels effectively had disappeared by the mid-16th century. 41. As for bare-breasted or other revealing fashions, they also quickly became a thing of the past. Spain led the way here as the 15th century was drawing to a close. Mantles or mantos for women became the approved attire, Hans Peter Duer notes, and they completely enveloped the female figure, leaving only a small peephole. Black became the color of choice, the expression of the face froze into a mask, bodices had iron staves sewed into them, even the hint of a bosom was shunned. Lead plates served to keep breasts flat and to impede their development. 42. In other parts of Europe there was even a return to the medieval caps and chin bands, Dewar writes, revealing nothing of the hair beneath. Behind this shift back to traditional Christian denial of the body and rejection of things sexual, says Lone P. Giuliano, was the persistent ideology that woman is the blind instrument for seduction of nature, the symbol of temptation, sin, and evil. Besides her face, the principal baits of her allure are the signs of her fertility, hips, and breasts. The face, alas, must stay exposed, but it is possible for it to wear a rigid and manly expression. The neck can be enveloped in a high lace collar. As to the bosom, the treatment dealt it closely resembles the traditional deformation of the feet of women, being no less painful and unhealthy. Natural femininity, overflowing, voluptuous, and sinful is categorized as unlawful. Henceforth only witches will dare to have wide hips, prominent breasts, conspicuous buttocks, long hair. 43. Giuliano's passing reference to witches in this context is worth pausing over, for it is precisely here that Christianity, and in particular the Christianity that structured life, culture, and ideas at the time that Columbus was making ready his plans to sail to Cathay, located the only proper home in the contemporary world for nudity and eroticism. Both of the major texts on witchcraft produced at this time, Jacob Sprenger's famous Malleus Maleficarum in 1486, and Fray Martin de Casanega's Tratado de las Supersticiones y Hechicerias in 1529, observed that all witchcraft comes from carnal lust. Indeed, the literature and imagery relating to witchcraft border on the pornographic. Giuliano says, the inhibitions of an entire era of repression are poured into it. All possible and impossible perversions are ascribed to witches and their fiendish partners, perversions both heterosexual and homosexual, for as Geoffrey Burton Russell has observed, one commonplace allegation that appears again and again in witchcraft trials was the charge of sodomy. 44. The ritualized gatherings of witches in Europe during this time were known as synagogues, and later as sabbats, both terms, of course, derived from Judaism, which was itself regarded as a form of devil worship. There are numerous supposed accounts of such gatherings, but Norman Cohn has put together a representative collage of what Christians from this time believed took place during a typical witch's sabbat. The sabbat was presided over by the devil, who now took on the shape not of a mere man but of a monstrous being, half man and half goat, a hideous black man with enormous horns, a goat's beard and goat's legs. First the witches knelt down and prayed to the devil, calling him Lord and God, and repeating their renunciation of the Christian faith, after which each in turn kissed him, often on his left foot, his genitals, or his anus. Next delinquent witches reported for punishment, which usually consisted of whippings. Then came the parody of divine service. Dressed in black vestments, with mitre and surplice, the devil would preach a sermon, warning his followers against reverting to Christianity and promising them a far more blissful paradise than the Christian heaven. The proceedings ended in a climax of profanity. Once more the witches adored the devil and kissed his anus. Finally, an orgiastic dance, to the sound of trumpets, drums and fifes. The witches would form a circle, facing outwards, and dance around a witch bent over, her head touching the ground, with a candle stuck in her anus to serve as illumination. The dance would become a frantic and erotic orgy, in which all things, including sodomy and incest, were permitted. At the height of the orgy the devil would copulate with every man, woman, and child present. 45. Needless to say, sex with Satan or even with one or more of the incubi or succubi who assisted him was not something one easily forgot. Nicholas Remy, a 16th-century expert on these matters, reported to an eager Christian public the experiences, recounted in official testimony, of some witches who had endured the ordeal. Hen Ezel asserts that his Schuetzeburg gave him the impression of having a frozen hole and that he had to withdraw before having an orgasm. As to witches, they declare that the virile organs of demons are so thick and hard that it is impossible to be penetrated by them without dreadful pain. Alice Dragee compared her demon's erect penis with a kitchen tool she pointed out to the assembly and gave the information that the former lacked scrotum and testicles. As to Claudine Fely, She knew how to avoid the piercing pain of such intercourse by a rotary movement she often performed in order to introduce that erect mass, which no woman, of no matter what capacity, could have contained. And nevertheless, there are some who reach orgasm in this cold and loathsome embrace. 46. It is not hard to imagine the effect or, indeed, the function of listening to this sort of thing, day in and day out, among people adamantly committed to intense sexual repression as the fundamental key to eternal salvation. In the event that verbal description might prove insufficient, however, artistic works abounded, depicting the disgustingly thrilling orgiastic rites and rituals that occurred during witches' sabbats. So too, of course, were visual representations readily available of the horrendous post-mortem fate, including violent assaults by demons on the genitals that was in store for ordinary mortals who might have succumbed to the temptations of lust and lechery. There was, however, a third artistic genre in which sexual behavior was often central: depictions of the long, lost Golden Age. Thus, in the midst of the 16th century's culture of sexual denial, Agostino Carracci among others could openly depict explicit and voluptuous sensuality and eroticism so long as it was labeled love in the Golden Age and contained appended verses with language like, "As the palm is a sign of victory, so the fruit of congenial love is that sweetness from which is produced the seed whence nature and heaven are glorified." 47. By definition, of course, the Golden Age belonged safely to the past, although there was always the very real possibility that displaced remnants of it existed, and could be found, in distant parts of the world that had not yet been explored. If somewhere on the earth's outer fringes there lay a land of demigods and milk and honey, however, there also lurked in distant realms demi-brutes who lived carnal and savage lives in a wilderness controlled by Satan. Which one, if either, of these a medieval or Renaissance explorer was likely to find, only time and experience would tell. 3. Contrary to a notion that has become fashionable among American historians, the concept of race was not invented in the late 18th or 19th century. Indeed, systems of categorical generalization that separated groups of people according to social constructions of race and ranked them as to disposition and intelligence, were in use in Europe at least 1,000 years before Columbus set off across the Atlantic. 48 Even 1,000 years earlier than that, says historian of ancient Greece Kurt von Fritz, since it was, he contends, during the time of Hippocrates in the 4th century BC, that race theory first raised its head. Others might argue for an earlier date still, but certainly it is true, as Fritz points out, that from Hippocrates to Callus, thence to Posidonia several centuries later, the concept was elaborated and refined until it was held that not only the populations of different continents constituted different races, but every tribe or nation had its racial characteristics, which were the product of hereditary factors, climate, diet, training, and traditions. As a consequence of this, Posidonius contended, the behavior of individuals and groups was attributable to a variety of factors, one of which was their racial character. 49 Moreover, as Orlando Patterson has shown, strong racial antipathy was not uncommon in Rome, and in particular, Negro features were not an asset in the slave-holding societies of the Greco-Roman world. 50. Long before this era, however, at least as early as the late 8th century BC, Homer and Hesiod and other Greek poets were describing a time, as A. Bartlett Jamati puts it, when Kronos reigned and the world was young, the age of the golden race, and said it still existed to the north in the land of the Scythians and Hyperboreans. The poets were not alone in speaking and writing of these fortunate islands of delight, repose, and physical bliss, for as poets sang of this happy place, ancient geographers and historians charted and described it sight unseen, save with the mind's eye. 51. Unseen, perhaps, but there was no doubt that the earthly paradise was an actual place situated in a distant realm, a group of islands or a peaceful plain at the end of the earth. As Menelaus was promised in the Odyssey. Is not your fate to die in Argos, to meet your end in the grazing land of horses. The deathless ones will waft you instead to the world's end, the Elysian fields where yellow-haired Rhadamanthus is. There indeed men live on laborious days. Snow and tempest and thunderstorms never enter there, but for men's refreshment ocean sends out continually the high singing breezes of the west. 52. In other traditions the Elysian fields were in the islands of the blessed where, according to Hesiod, there lived the fourth age of men, the godly race of the heroes who are called demigods, to whom Zeus had granted a life and home apart from men, and settled them at the ends of the earth. And still today, says Hesiod, there they dwell with carefree heart in the isles of the blessed ones, beside deep swirling Oceanus, fortunate heroes, for whom the grain-giving soil bears its honey-sweet fruits thrice a year. 53. These were demigods because they were half god, half human, descended from unions between gods and mortal women. Their existence had been preceded by that of three other races. First, there were the golden race of people who lived like gods, with carefree heart, remote from toil and misery, and who, at the end of their reign, were transformed into divine spirits. Watchers over mortal men, bestowers of wealth. Then there followed the silver race, much inferior to the golden race, but still they too have honor. The third race, the race of bronze men, was a terrible and fierce race, characterized by violence and a lack of agriculture, a clear sign of civilization's absence of people who ate only meat and whatever grew wild. They were unshapen hulks, with great strength and indescribable arms growing from their shoulders above their stalwart bodies. They did not have iron, or at least they did not know how to work it, and they now lived in chill Hades' house of decay. 54. The present is located in the fifth age, the age of the race of iron men. In terms of moral character, the world of Hesiod's iron race contemporaries seems to have been situated somewhere between that of the deformed and violent and primitive bronze race and that of the demigods who lived in the Blessed Isles. Although troubled with vice and selfishness and dishonesty, at least the iron race is civilized, though in time it too is fated to be abandoned by the gods because of its insistent sinfulness. However, as Jamati notes, Hesiod later introduces the notions of justice and morality as paths that mortal men and women can choose to follow, and in which a kind of golden age is open to who deserve it by their just and virtuous lives. 55. Neither war, nor famine, nor blight will fall upon those whose communities select the path of virtue. For them earth bears plentiful food, and on the mountains the oak carries acorns at its surface and bees at its center. The fleecy sheep are laden down with wool. The womenfolk bear children that resemble their parents, they enjoy a continual sufficiency of good things. Nor do they ply on ships, but the grain-giving plowland bears them fruit. 56. This is about as close as humans are likely to get to a paradise on earth. For those who occupy themselves with violence and wickedness and brutal deeds, however, godly retribution is in store, disaster, famine, and with it plague, and the people waste away. The womenfolk do not give birth, and households decline. 57. The theme evolved from Greek to Roman thought and, as Jamati observes, the note of morality, of virtue and its reward as a choice humans could make, rendered Golden Age places safe for Christian adaptation. In time Christianity did indeed integrate the idea into its own ideology. Although in Christian legend the terrestrial paradise was linked to the Garden of Eden, as Jamati says, early Christian descriptions of the earthly paradise owed as much to ancient literature as to Christian biblical literature, and finally the two strands became inseparable. 58. Whatever the variations imposed by the different European cultures that adopted it, the terrestrial paradise was always a place linked to the past, but still existing somewhere on the other side of the world in the present, a place of simplicity, innocence, harmony, love, and happiness, where the climate is balmy and the fruits of nature's bounty are found on the trees year-round. Other, less pleasant realms and their inhabitants existed in distant lands as well, however, for mixed in among the varied races of the world was a special category of being collectively known as the monstrous races. They are described in the writings of Homer, Tisias, Megasthenes, and others dating back at least as far as the 8th century BC, along with earlier parallels that can be found in the ancient Near East, but the first major compilation describing the appearance and character of the different monstrous races was that of Pliny the Elder in his 1st century AD. Natural History. In 36 volumes Pliny soberly and seriously informs his readers about the existence of different peoples living in far-off lands whose feet are turned backwards, whose upper or lower lips are so large that they curl them back over their heads to use as umbrellas, who walk upside down, who walk on all fours, who are covered with hair, who have no mouths and nourish themselves by smelling their food, who have neither heads nor necks and whose faces are embedded in their chests, who have one eye or three, or four, who have the heads of dogs, and breathe flames, who have only one leg on which they nevertheless run very fast, a leg containing an enormous foot that they use to shield themselves from the sun, who are gigantic or miniature in size, who have 6 fingers or 6 hands, who have hooves instead of feet, whose ears are so long that they use them as blankets, and more. Other such alien races have women who conceive at age 5 and die by the time they are 8, or children who are born with white hair that gradually turns to black as they grow older. 59. It is important to recognize that these creatures were truly believed to exist and to exist not in some supernatural or demonic realm, but within the larger context of humanity, if often on its outermost margins. Beyond the matter of gross difference in physical type and biological characteristics in general, the monstrous races were distinguishable by cultural patterns that varied from European ideals. They spoke strangely. Barbarians were, after all, literally barbaraphanoi, or those whose speech sounded like barbar to Greek ears. They ate and drank strange foods and potions, from insects to human flesh to dog's milk. They went about unclothed, or if clothed they usually were covered by animal skins. They used crude weapons of war, clubs or other wooden objects, or they were ignorant of weaponry altogether. And they lived in small communities, not urban environments, and thus were largely ungoverned by laws. Once integrated into Christian thinking, the monstrous races came to be associated with the lineage of Cain, that is, they were actual creatures whose strangeness was part of their deserved suffering because of their progenitor's sin. Whether Greeks, Romans, or medieval Christians, moreover, the Europeans of all eras considered themselves to be chosen people, the inhabitants of the center and most civil domain of human life. The further removed from that center anything in nature was, the further it was removed from God, from virtue, and from the highest essence of humanity. Thus, the fact that the monstrous races were said to live on the distant extremes of the earthly realm was one crucial element in their radical otherness, and also in their being defined as fundamentally unvirtuous and base. So great was their alienation from the world of gods or the gods' most favored people, in fact, that well into late antiquity they commonly were denied the label of men 60. This eventually became a problem for Christianity, eager as the faith was to convert all humanity to God's revealed truth. The classic statement of the early church on this matter was the work of Augustine, who, in the City of God, affirmed that whoever is born anywhere as a human being, that is, as a rational mortal creature, however strange he may appear to our senses in bodily form or color or motion or utterance, or in any faculty, part, or quality of his nature whatsoever, let no true believer have any doubt that such an individual is descended from the one man who was first created. Though often regarded as a fairly unambiguous statement of support for the humanity of distant peoples, Augustine's linking of humanity to rationality left open a large area for definitional disagreement. Nor did his closing words on the subject help. Let me then tentatively and guardedly state my conclusion. Either the written accounts of certain races are completely unfounded, or, if such races do exist, they are not human, or, if they are human, they are descended from Adam. 61. All that really can be concluded from this is that, for Augustine, someone who worships within the fold of Christianity certainly is rational and certainly is human, though there clearly are races that in some respects might seem to be human, but are not. A great challenge was thus posed to the Church. It was met with avidity. Stories circulated throughout medieval Europe of creatures with hooves for feet, and with claws, who had been converted to the way of Christ, of people as small as 7-year-old children, with horses the size of sheep, who had been brought to see the light. Even people with the heads of dogs and who ate human flesh were said to have been brought within Christianity's embrace. Indeed, In several accounts of the conversion of Saint Christopher for centuries, one of the Church's most popular saints, the pre-conversion Christopher, was a cynocephalus, or dog-headed creature with long hair, and eyes glittering like the morning star in his head, and teeth like the tusks of a wild boar. 62 If, however, to some enthusiastic Christians, at least physical appearance was no bar to conversion and even to sainthood, another less generous conclusion from this same premise was equally important, and equally linked with Augustine's earlier ambivalence on the subject: those creatures who made up the alien races in far-flung lands and who were not rational, that is, unlike Saint Christopher and others, those who were incapable of being converted must be considered beyond the most charitable definition of personhood. Gradually, during the later Middle Ages, interest in the great variety of monstrous races that Pliny and others laboriously had described began to fade. Concern increasingly focused on a single example of the type, the Sylvester's homines, or wild man. As Richard Bernheimer, in the classic study of the subject, describes the wild man, it is a hairy creature, curiously compounded of human and animal traits, without, however, sinking to the level of an ape. It exhibits upon its naked human anatomy a growth of fur, leaving bare only its face, feet, and hands, at times its knees and elbows, or the breasts of the female of the species. Frequently the creature is shown wielding a heavy club or mace, or the trunk of a tree, and, since its body is usually naked except for a shaggy covering, it may hide its nudity under a strand of twisted foliage worn around the loins. 63. Hidden or not, however, the loins of the wild man and his female companion were of abiding interest to Christian Europeans. 4. In direct opposition to ascetic Christian ideals, wild people were seen as voraciously sexual creatures, some of them, in Hayden White's phrase, little more than ambulatory genitalia. Adds historian Geoffrey Russell, the wild man, both brutal and erotic, was a perfect projection of the repressed libidinous impulses of medieval man. His counterpart, the wild woman, who was a murderess, child-eater, bloodsucker and occasionally a sex nymph, was a prototype of the witch. 64. Wild men, like the other representatives of the earth's monstrous races, had inhabited the Near Eastern and Western imaginations for millennia. So too had the wild man's adversary, the heroic human adventurer. And from at least the time of the ancient epic of Gilgamesh, with its numerous parallels in Old Testament ideas, one recurring characteristic of the wild man's brave antagonist was his avoidance of, and even flight from, sexuality and the world of women. In the Gilgamesh legend, for example, which was composed in about 2000 BC from tales that are older still, the first wild man encountered is Enkidu. Possessed of titanic strength, Enkidu's whole body is covered with hair, the hair of his head is long like that of a woman. With the game of the field he ranges at large over the steppe, eats grass and drinks water from the drinking places of the open country, and delights in the company of animals. 65. In time Enkidu acknowledges Gilgamesh, the story's hero, as his superior, but only after Gilgamesh has had Enkidu brought down by the wiles and seductions of a courtesan. With Enkidu now in tow indeed, having almost merged into a second self, Gilgamesh next encounters another wild man, a terrifying, forest-dwelling, and far less cooperative ogre named Humbaba, and together with the help of the sun god Enkidu and Gilgamesh destroy Humbaba and cut off his head. Impressed by Gilgamesh, Ishtar, the goddess of love, proposes marriage to him, along with all the riches and accompanying pleasures she can give him, but Gilgamesh rejects her, knowing of her reputation as a fickle consumer of men. After another sequence of events, Gilgamesh proclaims himself the most glorious among heroes, the most eminent among men, and receives the approving acclaim of multitudes. The spurned Ishtar has her revenge, however, and Enkidu is killed, leaving Gilgamesh to cry bitterly like unto a wailing woman, for 7 days and 7 nights, before launching a quest for the secret of eternal life. At last he is given it, in the form of a thorny plant from the bottom of the sea, but before he can use it the plant is stolen from him by a serpent, and Gilgamesh returns home to live out his days condemned to the ultimate fate of all mankind. There are, certainly, numerous themes in the Gilgamesh story that have worked their way into the patterns of subsequent Western literature, and certainly the quest for eternal life, whether in the form of the earthly paradise or the fountain of youth, is relevant to understanding the adventures of Columbus and many of the European explorers who followed him. Of more immediate concern, however, is that the world of the adventurer is not only a male world, but a world in which women are at best irrelevant or ineffectual, and at worst are harlots, castrators, or murderesses. As such, they must at all costs be avoided. Paul Zweig has shown how this is true not only in the obvious cases, but also in the genre that, of all male writings, seems most sympathetic to women, the medieval romance. For on the whole, Zweig observes, medieval romance follows an implicit pattern which enables the adventurer to triumph over his female adversary. Typically, the romance opens as the knight gratefully swears oaths of love and loyalty which bind him to the lady of his choice. Before the story even begins, he is defeated, helplessly in love. All he desires, apparently, is to sit idly at the feet of his queen. What could be more painful than to leave the lady's presence? But that is precisely what he must do, because his lady requires proof. He encourages her to require proof of his love. And so the knight is banished into the wandering, unattached life of adventure, proving his courage and improving his reputation, all for the greater glory of the lady, whom he may, in fact, never see again. 66. But, of course, seeing her again is not the point. The point is to live a life of exploration and danger, though a properly chaste and Christian life of exploration and danger, fighting against devilish men and beasts of the woods, preferably in the company of one or more male companions. What is done for the lady, need not be done with her, Zweig notes. Indeed, from Achilles and Patroclus in the Iliad to Cervantes's Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, to say nothing of numerous examples up to the present, the same motif recurs in the literature of adventure. Uprooting himself from women, the adventurer forms a masculine friendship so intimate, so passionate, that it reasserts, in male terms, the emotional bond which formerly anchored him within the world of the city. The adventurer, in his desire to reinvent himself as a man, reinvents his emotions, so that they may be served wholly by male pleasures, the rooted society of women superseded by the mobile society of men. 67. Such relationships, to modern observers, often are viewed in a homoerotic light. Zweig is ambivalent on the point, and it is not of particular importance in the context of this discussion, except to the extent that in the Christian versions of this literature, at least, the consciously idealized life of the adventurer not only is adamantly non-homosexual, it is determinately non-sexual in every possible respect. It is, and must be, determinately so, however, because carnal temptation lurks externally at every bend in the road, as well as deep within the Christian's imperfect self. Indeed, once on the march against the beasts of the forest or the enemies of God and civilization, this most noble of the Church's non-ordained representatives constantly has to contend with the fact that the most abhorrent characteristics of both the wild man and the devil, in whatever guises they may appear, are perpetually latent within the darkness of even the finest Christian's own heart. In sum, the wild man and his female companion, at their unconstrained and sensual worst, symbolized everything the Christian's ascetic contemptus mundi tradition was determined to eradicate, even as that tradition also acknowledged that the wild man's very same carnal and uncivilized sinfulness gnawed at the soul of the holiest saint, and that it was ultimately ineradicable, no matter how fervent the effort. The fact that failure was inevitable in the quest to crush completely such festering inner sinfulness was discouraging, of course, as we saw in the dramatic testimonies of the Church's early ascetic hermits, but as those testimonies also revealed, to the true Christian believer discouragement was only prelude to ever more zealous and aggressive action. As Richard Bernheimer and others have shown, the very notion of wildness, to the European mind at this time, suggested everything that eluded Christian norms and the established framework of Christian society, referring to what was uncanny, unruly, raw, unpredictable, foreign, uncultured, and uncultivated. 68. However, the wild man, in that sense, was only the outer personification of the beast-like baseness that existed within even the most holy of the Church's saints, the beast-like baseness that must be overcome if need be, by excruciating rituals of self-torment or by terrifying campaigns of violence were the Christian saint or the Christian soldier or adventurer to attain a proper state of holiness. Should such a wild man be on the right side of the indistinct boundary separating man and beast, of course, he was not necessarily beyond the reach of Christian taming and teaching, not necessarily beyond conversion. But before his potential virtue could be released from its dark imprisonment, as Frederick Turner correctly notes, the wild man, as wild man, must cease to exist, must either be civilized or sacrificed to civilization, which amounts to the same thing. 69. Determining whether a particular collection of wild people, or others who differed greatly from the European ethnocentric ideal, were actually human was no easy task. We have seen how Augustine wavered on the topic. So did innumerable others. That is because the framework, the organizing principle that guided such thinking, was deliberately ambiguous. The idea of the great chain of being that categorized and ranked all the earth's living creatures was born among the Greeks, but like so much else of such provenance it became central as well to medieval Christian thought. As the 15th century jurist Sir John Fortescue explained, in God's perfect ordering of things, angel is set over angel, rank upon rank in the kingdom of heaven, man is set over man, beast over beast, bird over bird, and fish over fish, on the earth, in the air and in the sea, so that there is no worm that crawls upon the ground, no bird that flies on high, no fish that swims in the depths, which the chain of this order does not bind in most harmonious concord. God created as many different kinds of things as he did creatures, so that there is no creature which does not differ in some respect from all other creatures, and by which it is in some respect superior or inferior to all the rest. So that from the highest angel down to the lowest of his kind there is absolutely not found an angel that has not a superior and inferior, nor from man down to the meanest worm is there any creature which is not in some respect superior to one creature and inferior to another. 70. However, within that formal hierarchy of nature, observes Anthony Pigden, the highest member of one species always approaches in form to the lowest of the next. There might, therefore, be, in the interstices of these interlocking categories, in what Aquinas called the connectio rerum, the wonderful linkage of beings, a place for a man who is so close to the border with the beast, that he is no longer fully recognizable by other men as a member of the same species. 71. Indeed, as Aquinas' 13th century teacher, Albertus Magnus, put it, nature does not make kinds separate without making something intermediate between them, for nature does not pass from extreme to extreme nisi per medium, or, in theologian Nicolaus Cusanus's words, all things, however different, are linked together. There is in the genera of things such a connection between the higher and the lower that they meet in a common point, such an order obtains among species that the highest species of one genus coincides with the lowest of the next higher genus, in order that the universe may be one, perfect, continuous. 72. Somewhere in these murky zones of species overlap, such European thinkers were certain, there lived creatures who may have seemed bestial, but who were humans with souls, and who, even as, again, with Saint Christopher, might become the holiest of saints if treated with Christian care. However, in that same indistinct, borderline, substratum of life, there also existed human-like creatures whose function in God's scheme of things was to be nothing more than what Aquinas called animated instruments of service to civilized Christian humanity. That is, slaves. And finally, there were those residents of this dark and shadowy nether realm who may have been distant descendants of the children of Adam, but whose line of ancestry had become so corrupt and degenerate that, as Hayden White puts it, they are men who have fallen below the condition of animality itself. Every man's face is turned against them, and in general they can be slain with impunity. 73. The same ambiguity existed in the European mind regarding the homeland of the wild man, the wilderness itself. Although it has become commonplace in the past few decades for writers on Western attitudes toward the environment to assert that, with almost no important exceptions, Christians traditionally have regarded nature and the wilderness in negative terms. In fact, Christianity's view of untamed landscapes has always been acutely ambivalent. 74 On the one hand, as Ulrich Mauser has shown, the Old Testament language describing the wilderness into which the ancient Jews were driven does indeed combine the notion of confusion and destruction with the image of the barren land. 75 Even more importantly, in this same vein, adds David R. Williams, for Jews and Christians alike the wilderness became a symbol of emptiness at the core of human consciousness, of the profound loneliness that seemed to open like a bottomless pit underneath the vanity of each of humankind. It became the symbol of a place located in the mind, a black hole of unknowing around which orbit all the temporary illusions of human self-confidence. A realm of chaos that completely surrounded and undermined the vanities of human consciousness. 76. From this perspective, the wilderness was, in fact, nothing less than an earthly representation of hell. However, since a true Christian properly had to undergo a time of testing and trial prior to revelation, the image of the wilderness also carried with it, conversely, the sense of a place of repentance, even a place of sanctuary. As well as the preserve of dangerous and lurking beasts, then, in addition, the wilderness was the location of refuge, trial, temptation, and ultimate victory over Satan for the truly soul-purifying holy person. 77 Thus, the would-be Christian saint and soldier alike was drawn to the wilderness both within and without, in part precisely because it was a place of terror and temptation, and therefore of trial, and in part because it provided the only true path to salvation. In sum, the wilderness and the carnal wild man within the wilderness, like the irrepressibly sensual wild man within the self, were there to be confronted by the Christian, confronted and converted, domesticated, or destroyed. 4. Much of Christianity's success in establishing itself as the state religion of Europe was due to the exuberant intolerance of its adherents. In a sense, the faith itself was founded on the idea of war in the spiritual realm, the titanic war of good against evil, God against Satan. And within the faith, non-belief was equivalent to anti-belief. To tolerate skepticism regarding Christianity's central tenets, therefore, was to diminish in power the source of the belief itself. Non-believers, in sum, were seen as willing the death of the Christian's God. 78. During the first centuries of Christianity's existence, when the religion's faithful were subject to intense persecution, Christianity often was regarded by its critics as a cult of orgiastic devil worshippers who indulged in rituals of blood-consuming infanticide and cannibalism. 79 Once in a position of power, however, Christianity turned the tables and leveled precisely the same accusations against others, first against pagans whom they regarded as witches, magicians, and idolaters, and eventually against all non-Christians. And, of those who were near at hand, few were regarded as more non-Christian than Jews. During the Middle Ages, Europe's Jews lived a precarious existence, subject to constant harassment and accusation from Christian zealots. Charges against Jews ranged from the claim that they indulged in ritual murder of Christians to the imputation that Jews were engaged in conspiracies to buy or steal consecrated hosts, intended for use in Catholic communion ceremonies, in order to desecrate them and thereby to torture Christ. 80 The Jews, in the meantime, had their own popular ideas about Christianity, based in large measure on their Ma'aseh Yeshua or Toldat Yeshua dating from the late 2nd century. Created as a defense against Christian teaching and proselytizing, this work tells the story of Jesus' illegitimate birth 9 months after his mother had been seduced during her menstrual period. From there it goes on to describe the young man's life as a blasphemous sorcerer, his execution by hanging, and the theft of his body from its grave, followed by the dragging of the corpse through the streets of Jerusalem, thereby putting to the lie any notions that he had not died or that he had been bodily resurrected. 81. By the time of the High Middle Ages, in the Hebrew Chronicles recounting the Christians' persecutions of the Jews, Jesus was being described as an abhorred offshoot, a bastard, a son of a menstruating woman, a son of lechery, a trampled corpse, their detestable thing, the desecrated and detestable hanged one, the son of whoredom, and more. 82 Modern Jewish historians long have been of two minds on the recounting of these invectives, some urging their suppression from the historical record so as not to encourage anti-Semitic responses, others arguing for their full discussion as examples of the understandable rage Jews felt as the victims of violent Christian persecution. 83 Recently, however, it has been shown that the invectives' principal historical value may reside in the sense they convey, not so much of rage, but of the efforts of the Jews to keep their group together by consolidating their defenses against the forces threatening the continued existence of a corporate Jewish identity. 84 For if the Jewish resistance to Christian conversion efforts was extraordinary, and it was the lengths to which Jews were forced to go in order to hold their communities together is a measure of the equally extraordinary pressures they were under. As Raoul Hilberg has noted, since the beginning of Christianity's engagement with Judaism as a separate religion, it has presented Jews successively with three options from which to choose: convert to Christianity, suffer expulsion, or undergo annihilation. At first, writes Hilberg, the missionaries of Christianity had said in effect, "You have no right to live among us as Jews." The secular rulers who followed had proclaimed, "You have no right to live among us." The German Nazis at last decreed, "You have no right to live." 85 If anything, however, Hilberg's historical encapsulation is too benign, for Jews were being massacred by Christians even before the dawn of the 12th century. The first great slaughter of Europe's Jews by Christians began on May 3, 1096, in the town of Speyer, Germany. There, on that date, 11 Jews who refused to accept baptism and conversion to the despised faith of Christianity were murdered. The number of deaths would have been much higher, but for the intercession of the local bishop who understood the canon law's technical restrictions against forced conversion, and who protected the remaining local Jewish population within the confines of his castle. The legalistic niceties of canon proscription were lost, then as always, on most local priests and popular preachers, however, and in a matter of days the anti-Jewish bloodlust spread to the town of Worms. With the Christian authorities in Worms less willing than the bishop in Speyer had been to protect the innocent Jews from assault, Christian enthusiasts sacked the local synagogue and looted the Jews' houses. All the town's adult Jews who refused to convert, and who did not commit suicide in acts of defiance, approximately 800 in all, were stripped naked, murdered, and buried en masse. Some among the Jewish children also were murdered. The rest were carted off to be baptized and raised as Christians. 86. The worst was yet to come. In Mainz, a city just to the north of Worms, the archbishop briefly defended the Jews, but soon fled for his own life as the Christian mobs attacked. According to Solomon Bar Simpson's chronicle of the events that followed, the leader of the Christians in Mainz showed no mercy to the aged, or youths, or maidens, babes or sucklings, not even the sick. And he made the people of the Lord like dust to be trodden underfoot, killing their young men by the sword and disemboweling their pregnant women. The enemy came into the chambers, they smashed the doors, and found the Jews still writhing and rolling in blood, and the enemy took their money, stripped them naked, and slew those still alive. They threw them, naked, through the windows onto the ground, creating mounds upon mounds, heaps upon heaps, until they appeared as a high mountain. On a single day, the 3rd of Sivan, the 3rd day of the week, 1,100 holy souls were killed and slaughtered, babes and sucklings who had not sinned or transgressed, the souls of innocent poor people. 87. And still it was not over. From Mainz the killing spread to Trier. From there it moved on to Metz, and then to Cologne, and then to Regensburg, and then to Prague. By the time the killing stopped, little more than a month was gone since it had begun in the town of Speyer, and as many as 8,000 Jews lay dead. 88. It was not coincidence that the massacres of May and June 1096 occurred at the same time that the First Crusade of Pope Urban II was just getting underway. For the mass murderers of the Jews in Speyer and Worms and Mainz and Metz and Cologne and Regensburg and Prague were errant bands of Christian soldiers who had wandered from the overlong trail to Jerusalem, under the leadership of such perfervid souls as Peter the Hermit and Count Emico of Leiningen, to search out and destroy heretical victims who were closer to home than were the Saracens of the Holy Land. Those crusaders who fulfilled the charge to march all the way to Jerusalem, however, were no less faithful to the impulse of Christian bloodlust. The very earliest Christian leaders had been of differing minds on the matter of warfare in general, having themselves suffered from military oppression under Roman rule. Thus, the influential church father Origen was outspokenly opposed to war, while other Christians were members of Marcus Aurelius' thundering legion. Similarly, the New Testament contains passages that have been interpreted as supporting any number of positions on the matter, from pacifism to warlike zealotry. 89 The Old Testament, however, is unremitting, and when the Lord thy God shall deliver before thee, says Deuteronomy 7:2, 16, thou shalt smite them, and utterly destroy them, thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor shew mercy unto them. Thou shalt consume all the people which the Lord thy God shall deliver thee, thine eye shall have no pity upon them. And later, in Deuteronomy 20:16, 17, of the cities which the Lord thy God doth give thee for an inheritance, thou shalt save alive nothing that breatheth, but thou shalt utterly destroy them. This was war commanded by God, writes James Turner Johnson, a form of holy war. In such war not only was God conceived as commanding the conflict, but he was understood to be directly involved in the fighting, warring with the divinities of the enemy on the cosmic level, even as the soldiers of Israel dealt with their human counterparts on the earthly level. 90. When Augustine came to pronounce on these matters, he uttered some words warning of excess in the violence one was properly to bring to bear on one's enemies, but his overall pronouncements were strongly in support of divinely inspired rack and ruin. As Frederick H. Russell summarizes Augustine's views, any violations of God's laws, and by easy extension, any violation of Christian doctrine, could be seen as an injustice warranting unlimited violent punishment. Further, the guilt of the enemy merited punishment of the enemy population without regard to the distinction between soldiers and civilians. Motivated by righteous wrath, the just warriors could kill with impunity even those who were morally innocent. 91. Following Augustine, the Church enthusiastically came to accept the idea of just war, and from that developed the concept of mission war or holy war, an idea similar in certain respects to the Islamic jihad. 92. This evolution of belief took on great importance during the last years of the 11th century, when Europe was awash in disaster, flood, pestilence, drought, and famine, and had unemployed standing armies on hand in most countries, living off the peasantry. Belief in the Second Coming's imminence was encouraged by the turmoil in the land, and it was hardly diminished by a shower of comets, a clear sign from God that appeared overhead in April of 1095. Before Christ could return, however, the Holy Land had to be liberated by the Christian faithful. Thus it was, or at least such was the rationale, that 3 years after the marauding Christian troops had laid waste the Jewish citizenry of Spire and the other European towns and cities that lay in their path, Pope Urban's warriors for Christ found themselves surrounding Jerusalem, the holy city. Preparatory to their assault, the soldiers of the Lord underwent a sequence of penitential rituals that later became routine procedure for crusading Christian armies. In the manner of the ascetics, they fasted for 3 days, they confessed their sins, they received communion, and then they marched barefoot around the walls of the city, chanting psalms, some of them carrying crosses and relics, in abasement before the greater glory of God. 93. From within the city, the commander of the Muslim garrison watched the Christians in astonishment, but with more astonishment still when they suddenly began hurling themselves against Jerusalem's walls like madmen, without carrying a single ladder. 94. Regardless of age or condition, wrote the Archbishop of Tyre regarding the Muslims and Jews whom the Christians destroyed upon entering Jerusalem. They laid low, without distinction, every enemy encountered. Everywhere was frightful carnage, everywhere lay heaps of severed heads, so that soon it was impossible to pass or to go from one place to another except over the bodies of the slain. It was impossible to look upon the vast numbers of the slain without horror. Everywhere lay fragments of human bodies, and the very ground was covered with the blood of the slain. It was not alone the spectacle of headless bodies and mutilated limbs strewn in all directions that roused the horror of all who looked upon them. Still more dreadful was it to gaze upon the victors themselves, dripping with blood from head to foot, an ominous sight which brought terror to all who met them. It is reported that within the temple enclosure alone about 10,000 infidels perished. 95. Other eyewitness accounts of the sacking of the holy city were equally gruesome. Piles of heads, hands, and feet were to be seen in the streets of the city, wrote the anonymous author of the Gesta Francorum. Among other wonderful sights that testified to God's divine glory, said this observer, was the fact that the conquering Christians had to pick way over the bodies of men and horses all throughout Jerusalem, while at the Temple of Solomon men rode in blood up to their knees and bridle reins. Jews who had taken refuge in the city's synagogue were burned alive. Thousands of Muslims were chopped to death in Al-Aqsa Mosque. The old and the sick were the first among the infidels to meet their proper end, their bodies slashed open in search of gold coins they might have swallowed, for the Pope had decreed that any spoils of war were possessions the Christians could keep. Finally, the few living victims of the Crusaders' wrath were forced to drag the decomposing bodies of their countrymen beyond the gates of the city and to stack them into enormous funeral pyres to inhibit the spread of disease. But not before the bodies were mutilated. A whole cargo of noses and thumbs sliced from the Saracens was shipped home, writes religious historian Roland Bainton. 96. Once again, her Holy Mother the Church was triumphant, as she would be, repeatedly, for many great and grisly years to come. But not always. Sometimes there were defeats. Never, however, were defeats unexplainable. Those crusaders who were beaten had failed because they had sinned, and the sins they had committed invariably were sins of pride and especially sins of carnality. God was on the Christian side unless they succumbed to temptation. Example after example, the medieval chronicles claimed, showed this to be so. From the Hungarian defeat of Peter the Hermit's disciple Gottschalk to the failures of the Christians at Antioch, the lesson was plain, observes one historian. The Crusaders were assured of victory in this life and salvation in the next, but only so long as they avoided carnal sins. 97. Because of this, women including wives constantly were driven from the Crusaders' military encampments. And also because of this chaste ideal, the Crusaders' non-Christian enemies were portrayed as lustful and licentious beasts. The infidel males were said to be rapists who were addicted to lurid forms of sexual debauchery and a special lust for the charms of virtuous Christian women, while non-Christian women were viewed as defiled and wanton whores and seductresses. Sexual contact between a Christian crusader and a native woman was said to cause an enormous stench to rise to heaven, and the penalty for such transgressions was castration for the crusader and facial mutilation for the woman. If they had to have contact with a tainted native female, far better that it be of the sort sardonically described by Fulcher of Chartres at the battles of Antioch, where the Christians did no other harm to the women they found in tents save that they ran their lances through their bellies. 98. Such Christian ferocity was only to be expected, of course, since the Muslims and Jews who refused to convert to Christianity were displaying with their spiritual recalcitrance and their stubbornly non-Christian attitudes an anti-Christian pattern of behavior. As such they were viewed as effectively at war with Christianity, that is, as engaged in a conspiracy with Antichrist to destroy everything that Christ and Christianity represented. Such infidels thus became, in the popular Christian image, demons in human form, as Norman Cohn has put it, to whom were attributed every quality which belonged to the beast from the abyss. And the saints knew that it was their task to wipe that foul black host off the face of the earth, for only an earth which had been so purified would be fit to carry the New Jerusalem, the shining kingdom of the saints. 99. If not wiped from the face of the earth, such foul hosts could, as an alternative, be enslaved. Slavery, of course, was an ancient tradition in the West. While no reliable figures exist regarding the number of slaves who were held throughout all of ancient Greece, there were as many as 100,000 slaves laboring in Athens during the 4th and 5th centuries BC, or at least 3 or 4 slaves for each free household. This is a proportion of the population much larger than that of the slave states in America on the eve of the Civil War. 100 The practice continued in Rome, where slaves who under Roman law were non-persons were inspected and auctioned off in public marketplaces. During the late 1st and early 2nd centuries AD, between a third and nearly half the population of Italy were slaves. It has been estimated that in order to maintain the slave population at a stable level throughout the empire during this time, a level of 10 million slaves in a total imperial population of about 50,000,000, more than 500,000 new slaves had to be added to the population every year. 101. In the 4th century, the first Christian emperor, Constantine, decreed that anyone who picks up and nourishes at his own expense a little boy or girl cast out of the home of its father or lord with the latter's knowledge and consent may retain the child in the position for which he intended it when he took it in, that is, as child or slave, as he prefers. In view of the enormous numbers of children who were being abandoned by their parents in this era, Constantine's edict assured that there would be a vast supply of young slaves for owners to hire out as prostitutes and laborers, which they commonly did. 102. And when, in the 11th century, England's William the Conqueror commissioned the famous Domesday Book, the most extensive population survey and analysis conducted during medieval times, it was determined that approximately 1 out of every 10 citizens of Britain was a slave whose life was totally under the control of his or her owner. Legally no more than chattel goods, writes David Bryan Davis, these people could apparently be killed by their owners without penalty. 103. During the 12th and 13th centuries, slavery began to decline in northern Europe, but it persisted in the continent's southern countries. The labor shortage that followed in the aftermath of the Black Death created a new boom in slavery throughout the Mediterranean world, but this time it was a boom in imported slaves, mostly Turks, Bulgarians, Armenians, Tatars, and Africans, because at the same time that the market for slaves was opening up, the church, which always had supported the general principle of slavery, was beginning to impose more rigorous restrictions on the enslavement of persons who had been born as Christians. Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese cities thus became huge slave markets, dealing largely in chattel of infidel ancestry. As Davis points out, between 1414 and 1423 no fewer than 10,000 bondsmen were sold in Venice alone. 104. And in Lisbon, in 1551, 10% of its 100,000 people were slaves, mostly Africans, Moors who had been captured in wars and raids, and a somewhat smaller percentage of Turks. 105. Indeed, writes John Boswell, actual slavery became more common in the later Middle Ages than it had been at any time after the fall of Rome. 106. The Mediterranean, central to the development of human civilization and lovingly celebrated in Euro-American historiography, observes Orlando Patterson, from the viewpoint of human oppression has been a veritable vortex of horror for all mankind, especially for the Slavic and African peoples. During the 15th century its waters were filled with sailing ships carrying legal and illegal loads of slaves from foreign lands, sometimes a few dozen in a single shipment, sometimes 400 and more. Cargoes of 200 slaves at a time were not exceptional, Charles Verlinden once noted, adding elsewhere that many of these ships were floating tombs. Available space was quite restricted and epidemics rampant, and where death rates of 30% and more were not uncommon. But even for those foreign captives who survived the seaborne ordeal, there was little that could be looked forward to with optimism, for in medieval Italy, writes Davis, slaves were tortured by magistrates and whipped without restraint by masters. In Siena a man who damaged another's slave paid the same fine as if he had damaged a cow. 107. Throughout the Middle Ages, then, war against the infidel in the Holy Land was a virtually perpetual Christian endeavor, while within Europe tens of thousands of captured Muslim men, women, and children were held as chattel and Jews lived in a near-permanent state of crisis. Even otherwise innocuous Catholic theatrical productions in Europe's city streets commonly portrayed Jews as demons assisting Antichrist in his attempted destruction of Christianity. During and immediately after such performances the life of any Jew not safely under lock and key was in serious jeopardy. For the same reason, the slightest changes in fortune for the Christian community could result in violent assault on Jewish scapegoats, while major changes in fortune might lead the entire local Jewish population to the brink of extermination by simultaneously enraged and terrified self-styled Christian soldiers, as indeed happened in the wake of the colossal Black Death epidemic of the mid-14th century. As early as 1215, In fact, more than a century before the Black Death burst upon the continent, a papal directive was issued requiring both Muslims and Jews to wear distinctive attire. This was done in large measure to inhibit potential sexual liaisons between them and Christians. Punishment for such affairs ranged from public whipping while naked to burning at the stake. Buffeted about and expelled from various European countries, including England and France, throughout the Middle Ages, Jews living in Spain were tolerated, if barely even in the years immediately following the Black Death, primarily because of their contributions to the economy. But popular preachers were relentless in their anti-Jewish propaganda, and finally, in 1391, Christian hatred and rage exploded in riots that swept across Aragon, Catalonia, and Castile. Many Jews were murdered, their identification made easy by the brightly colored badges of shame that all Jews above the age of 10 had been forced to display prominently on their outer clothing since the early part of the 14th century. Many others converted, simply to save their lives and those of their children. By the time the violence died down, of the Jews who remained in Spain, as many may have converted to Christianity and become what were called conversos or Marranos, as remained outwardly true to their Jewish faith. 108. Anti-Jewish sentiment remained high among the Spanish, erupting from time to time in further riots and persecutions. At such times all the ancient charges were hauled out, as in 1460, with the publication of the Franciscan Alonso de Espina's 4-volume Fortalidium Fide, or Fortress of the Faith. According to Espina, both Jews and most Marranos were guilty of stealing consecrated hosts for profane rituals, of kidnapping and killing Christian children for their blood, and so on. Gradually, however, and quietly, more and more ostensibly converted Jews began returning to the ancestral fold. This disturbed not only the Catholic hierarchy and populace, but it also troubled many Marranos, because revelations of false conversions among others endangered the credibility of their own proclaimed loyalty to the Church, thereby putting their attained post-conversion social and economic positions at risk. It was, then, not to persecute faithful Jews, but rather to investigate the Marranos for possible falsity in their commitment to Christ that the Inquisition was instituted in Castile in 1483, finally spreading to Barcelona in 1487. Although some Marranos who were true converts supported the Inquisition, all Marranos now fell under suspicion. As a result, they were barred from holding various public and private offices, from attending universities, or from serving in Tomàs de Torquemada's heretic burning militia of Christ, while those of their number who were physicians routinely were accused of secretly killing their Christian patients. 109. Under the agony of the rack and other ingenious methods of torture, many Marranos confessed to being crypto-Jews and to performing the heinous acts the Church attributed to them. One case can serve as emblematic of hundreds. For a year, from December of 1490 to November of 1491, 6 Jews and 5 Marranos were tried for using black magic in an effort to stop the Inquisition and eventually to destroy all Christians. The charge, as it was reported at the trial and circulated in different versions for decades in Spain, claimed that the accused Jews and Marranos had kidnapped a Catholic child and forced him to drag a heavy cross up a hill and into a cave. There he supposedly received 6,200 lashes, had a crown of thorns placed on his head, and was nailed to the cross he had carried. After reciting various curses mocking Christ, some of which came straight from the Told-Yeshua, discussed earlier, the child's heart allegedly was torn from his chest and was used, along with a stolen consecrated host, to cast an evil spell on the inquisitors and on Christianity in general. All the accused, of course, were found guilty and were burned at the stake. Immediately, the place where Cristobalico was said to be buried became a shrine that for years to come was visited by thousands of pilgrims, including such royalty as Charles V and Philip II. 110. V. To most Europeans, as the 15th century was heading into its final decade, the world was not safe for the saintly so long as infidels remained camped at Christendom's gates, while Jews who refused to accept Christ remained a cancerous threat from within the autocratic body politic of the Church. Both groups were hated and spurned and persecuted by Christians because they were defined categorically as enemies of the faith and often were identified with Antichrist. Still, neither Muslims nor Jews were unsalvageable. The Muslims inhabited the ancient cities of the Holy Land. In Europe they were famed for the culture, art, and architecture they had created in Toledo, Córdoba, and Seville. And the Jews were an ancient people, the very stock from which Christianity was born. They also were urban people and an integral part of European society. That is, both Jews and Muslims were human, they were civilized, their main offenses in Christian eyes were religious and cultural. And however craftily resistant they may have been to Christian proselytizing, they were capable of conversion. No doubt, on many occasions, individual packs of Christian zealots had been seized with sufficient bloodlust that they would have exterminated every Jew or every Muslim had they only been given the chance. But for all its savage ferocity, Christian ideology did not encourage campaigns of extinction against human creatures who had souls that might be saved. Important changes were in the air, however, even as Columbus was tramping about in search of someone to underwrite his voyage to Cathay. Changes in the religious province of ideas as well as in the more mundane worlds of politics and money. These changes will be examined briefly here, and more extensively in the chapter to follow, because it is the particular conditions of a given time and place that bring on events of historical consequence. Of course, an exclusive focus on such particularities invariably results in historical nearsightedness and thus leads to superficial, contextless explanations. But the reverse is also true, examining only long-term and deeply embedded cultural themes, as we have largely done thus far, places the burden of historical explanation solely on evolved collective consciousness, and collective consciousness by itself cannot explain why individual events occurred when and where they did. Moreover, certain of the institutions of Christian culture and society that we have canvassed here, slave-holding, for instance, were not unique to the European or the Christian world. For such individual social practices or cultural habits to become implicated in the emergence of specific historical events, the essential substance of the phenomena in the case of slavery, the objectification and dehumanization of people, must fuse with other complementary social and cultural traits, and be activated and directed by events. For an example of this we can turn to the matter with which the first part of this chapter concluded, the problem of explaining the Jewish Holocaust. Here we noted that Elie Wiesel has said that a key to that explanation is the fact that all the killers were Christian, and that the Holocaust did not arise in a void but had its roots deep in a tradition that prophesied it, prepared for it, and brought it to maturity. This no doubt is correct. Indeed, the characteristics of Christian tradition delineated in the immediately preceding pages that, we shall see, prophesied, prepared for, and brought to maturity a frame of mind that would allow to take place the genocide that was carried out against the native peoples of the Americas were in many cases the same religio-cultural traits that buttressed justifications for the Holocaust. However, as Arno J. Meyer recently has shown, it was certain specific conditions and certain specific events in addition to the larger historical context of Christian antisemitism that triggered the actual mobilization of the final solution in 20th century Germany. By itself, Meyer points out, Christianity's age-old and collectively conscious Judeophobia was not sufficient to bring on the Nazi Judeocide. Rather, he demonstrates, during the first few decades of the 20th century there was a constant interplay of ideology and contingency in which both played their respective but also partially indeterminate roles. Above all, this raging fusion of ideas and circumstances which produced the Judeocide was part of a single, larger historical confluence. The major elements in that confluence, Meyer believes, derived from the several decades of cataclysmic upheaval in Europe that preceded and enveloped the outbreak of the Second World War, combined with specific crises that erupted within Germany when war in the East, a crusade, Meyer calls it, that was waged with pseudo-religious furor, began going badly. 111. The historical backdrop of intense and ancient European antisemitism is, of course, an essential element in explaining the Nazi Judeocide, and of particular importance in that regard is the distinctly racial turn antisemitism began taking late in the 19th century. Further, as Stefan L. Chauver has shown, The final solution ideology that led to the destruction of two-thirds of Europe's Jews was itself a logical extension of socio-biological ideas and eugenics doctrines which had nothing specifically to do with Jews and which flourished widely in Germany well before the era of the Third Reich. Indeed, drawing on a perverse interpretation of Darwinian theory, in 1933 the architects of the Nazi legal system devised and enacted a compulsory sterilization law in the interests of racial hygiene for individuals afflicted with genetic defects, and by the decade's end the wholesale killing of psychiatric patients, regardless of religion or ethnicity, had begun. These were people officially referred to by the Nazi regime as life devoid of value, or as useless eaters, and by the time the killing had ended at least 275,000 of them had been exterminated. 112.